guests, speakers, delegates and the participants for being a part of this meaningful initiative. ఈనాటి కార్యక్రమ శోభను దివ్యనీకృతం చేయవలసిందిగా I request all the dignitaries and today's chief guest, Minister for Labour, Government of Andhra Pradesh and other dignitaries on the dais to enhance the elegance of this function by the lighting of lamp. జ్యోతి ప్రజ్వలనతో ఈనాటి కార్యక్రమ శోభను దివ్యనీకృతం చేయవలసిందిగా వేదికను అలంకరించిన అతిథులందరినీ మరి ముఖ్యంగా ఈనాటి కార్యక్రమ ముఖ్య అతిథి గౌరవనీయులైనటువంటి అమాత్యవర్యులు శ్రీ వాసంశెట్టి సుభాష్ గారిని, సెక్రటరీ గారులను, అదేవిధంగా కమిషనర్ గారిని, వేదికను అలంకరించిన అతిథులందరినీ కూడా భారతీయ సంస్కృతిని సంప్రదాయాన్ని అనుసరిస్తూ ఈ కన్స్ట్రక్షన్లో స్కిల్లింగ్ని ద్విగుణీకృతం చేసే విధంగా ఈ నేషనల్ వర్క్షాప్ యొక్క ప్రారంభోత్సవాన్ని జ్యోతి ప్రజ్వలనతో శుభారంభం గావించవలసిందిగా అభ్యర్థిస్తున్నాం. Hon'ble Minister for Labour, ఈనాటి కార్యక్రమ ముఖ్య అతిథి శ్రీ వాసంశెట్టి సుభాష్ గారి చేతుల మీదుగా ఈ నేషనల్ వర్క్షాప్ ఆన్ స్కిల్లింగ్ ఇన్ కన్స్ట్రక్షన్ టెక్నాలజీస్ ఈరోజు అత్యంత వైభవపేతంగా కన్స్ట్రక్షన్ శాఖలో కూడా, కన్స్ట్రక్షన్ విధానములో కూడా నిపుణత దిగ్రీకృతం చేసే విధంగా జ్యోతి ప్రజ్వలనతో శుభారంభం గావించారు. అదేవిధంగా చైర్మన్ శ్రీ వలవల మల్లికార్జునరావు గారు, హెచ్ఆర్డి సెక్రటరీ శ్రీ కోనా శశిధర్ ఐఏఎస్ సార్, అదేవిధంగా సెక్రటరీ మినిస్టర్ ఫర్ లేబర్ శ్రీ శేషగిరి బాబు ఐఏఎస్ గారు, కలెక్టర్ అండ్ డిస్ట్రిక్ట్ మ్యాజిస్ట్రేట్ గుంటూరు జిల్లా శ్రీ సాయికాంత్ వర్మ ఐఏఎస్ సార్, అదేవిధంగా గంధం చంద్రుడు ఐఏఎస్ సార్ వారి చేతుల మీదుగా ఈనాటి కార్యక్రమం జ్యోతి ప్రజ్వలనతో శుభారంభం గావించబడింది. Now I request everyone to kindly rise for the state song, ఆంధ్రప్రదేశ్ రాష్ట్ర ప్రతిష్టాత్మక గీతమైనటువంటి మా తెలుగు తల్లికి మల్లెపూ దండ అనే గీతంతో మన రాష్ట్ర ప్రగతిని సూచించే విధంగా ప్రతి ఒక్కరూ లేచి నిలబడి ఏకీభవించవలసిందిగా అభ్యర్థన.
మా తెలుగు తల్లికి మల్లెపూ దండ, మా కన్న తల్లికి మంగళారతులు, కడుపులో బంగారు కనుచూపులో కరుణ, చిరునవ్వులో సిరులు దొరలించు మా తల్లి, మా తెలుగు తల్లికి మల్లెపూ దండ. గలగల గోదారి కదలిపోతుంటేను, బిరబిరా కృష్ణమ్మ పరుగులెడుతుంటేను, బంగారు పంటలే పండుతాయి, మురిపాల ముత్యాలు దొరలుతాయి, మా తెలుగు తల్లికి మల్లెపూ దండ. అమరావతి నగర అపురూప శిల్పాలు, త్యాగయ్య గొంతులో తారాడు నాదాలు, తిక్కయ్య కలములో తీయందనాలు, నిత్యమై నిఖిలమై నిలచియుండేదాకా రుద్రమ్మ భుజ శక్తి, మల్లమ్మ పతి భక్తి, తిమ్మరు సుధీయోక్తి, కృష్ణ జై తెలుగు తల్లి.
ధన్యవాదాలండి. దయచేసి అందరినీ కూర్చోవలసిందిగా అభ్యర్థిస్తున్నాం. రైట్. ప్రపంచంలో చిన్న చిన్న ఇళ్ల నిర్మాణాల దగ్గర నుంచి పెద్ద పెద్ద రాజధాని భవన నిర్మాణాల వరకు, చిన్న చిన్న సీసీ రోడ్ల నుంచి పెద్ద పెద్ద ఫ్లైఓవర్స్ వరకు, చిన్న చిన్న కాలువలు మొదలుకొని పెద్ద పెద్ద రిజర్వాయర్స్ అండ్ డ్యామ్స్ వరకు ప్రతి పనిలో కూడా కన్స్ట్రక్షన్ ఇన్వాల్వ్ అయిన ప్రతి పనిలో నిపుణత అన్నది, స్కిల్ అన్నది చాలా ప్రాముఖ్యం. అయితే తరాలు మారే కొద్దీ, ఆధునిక సాంకేతికత పెరుగుతూ ఉండే కొద్దీ, టెక్నాలజీ రివైవ్ అయ్యే కొద్దీ కూడా దాన్ని ఉపయోగించడం ఎలా, తద్వారా ఈ కన్స్ట్రక్షన్ ఫీల్డ్లో ఈ లేటెస్ట్ టెక్నాలజీని వాడి తద్వారా కన్స్ట్రక్షన్ స్కిల్ డెవలప్మెంట్ ఏ విధంగా దోహదపడుతుంది అని చెప్పడానికి ఈరోజు కేంద్రీకృతంగా ఏర్పాటు చేయబడినటువంటి నేషనల్ వర్క్షాప్ ఆన్ స్కిల్లింగ్ ఇన్ కన్స్ట్రక్షన్స్ టెక్నాలజీస్లో భాగంగా ప్రారంభ ఉపన్యాసం వెల్కమ్ నోట్ తెలియజేయవలసిందిగా కమిషనర్ ఆఫ్ స్కిల్ డెవలప్మెంట్ అండ్ ట్రైనింగ్, గవర్నమెంట్ ఆఫ్ ఆంధ్రప్రదేశ్, శ్రీ జి గణేష్ కుమార్ ఐఏఎస్ గారిని ఆహ్వానిస్తున్నాం.
I warmly welcome to Hon'ble Minister Sir and Secretary HRD and Secretary Labor and the Commissioner Labor and the Guntur Collector Sir and dignitaries, senior officials and the Chairman BOCW and industry leaders, training partners and participants though attending the National Workshop on Skilling and Construction Technologies. The workshop brings together a policy leadership, industry expertise and skilling ecosystem, partners to strengthen workforce readiness for a rapidly transforming construction sector. Andhra Pradesh is witnessing large-scale infrastructure growth across Amravati, urban systems and public works, creating significant demand for a skilled construction workforce. Construction today is technology-driven, quality-focused and safety-critical, requiring a modern and industry-aligned skilling ecosystem. In line with the vision of Honorable Chief Minister, Sir, the state is committed to building an integrated, outcome-driven and skilling ecosystem that supports economic growth and infrastructure priorities. The workshop aims to align workforce skills with evolving industry needs and emerging construction technologies. Focus on strengthening industry-academia collaboration for curriculum design, internships, training delivery, and competency-based learning along with institutional partnership and MOUs. Emphasis on improving employability through practical, hands-on training models. Structured apprenticeship and bridging the gap between training and employment. Industry participation is critical with contractors, technology providers, and industry leaders acting as a co-creators in defining skill requirements and training standards. Government is promoting institutionalized collaboration through co-developed job roles, curriculum framework, and center of excellences and modern train infrastructure. The MOU being exchanged today represents a transition towards outcome-driven collaboration in the sector. Expected outcomes include stronger alignment between industry demand and skilling systems, leading to job-ready manpower and improved employment pathways. Special importance is being given to improving opportunities for workers in the unorganized construction sector. Deliberations are expected to generate actionable policy insights for building a responsive, technology-driven and future-ready skilling ecosystem in Andhra Pradesh. The initiative ultimately aims to improve employability, productivity, and income potential of the workforce, while supporting the world-class infrastructure development in the state. Participants are encouraged to actively contribute ideas, share experiences, and collaborate towards building an inclusive and future-ready construction skilling ecosystem. Andhra Pradesh aspires not only to build world-class infrastructure, but also a world-class skilled workforce to sustain long-term development. Thank you everyone for joining. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your insight on the welcome address. Now I invite Collector and District Magistrate, Guntur District, Sri Saikant Verma IAS, sir, to give his remarks on this national workshop on skilling in construction technologies.
Honorable Minister for Labour, Sri Vasam Setti Subhash sir, Secretary HRD, Sri Kona Seshidhar sir, Secretary Labour, Seshagiri Babu sir, Commissioner Skill Development, Ganesh Kumar, Commissioner Labour, Gandham Chandrudu sir, and Chairman of Andhra Pradesh Building and Other Construction Workers Welfare Board, Mr. V. Vallikarjun Rao Garu. All the dignitaries who have come here, dear ladies and gentlemen, first of all, it gives me an immense pleasure that this national workshop is being held in Guntur district in the vicinity of Amravati. I think this is a very, very historical moment, and I don't think that there can be any better avenue or better timing for having this workshop here today. Today, we are witnessing and we are creating history. The dream capital of Andhra Pradesh, Amravati, is getting built today, and there can't be a better place to take up this particular opportunity. This is a very, very niche segment. And today, as the technology is pushing the limits, we are trying to involve and include every new frontier technology that is possible to make Amravati the global capital in terms of the technology and infrastructure. And in this context, I think this is a very, very innovative initiative to make sure that there is enough supply of skilled manpower to be able to push through these technological limits, wherein we are able to adopt some of the latest technologies so that we are able to give that world-class infrastructure as far as Amravati is concerned. And I think today Andhra Pradesh, being the center of attracting the global investments, the scope is not just limited to Amravati. It goes much beyond. And in this regard, I wish all the very best, and I'm very, very happy and proud to host this particular national workshop in Guntur district, and we are here to witness history in the making. I thank everyone for coming in forward today to participate in this workshop, and I also want to extend my special gratitude to the Honorable Minister for HRD, Mr. Nara Lokesh sir. Unfortunately, he couldn't be here today, but he has conveyed his regards. So I thank once again each one of you who have come forward to participate in this workshop. I'm looking forward to some of the very, very interesting sessions here today. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Now I invite Secretary Labour Department, Government of Andhra Pradesh, Sri Sheshagiri Babu IAS, sir, to please come forward and share his words.
Andarki Namaskaram. Honorable Minister for Labour, Factories, Boilers and IMS, Sri Vasam Setti Subhash Garu. Honorable Chairman, AP Building and Other Construction Workers Welfare Board, Sri Babji Garu. Respected Secretary Education and Skill Development, Kona Seshidhar Garu. Commissioner of Labour, Chandrudu Garu. District Collector and District Magistrate, Sai Garu. All the other dignitaries on the dais and off the dais, the representatives and participants from the industry, academia, institutions, and esteemed guests. Very good morning. I'll not take much time. I'll just set out the objective of conducting this workshop in line with the vision of the Honorable Chief Minister, sir, who wanted productivity and skill development and the economic growth in particular. We approached the Skill Development Department for helping us, the AP Building and Other Construction Workers Welfare Board, to address the various challenges in respect of skilling the workforce in the state of Andhra Pradesh. And with their cooperation, we are trying to strategize. So identify both the opportunities as well as the bottlenecks or challenges that are there in the sector, and ensure that we have an ecosystem built to have a long-based plan of action. We are planning for 2047 So taking into account the various disruptive innovations that are occurring in the sector, be it fiber-based or be it waste-based or be it the green buildings, be it the building information modeling kind of digital frontiers, large-scale disruptive technologies, equipment, materials, innovations are happening in this particular sector, and to keep pace with these rapid changes, the rapid transformation, it is necessary we need to have ideas, inputs and strategies evolved for each vertical, each sector, subsector, etc. And to that end, we are conducting this workshop. I have the privilege of participating in these deliberations today and take your valuable guidance. Thank you all for joining this conference and workshop. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, I now invite the Secretary for Human Resource Development, Department, Government of Andhra Pradesh, Sri Kona Sesdar IAS, sir, to please come forward and give his valuable message on the context setting.
Andarki Namaskaram. Honorable Minister for Labour, Government of Andhra Pradesh, Sri Vasamsetti Subhash Garu, the Honorable Chairman of Building and Other Construction Workers, Sri V. Mallikarjun Rao Garu, the Secretary Labour, Sheshagiri Babu Garu, Commissioner Labour, Gandham Chandrudu Garu, the Collector and District Magistrate of Guntur, Saikant Varma Garu, the Director of Skill Development and Training, and also the DG of NAC, Sri Ganesh Kumar Garu, all the senior representatives from the industry, senior officials, media friends, good morning to all of you, and a warm welcome to Amravati and Guntur. It gives me great pleasure to participate in this workshop today, National Workshop on Skilling Technologies. Now, to set the context, why we have conducted this for the first time, this kind of a conference. Usually these kind of conferences are conducted by the private sector. Government seldom comes into this. Looking at construction sector, it's no more a labor-intensive kind of sector. It's moved to more of technology-driven, safety-critical, and quality-focused sector. Now, with this initial context, where do we stand in Andhra Pradesh, and why are we conducting this workshop? Our Honorable Chief Minister has embarked on a very ambitious developmental goal. Large-scale projects. The man sitting here, Saikant Varma Garu, he was the man behind the scene, traveling across the globe, bringing a lot of investments, in tune with the vision of Honorable Chief Minister and our Honorable Minister. So there's a lot of developmental works going on. We have a beautiful capital city which is coming up. We have Visakhapatnam Economic Region, we have Amravati Economic Region, and we have third Tirupati Economic Region. Three distinct economic regions with a lot of developmental activities going on, infrastructure projects across the state, from airports to ports to housing and roads. This year alone, we have constructed about 4,80,000 houses in the government sector. In the next year, we're planning 5 to 7 lakhs houses. This is only in the government sector. But there's a huge demand for skilled workforce. Now, how do I ensure that Andhra Pradesh becomes the most trusted source of skilled workforce in all sectors? With this kind of goals and vision that the government has, right skilling and training of the workforce is no more an option for us. It's become compulsory. It's a policy decision. And so, all the elders sitting on the dais, as per the vision and guidance of our Honorable Chief Minister and our Honorable Minister, we started to take stock of the situation to see where we are. Now here, for skilling as a whole, building and other construction workers is one part of skilled workforce. But if we look at the overall initiative that we have started, a transformative journey in skilling, we have started a Naipunyam portal. It's a digital public interface which brings together skilling, certification, industry workforce, industry engagement, and also continuous tracking mechanism. We have identified that there is a critical need to identify prior learnings. When I say prior learnings, it is called RPL, recognition of prior learning. Typically in AP, we have many of the skilled workforce who learn or pick up skills from their family members or are very informal methods. To tackle this one, so we said we will recognize prior learning, we will certify them, we'll look at skilling, upskilling and reskilling. So for this, we have built this digital public interface called Naipunyam. We also have in Andhra Pradesh 5 distinct clusters, economic clusters, catering to different industries. North coastal is mostly port-based, pharma. Amaravati is more of capital, then there is aqua in east-west Godavaris. If you go down, in Tirupati you have electronic manufacturing, you have solar, green energy, different clusters based on different industries. So my skilling has to align with this kind of industry requirement. So with this overall skilling strategy that we have, where do I fit my building and other construction workers? I have about 18 lakh building and other construction workers. They are spread across the state in every, you want a mestri, you want a rod bender, you want a painter, you get everywhere, all across the state in all villages. But is their skill level enough? How do I ensure that my building and other construction workers have a dignity of labor, and they have clear career path, they get better incomes, and they get continuously skilled and upskilled? How do I do this? Now, first thing we did was, we, skill development and training department and labor department, we came together. We said, let's identify which are the trades. Then we said, what are the kind of trades that I am training? Is this what the industry requires? Or am I training something which is outdated? So to our surprise and whatever you say, a shock, whatever, we are grossly outdated. We are spending money, huge money. We have training institutes. We have trainers, all my trainers are sitting behind. So what am I training? Anything. Some of the companies have come forward and set up stalls. I'm sure the rest will also be very eager to do that. But none of my training institutes are training the technologies that we have seen in the stalls. We have seen automatic systems. We have seen a pipe without any kind of joints. You can bend it right from the top floor up to the ground floor, water pipes. Many such technologies. When we say construction workers, it's not just a house construction worker. I'm talking about, huge road projects which are coming up, ports which are coming up. Any kind of construction worker, what is the safety mechanism that he has? We have workers, falling down from scaffolding, dying. Of course, there are welfare measures in place, but do we want that to happen? So training, skilling is it's a very comprehensive thing. So how do I deal with this one? Now the objective of today's workshop is, when we say construction, we have identified certain sectors. Today's workshop has got two venues. This is one venue. The second venue is in the second hall. And each session, there will be experts who will come and tell. We are very keen to listen because this is the start of the journey. Now, some companies may be thinking it's a CSR activity. No, it's directly aligned with your core commercial activities. If you train people in your technologies and the market demands and you have people who can deal with that, I'll tell you one thing. One of the technologies recently I was trying in one of the projects I know. There are no technicians in Vijayawada. Believe me. We had to talk to the company, they had to get somebody from Hyderabad. If 2 states, there are only 1 or 2 technicians, how is your product going to sell? If there is demand in the market, Credai or other real estate construction groups, big companies which have come here, they understand. From a common man who wants to build a house to big construction companies when they want to hire, where do they go for their skilled workers? I have nothing against people coming from other states. But when I have 20 lakh people here, how do I see that these people are properly trained? How do we come together? This clapping only when 2 hands come together. Government alone waving its hand doesn't do, or private sector alone doesn't do. Both of us have to come together. We have to start from the way, how do we train, what is the curriculum? From that stage, it has to be a continuous engagement. So my request to all the companies here is, it's a very good initiative. I appreciate Ganesh Garu for all the effort. The micro planning he has done, he has reached out to all the companies and also the labor department for supporting us. Now, each session, when you deliberate what are the technologies, how the skilling is happening at present, and what should be the curriculum, how should the training happen, your assessment of the present skill level, anything from plumbing to false ceiling to cladding, anything for that matter, even power cables, electricity, we have Suryagar. One of the major things is, the gentleman, Vice President from Asian Paints is here. Waterproofing is a big issue. The technologies are changing very fast, but my training schools don't. They have 4 training academies, is what he was telling me. But the government is not aware. How do I synergize these 2 things? How do I see that your trainers become part of the entire program? We are looking at quality infrastructure at scale, workforce at scale, not a niche one. So how do we address these things? It should be a win-win situation for both of us, for the industry, the government, and the employment seeking, the youth or the building and other construction workers. So this is the context mandate in which we have this workshop. The entire full day deliberations has been broken down into different discussion groups, and many experts are participating. So you know better than me about this sector well. Now the plan of the government is, we want to, in the next 6 months, all the districts will have National Academy of Construction buildings. The Labor Department has already agreed on this. Honorable Chief Minister asked us to construct these buildings. In next 6 months, we're going to have nice residential facilities in all the districts across the state. These are going to be the district training centers for BOC workers. This will be the basic skills, basic construction skills, be it electrical or be it the rod bending or even the cement kind of work. When we say the next medium level of skills, I have regional centers. One in Rajahmundry, one in Amaravati, one in Kadapa. There will be the higher order of skills. The top skills, which could be niche, which you don't require in each district, that will be the state level center. The state level National Academy of Construction is also, it's going to be ready next couple of months. I request the companies, depending upon the need, to please get associated at the district level, at the regional level, and at the state level. Now, whatever infrastructure I have, if I invite a company to come and give me training, I am offering my office space to you. the NAC buildings that you have. Any company probably good in a product may not be having training infrastructure, but I'm willing to give my training infrastructure to you. Please come, start batches. We want the industry to train more than me doing the training. For example, big construction companies. If I say, if you want to train, let's say 5,000 construction workers as apprentice, please do it. Whatever I can support through budget, I will do. But the training should be from you. As far as possible, we want the training to be led by industry. Together as a part of the overall skilling for BOC workers. And then this engagement should be a continuous one. Today's technology may not be relevant tomorrow. So how do I ensure that this engagement is continuous? How do I see that we come back again and again, see whether how the training is going on? And I would request wherever possible, this certification, if it can be joint certification, any company for that matter. The training curriculum you design, we are ready to align our curriculum as per your needs. You want a special module, fine. You want to train, it's okay. You want to do certification, it's fine. We in fact invite you for joint certification. Then apprentice, classroom training alone is not enough. How do these people get hands-on experience? So these are the various things which we are looking at in skilling. With this workshop, we want to create a nice document which will be a guiding book for us with clear timelines under each segment within the building and construction sector. So what is our plan of action? How do we take it forward? And how do I ensure that AP becomes the most reliable source of skilled workforce for building and other construction workers? Now I'm struggling with basics. Basics, when I say tile laying, how do I see that it's at least in a level? How do I see that there are spacers in between? You know, these are basic things. You go to any village or any town, you see that our construction workers are even struggling with some basic concepts because traditionally it's been an informal sector. We are doing a survey, part of Government of Andhra Pradesh comprehensive survey. You know, AP is the first state to do skill census. So under skill census project, this month I'll have data of each and every skilled person in the state. Not just BOCW, anything from tech to any kind of skill they have, their work experience, everything. We kind of triangulated about 26 databases and some missing fields. We went house to house and we've got the data. By this month end, we will be ready with the skill census data. And with this, I want to prompt. For every village, I have a village skill officer. Through village skill officer, I want to prompt all these workers, asking them, hey, there's a training program. Do you want to join? Or your skill level is this much. Do you want to upskill? There is an opportunity in Amravati. There's an opportunity in Visakhapatnam. Do you want to join? There's a big company offering you. So this Naipunyam portal, what it does is it reaches out to all my BOC workers. It keeps on sending alerts to them saying that this is what you are. You may be a plumber, you may be a painter, you may be an electrician, anything. These are the opportunities, these are the skilling opportunities, these are the reskilling opportunities. So that's the kind of platform we were able to build. With the basic work done and the foundation laid, now we want the engagement with the private companies. All the big companies, the industry leaders, the technology leaders. Let's start this journey together as a win-win situation from now onwards. I can assure you from the skill development and training department and NAC that you'll have our full cooperation. Whatever innovative method you have, whatever numbers, I'm looking at numbers at scale. Be it small, niche or a scale, whichever way we are open to any kind of association. But I look forward that this will go a long way in creating the desired workforce in Andhra Pradesh. Thank you very much for joining this one. Many of you have come from very far away places, so enjoy the hospitality. It's very hot outside, probably one of the hottest day in this season. So once again, thank you very much. Thank you for your patience. Thank you.
థ్యాంక్ యూ సార్, థ్యాంక్ యూ వెరీ మచ్. ఇప్పుడు ఈనాటి కార్యక్రమ ముఖ్య అతిథి గౌరవనీయులైన కార్మిక శాఖ మంత్రివర్యులు శ్రీ వాసంశెట్టి సుభాష్ గారిని వారి సందేశం అందజేయవలసిందిగా సాదరంగా ఆహ్వానిస్తున్నాం. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together and welcome today's chief guest, Hon'ble Minister for Labour, to address the gathering.
అందరికీ నమస్కారం. వేదికపై ఉన్న ఐఏఎస్ కోన శశిధర్ గారికి, సెక్రటరీ గారు శేషగిరి బాబు గారికి, అలాగే కమిషనర్ గారికి, అందరం చంద్రుడి గారికి, అలాగే గుంటూరు కలెక్టర్ గారికి, సాయికాంత్ వర్మ గారికి, అలాగే ఐఏఎస్ గణేష్ కుమార్ గారికి, భవన నిర్మాణ కార్మికుల చైర్మన్ వలవల బాబ్జీ గారికి, గౌరవనీయులు, ప్రతినిధులు, అధికారులు, పరిశ్రమల ప్రతినిధులు, నాక్ సభ్యులు, ఆంధ్రప్రదేశ్ స్కిల్ డెవలప్మెంట్ కార్పొరేషన్ ప్రతినిధులు, ఆంధ్రప్రదేశ్ భవన మరియు ఇతర నిర్మాణ కార్మికుల సంక్షేమ బోర్డు సభ్యులు, నిర్మాణ రంగ నిపుణులు అందరికీ కూడా నా హృదయపూర్వక నమస్కారాలు తెలియజేసుకుంటూ, యువత నైపుణ్యాన్ని పెంచుతూ డిజిటల్ గవర్నెన్స్, ఆధునిక టెక్నాలజీని ప్రోత్సహిస్తూ పరిశ్రమల అభివృద్ధికి కట్టుబడి పనిచేస్తున్న శ్రీ నారా లోకేష్ గారి సారథ్యంలో ఈ నేషనల్ వర్క్షాప్ ఆన్ స్కిల్లింగ్ ఇన్ కన్స్ట్రక్షన్ టెక్నాలజీ నిర్వహించడం ఎంతో ఆనందంగా మరియు గర్వంగా ఉంది. రాష్ట్రాభివృద్ధి అంటే భవనాలు నిర్మించడం మాత్రమే కాదు, ఆ భవనాలు నిర్మించే కార్మికుడి యోగక్షేమాలు, వాళ్ళ స్కిల్లింగ్ ఇవ్వటం, వాళ్ళ జీవిత పరిణామాలు పెంచటం అనేది ప్రభుత్వం లక్ష్యంగా తీసుకుంది. అయితే గత ప్రభుత్వం ఎప్పుడూ కూడా వినాశనానికే తెరలేపింది తప్ప ఏ రోజు కూడా వాళ్ళ ఆలోచనలు స్పీడ్ ఆఫ్ క్లోజింగ్ బిజినెస్ వైపే ఉండేది. వాళ్ళ కమిషన్ల కోసం ఈ సంస్థలన్నిటిని కూడా ఇటు సాఫ్ట్వేర్ కంపెనీ నుంచి ఇటు అండర్వేర్ కంపెనీల వరకు కూడా ఈ రాష్ట్రం వదిలిపెట్టి పారిపోయే పరిస్థితులు తీసుకుని వచ్చాయి. ఒక పక్క పూర్తిగా వినాశనం వైపే వాళ్ళు చూస్తూ, మరి ఈ ప్రభుత్వం, ఈ మంచి ప్రభుత్వం వచ్చిన తర్వాత వికాసం అనేది మొదలైంది. ముఖ్యంగా భవన నిర్మాణ కార్మికులు జీవితాల్లో చెమ్మ చీకటి నెలకొంది 2019-24. వాళ్ళ సంక్షేమ పథకాలని 1214 మెమో ఇచ్చి పూర్తిగా రద్దు చేయటం, ఇసుకని బంగారంలాగా అమ్మటం, అదేవిధంగా వాళ్ళకి ఎక్కడ కూడా నైపుణ్యం అనేది, అంటే పూర్తిగా అమరావతి పనులు కానీ, పోలవరం పనులు కానీ, రహదారులు నిర్మించడం కానీ ఇవేమీ కూడా వాళ్ళు కనీసం అటువైపు తొంగు చూడలేదు. సో వాళ్ళు ఇంకా భవన నిర్మాణ కార్మికులతో పని లేదనుకున్నారు కాబట్టి వాళ్ళ సంక్షేమ పథకాల నుంచి వాళ్ళకి పని లేని దినాలు, అంటే సంవత్సరానికి కనీసం 45 రోజుల నుంచి 50 రోజులు కూడా పని లేని పరిస్థితి తీసుకుని వచ్చి వాళ్ళ జీవితాల్లో చెమ్మ చీకటి నెలకొల్పారు. దానికి భిన్నంగా మన ప్రభుత్వం వచ్చాక కార్మిక జీవితాల్లో నిజంగా చంద్రోదయం వచ్చిందని మనం చెప్పుకోవచ్చు. నిరంతర శ్రామికుడు, రాష్ట్ర ప్రథమ కార్మికుడు అయినటువంటి శ్రీ నారా చంద్రబాబు నాయుడు గారు, ఆయనకి కార్మికుడు కష్టాలు తెలుసు కాబట్టి ఈ మంచి ప్రభుత్వం వచ్చిన వెంటనే వాళ్ళ సంక్షేమ పథకాలన్నీ కూడా మరి ఈరోజు ఇవ్వటం జరుగుతూ ఉంది. అంతేకాకుండా తండ్రికి తగ్గ తనయుడిగా పేరు తెచ్చుకుంటూ రాష్ట్రాభివృద్ధి కోసం నిరంతరం పాటుపడుతున్న మన యువనేత శ్రీ నారా లోకేష్ గారు మరోవైపు చేసిన కృషి వల్ల రాష్ట్రానికి లక్షల కోట్ల పెట్టుబడులు వస్తూ ఉన్నాయి. జనరల్గా మనకి ఏ విషయమన్నా పూర్తిగా అవగాహన లేనప్పుడు మనం గూగుల్ సెర్చ్ని వెతుక్కుంటూ ఉంటాం. మరి ఆ గూగుల్ సెర్చే మన రాష్ట్రాన్ని వెతుక్కుంటూ రావడంలో మరి నారా లోకేష్ గారి పాత్ర ఎంతైనా ఉందని తెలియజేసుకుంటూ, అలాగే నిరంతరం వింటా ఉన్నాం, నారా చంద్రబాబు నాయుడు గారు 20 లక్షల ఉద్యోగాలు ఇస్తా అన్నారు, దాని గురించే మాట్లాడుతూ ఉన్నారు. అయితే మనం మాట్లాడుకోవాల్సింది ఆల్రెడీ 20 లక్షల మంది ఉన్న భవన నిర్మాణ కార్మికులు చేతి నిండా పని దొరికేలా చేశారు, అందులో ఏ విధమైన సందేహం లేదు. వస్తున్న పెట్టుబడులు కానీ, జరుగుతున్న అభివృద్ధి పనులు కానీ, ఇటు అమరావతిలో కానీ, ఇటు పోలవరం ప్రాజెక్టు కానీ, రాష్ట్రంలో గుంతల రహిత రోడ్లు కానీ, ఇవన్నిటి వల్ల భవన నిర్మాణ కార్మికులు చేతి నిండా పని దొరకటం, అట్ ద సేమ్ టైం వాళ్ళని చేతి నిండా పని దొరకటం ఒక ఎత్తు అయితే, కార్మికుల జీవితాల్లో ఉన్న స్థానం నుండి ఉన్నత స్థానానికి తీసుకెళ్లాలంటే వాళ్ళలో నైపుణ్యం అనేది పెంచాల్సి ఉంది అని భావించి మరి కార్మికులు నిరంతరం చంద్రబాబు నాయుడు గారు చెప్తూ ఉంటారు, నాకు కావాల్సింది హార్డ్ వర్క్ కాదు స్మార్ట్ వర్క్ అని. మరి వాళ్ళలో నైపుణ్యాన్ని పెంచడానికి మారుతున్న టెక్నాలజీకి అనుగుణంగా వాళ్ళని కూడా స్కిల్ చేయాలనే ముఖ్య ఉద్దేశంతో వాళ్ళలో నైపుణ్యం అందించాలని వారిచ్చిన సలహాల మేరకు ఎన్నో స్కిల్ డెవలప్మెంట్ ప్రోగ్రాంలు మేము నిర్వహించడం జరుగుతూ ఉంది. అలాగే రాష్ట్ర ప్రభుత్వం కార్మిక సంక్షేమం మరియు నైపుణ్యాభివృద్ధికి అత్యంత ప్రాధాన్యత ఇస్తూ నాక్ సహకారంతో రాష్ట్ర వ్యాప్తంగా నిర్మాణ కార్మికులకు ప్రత్యేక నైపుణ్య శిక్షణ కార్యక్రమాలు నిర్వహించబడతా ఉన్నాయి. నేటి వర్క్షాప్లో పలు ప్రముఖ నిర్మాణ సంస్థలు, అలాగే ఆధునిక కన్స్ట్రక్షన్ టెక్నాలజీ, డిజిటల్ నిర్మాణ విధానాలు, ప్రీ ఫ్యాబ్రికేషన్ మోడల్స్, స్మార్ట్ మెటీరియల్స్, గ్రీన్ బిల్డింగ్ టెక్నాలజీలు మరియు భద్రతా పరికరాలను ప్రదర్శించడం అభినందనీయం. ఈ ప్రదర్శనలు నిర్మాణ రంగంలో సాంకేతిక పరిజ్ఞానం ఎంత వేగంగా అభివృద్ధి చెందుతుందో తెలియజేస్తున్నాయి. స్కిల్ ఇండియా మిషన్ లక్ష్యంగా అనుగుణంగా ఈ కార్యక్రమాలు అమలవుతూ ఉన్నాయి. అలాగే ఇంకా లేబర్ అడ్డాస్ విషయానికి వస్తే మరి చంద్రబాబు నాయుడు గారు లేబర్ అడ్డాస్ గురించి వివరించిన వెంటనే ఇది 5 పైలట్ ప్రాజెక్టులు కాదు, సుమారు వెంటనే ఒక 20 నుంచి 25 పైలట్ ప్రాజెక్టుల కింద దీన్ని అమలు చేయమనటం. ముఖ్యంగా ఈ లేబర్ అడ్డాస్ ముఖ్య ఉద్దేశం కార్మికులకు ప్రభుత్వ సంక్షేమ పథకాలపై అవగాహన తీసుకురావటం, అలాగే రిజిస్ట్రేషన్ నమోదు చేయడం, ఈశ్రమ్ పోర్టల్ కానీ, అలాగే BOCW బోర్డు ఏర్పాటు సేవలు మరియు వాళ్ళకి నైపుణ్యాన్ని వాళ్ళకి స్కిల్ ఇవ్వటం. ముఖ్యంగా మారుతున్న టెక్నాలజీని అనుగుణంగా వచ్చిన కొత్త పరికరాలని వాళ్ళు పని సులభతరం చేసుకోవడానికి ఆ పరికరాలను ఎలా ఉపయోగించుకోవాలనే దాని మీద స్కిల్ ఇవ్వటం, అలాగే వాళ్ళు ఉపాధి కోసం నడి రోడ్ల మీద ఎండనక వాననక నుంచోవడం మనం చూస్తూ ఉన్నాం. వాళ్ళకి ఒక షెల్టర్ ఇవ్వటం, వాళ్ళకి భద్రత కల్పించడం, పూర్తిగా వాళ్ళకి పని దినాలు పెరిగే విధంగా, అలాగే ఉపాధి కల్పించే విధంగా ఈ లేబర్ అడ్డాస్ ఉపయోగపడతాయి. దాన్ని ఉపయోగించుకోవాలి. దాని రాష్ట్రం అంతటా కూడా మనం వెంటనే ఈ లేబర్ అడ్డాస్ అనేది నిర్మించాలని చెప్పి గౌరవ ముఖ్యమంత్రి వర్యులు నారా చంద్రబాబు నాయుడు గారు ఆదేశించడం జరిగింది. ఈరోజు అవగాహన ఒప్పందాలు MOUs కుదుర్చుకుంటున్న అన్ని పరిశ్రమ భాగస్వాములు మరియు సంస్థలని అభినందిస్తూ ఉన్నాను. కార్మిక శక్తి దేశాభివృద్ధి మూలస్తంభం. ఆ శక్తి నైపుణ్యం జోడిస్తేనే పరిశ్రమలు అభివృద్ధి చెందుతాయి అనే దృక్పథంతో ప్రభుత్వం ముందుకు సాగుతూ ఉంది. అలాగే కార్మిక శాఖలో ఇటు సంఘటిత అటు అసంఘటిత కార్మికులు ఉంటారు. ఈ సంఘటిత కార్మికులు ఎవరైతే ఉన్నారో వాళ్ళ జీవితాల్లో వెలుగు నింపడానికి ESI డిపార్ట్మెంట్లో గత ప్రభుత్వం గత 5 సంవత్సరాలు ఒక ఇటుకు కానీ గుప్పుడు ఇసుకు కానీ వేసిన వైనం లేదు. వాళ్ళు భద్రత విషయంలో కానీ వాళ్ళ ఆరోగ్యం విషయంలో కానీ గత ప్రభుత్వానికి చిత్తశుద్ధి లేదు. అయితే ఈ మంచి ప్రభుత్వం వచ్చిన తర్వాత ఈ సేఫ్టీ ఆఫీసర్ స్కిల్ ఇవ్వడం కోసం అనేక యూనివర్సిటీస్తో ఎంఓయూ చేసుకోవటం, అలాగే సుమారు 6 ఈఎస్ఐ హాస్పిటల్స్, అలాగే 50 మెడికల్ సీట్లు, మెడికల్ కాలేజ్, ఈఎస్ఐ మెడికల్ కాలేజ్ కూడా వైజాగ్లో మనం సూచనప్రాయంగా కేంద్రం నుంచి ఆమోదం తెలపడం జరిగింది. అలాగే ఇటు భవన నిర్మాణ కార్మికుల్లో సుమారు వాళ్ళకి ఎంత అశ్రద్ధ అంటే, గత ప్రభుత్వం ఏదైతే సెస్ అమౌంట్ ఉందో ఆ సెస్ అమౌంట్ 2019-24 సంవత్సరంలో 2574 కోట్లు వసూలు చేస్తే, కనీసం స్కిల్ కోసం 10% వాడవలసిన పరిస్థితి అక్కడ ఉంటే ఒక్క 1% కూడా, అంటే ₹1 కూడా ఖర్చు పెట్టిన వైను స్కిల్ డెవలప్మెంట్ గురించి. ఎందుకంటే వాళ్ళ జీవితాలను నాశనం చేసాం, వాళ్ళ పని మనకు లేదు, అభివృద్ధి పనుల పట్ల మనకి చిత్తశుద్ధి లేదనే భావంతో ఈ స్కిల్ డెవలప్మెంట్ ప్రోగ్రాం కోసం కనీసం 257 కోట్లు ఖర్చు పెట్టవలసి ఉంటే ₹1 కూడా ఖర్చు పెట్టిన వైనం. ఈ మంచి ప్రభుత్వం వచ్చిన తర్వాత ఈ 2 సంవత్సరాల్లో సుమారు 250 కోట్లు రూపాయలు ఈ స్కిల్ డెవలప్మెంట్ గురించి, మరి స్కిల్ డెవలప్మెంట్ ప్రోగ్రామ్స్ కూడా మనం ముందుకు తీసుకెళ్తున్నాం 250 కోట్లతో. అలాగే ఇంకా అసంఘటిత కార్మికులు ఉన్నారు. అసంఘటిత కార్మికులకు కూడా కొత్త లేబర్ కోడ్స్ అనుగుణంగా అనార్గనైజ్డ్ వెల్ఫేర్ బోర్డు అనేది పెట్టండి, 4 ఎమ్మెల్యేలతోని మిగతా సభ్యులతోని. అది కేంద్ర ప్రభుత్వం నిధులు ఇస్తుంది, రాష్ట్ర ప్రభుత్వం కూడా కొన్ని నిధులు ఇస్తూ సిఎస్ఆర్ ఫండ్స్ కూడా ఉపయోగించుకోవచ్చు అనేది తెలియజేయడం జరిగింది. అంటే ఇంట్లో పనిచేసేవారు కానీ, అలాగే రకరకాల చిరు వ్యాపారులు, పళ్ళు అమ్ముకునేవారు కానీ, వీళ్ళందరికీ కూడా భవిష్యత్తులో వాళ్ళకు కూడా సంక్షేమ పథకాలు ఇవ్వడానికి, వాళ్ళ జీవితంలో వెలుగులు నింపడానికి కొత్త లేబర్ కోడ్స్ ఉపయోగపడతాయని తెలియజేసుకుంటూ, ఏదేమన్నప్పటికీ ఈరోజు అవగాహన ఒప్పందాలు కుదుర్చుకోవడానికి, ఎంఓయూలు కుదుర్చుకోవడానికి వచ్చిన అన్ని పరిశ్రమ భాగస్వాములకి మరియు సంస్థలకు అభినందిస్తూ అందరికీ పేరు పేరున నా నమస్కారాలు. థ్యాంక్ యూ.
థ్యాంక్ యూ సార్, థ్యాంక్ యూ సో మచ్. అద్భుతమైన సందేశం ద్వారా అందరిలోనూ స్ఫూర్తిని నింపినటువంటి ఈనాటి కార్యక్రమ ముఖ్య అతిథి ఆంధ్రప్రదేశ్ రాష్ట్ర కార్మిక శాఖ మంత్రివర్యులు శ్రీ వాసంశెట్టి సుభాష్ గారికి హృదయపూర్వక ధన్యవాదాలు తెలియజేస్తూ, లేడీస్ అండ్ జెంటిల్మెన్, we now move to the key highlight of today's program, the exchange of memorandums of understanding. Among these, the most significant milestone in the signing of MOUs for the establishment of centers of excellence at Amaravati in collaboration with leading industry partners. These partnerships represent a strong commitment towards building industry-aligned, future-ready skilling infrastructure. And now request the delegates on the dais to kindly rise for the exchange of memorandums. May I now request the representative from Saint Gobain India Private Limited, Dr. Dharmik Vaishnav, Head of Project Skilling, who is partnering to establish a center of excellence, along with Emmanuel Garu, to please come on to the dais for the exchange of memorandum of understanding. Saint Gobain India Private Limited తరపు నుంచి డాక్టర్ ధార్మిక్ వైష్ణవ్, అదేవిధంగా ఇమాన్యుయల్ గారు, partnering to establish a center of excellence at Amaravati. Thank you, sir. I now request the representative from Ultratech Cement Limited, E.R. Panos P. John, along with Suresh Garu, to please come forward for the excellence of Center of Excellence at Amaravati. Ultratech Cement Limited, E.R. Panos P. John and Suresh Garu, the Journal Head Technical South, who is partnering to establish a Center of Excellence at Amaravati. Next, I request the representative from Godrej and Boys, Mr. B. Manohar Garu, Head Training, who is the partnering to establish a Center of Excellence, to kindly come forward for the exchange of the Memorandum of Understanding. And also Mohan Garu, Godrej and Boys, Mr. B. Manohar Garu and Mohan Garu. The next I request the representative from Daikin India Private Limited, Mr. Murali Janaki Raman Garu and K. Ganesh Rao Garu. The Regional Service South Head and GM Branch Operations Head Telangana and Andhra Pradesh, who is partnering to establish a Center of Excellence, is exchanging the Memorandum of Understanding. And I request the representative from Asian Paints Limited, Mr. Amit Kumar Singh, Vice President and Group Head, Corporate Affairs and CSR, who is partnering to support with equipment support, TOT and placement support to kindly exchange the Memorandum of Understanding. Ladies and gentlemen, we now proceed to the next set of MOU exchanges. In this section, I invite a group of esteemed industry partners who are collaborating across key areas such as equipment supports, training of trainers, placement support, curriculum enhancement and training initiatives. ఇప్పుడు టీమ్ వైస్ పిలుస్తామండి, గ్రూప్ వైస్ పిలుస్తాం. దయచేసి పిలువబడిన పేర్లందరూ కూడా ఒక గ్రూప్గా రావాల్సిందిగా అభ్యర్థన. And the first, I invite Dr. PNSV Narasimham Garu, the President and Head of Group Cient Limited, to please come on to the dais. And also Dr. Panduranga Rao Garu, CEO and Managing Partner of Ligong SVE. And Aditya Soma Garu, Executive Director, Madhura Engineering Private Limited. Sangaram Garu, Head Training, Virgin India Private Limited. And Raja Pradeep Garu, Managing Director and CEO, Best Group of Companies. And Aditya Vinakota, Managing Director, Andhra Engineering Private Limited. Accountable Manager Dr. K. Ramesh Kumar Garu, Vayu Drone Academy Private Limited. Andhra Pradesh Divisional Head Anjaneya Varaprasad Garu, Berger Paints. And Altaf Shah Garu, Lead Painter Engagement Head, Birla White. And Chakravarti Pantham from National Training Manager from Bosch. I now request the representatives from the following organizations to please come forward and exchange the MOUs. Now I request the representative from the second batch, Harshi Mitra Garu, Head Manager Training, Clues India Private Limited. I request all the dignitaries to please come from the left side of the dais and exit from the right side of the dais. Please, please, please. That way, please. Right. The next team, Harshi Mitra, Head Manager Training, Clues India Private Limited. B.N. Rao, Director, Infrastructure Skill Development Academy. Colonel Anand Kumar Singh, Chief Executive Officer, Safety Skill Development Foundation. Sri M. Kiran Kumar, Head South Viega. Deepak Sharma, Head CSTI, Larsen and Turbo. And Dr. Gontina Madhuri, Treasurer, ICI Vizag, Indian Concrete Institute, Vizag Center. G. Mohan Murari, AGM HR and Admin, Blue Star Climatic Limited. And Anil Bopana, Director, BSR Infrastructure. Mohan Rao GSR, President, Kradai. And P. Ravinder, Karam Safety Private Limited, Lead Territory Manager. All the representatives from the following organizations to please kindly come forward for the exchange of Memorandum of Understandings. And now I call upon batch 3 onto the dais. Shri P. Kiran Kumar Garu, Vice President, NAREDCO. Shri M. Trinath Garu, General Manager, Navayuga Engineering Company Limited. And also the representatives from BAI and Greenco. Builders Association of India and Greenco. Shri B. Partha, Vice President, RVR Projects Limited. Shri N. M. Siddiq, Manager, Sobha Developers. Dr. P. Chinnapulaya, AVP, Star Trek Infra Services Private Limited. And also Chaitanya Prakash K. from Team Tech from Work Solution Private Limited, Director Operations. Sri K. Naveen Kumar, Managing Director, Home Decor. D. Venkata Sanyasaraju Garu, General Manager, Vox Interior and Exterior Solutions Private Limited. Rivanshika Gazmar, Senior Manager, National Solar Energy Federation of India. N.N. Sinha, IAS Retired, Managing Director, Rodic Digital and Advisory. H.R. Johnson's and also from Birla representatives. I request all the representatives from the following organizations to kindly come forward for the exchange of Memorandum of Understanding. అండ్ దయచేసి టైం మనకి చాలా తక్కువ ఉంది, ఇంకా బ్యాచెస్ ఉన్నాయి కాబట్టి దయచేసి అన్యదా భావించకుండా ప్రీవియస్ బ్యాచ్ వాళ్ళు స్టేజ్ ఖాళీ చేయవలసిందిగా అభ్యర్థన. థ్యాంక్ యూ సో మచ్. నౌ ఐ రిక్వెస్ట్ ద థర్డ్ బ్యాచ్, సీనియర్ డైరెక్టర్ హెడ్ సిఎస్ఆర్ కృష్ణమోహన్ దేవి గారు, సిఎన్ ఫౌండేషన్, అండ్ డి నరసింహరావు గారు, ఎండి అండ్ సిఇఓ, డిఎన్ఆర్ సర్వీస్, హైదరాబాద్. Dara Bhaskar Garu, HR Johnson India, Head of Andhra Pradesh. Sri K. Siva Garu, Managing Training, Kamundhenu Paints. Sri Sanjeev Chube Garu, National Manager, Channel Service Embellment of My Homes UPVC WPC. And also Alpana Tomri, Head Trainee of Core EHS. Sri Anjaneyal Garu, Managing Partner, AR Electricals. Galla Chandra Garu, Managing Trainee, Buttfeed Electrical Solutions Private Limited. I request all the representatives to kindly come forward for the exchange of Memorandums of Understanding. HR Aviation Research and Development, P. Leela Prasanna Garu, Siri Builders, and also N. Dikshit Reddy Garu, Head Andhra Pradesh, Grindwell North Limited, Managing Director, C.H. Siddharth Reddy Garu, Qualisys Engineering Labs. So here comes the next batch. P. Leela Prasanna, Founder and CEO, HR Aviation Research and Development. Sri N. Dikshit Reddy, Head Andhra Pradesh, Grindwell North Limited. C.H. Siddharth Reddy, Managing Director, Qualisys Engineering Labs. M. Sai Pranav, Director, Sri Spectrum Instruments. K. Naresh Kumar, Managing Director, SWAT G Enterprises. P. Nagendra Babu, Manager, Blue Ocean Personal Allied Services. N.V. Subbarao, Managing Partner, Masters Constructions. Matta Santosh Chandan, Manager, Technical, Geocon Services Private Limited. And Naveen Chowdhury, Managing Director, Naveen Survey and Constructions. R. Reha Babu, Director. This is the last batch, sir. our Reha Babu Director, Srinivas Edifice Private Limited. This is the last batch for this MOU exchange. Reha Babu Director, Srinivas Edifice Private Limited. CH Vinay Kumar, Managing Director, Benchmarks Engineering and Constructions. D. Rajesh, BDM, Growtree Global Services India. M. Vijay Nirmala, Managing Director, MRK Geometrics. N. Ravishankar, CD Manager, RBS Quality Servicing Private Limited. YV Ramana Rao, Managing Partner, Sri Builders and Developers. Chaitanya Verma, Director, SLV Group. Dilip Kumar Komati, Director, Sunita Corporation LLP. M. Vamsidhar, Proprietor, Aidhiya Trading Company. Manager, Sridhar, Sujala Pipes Private Limited. Vemula Murali Krishna, Manager, HR Talent Solutions Private Limited. Rambabu Paravastu, CSO Greenco Group. G. Rajagopal Reddy, Manager, GRI Power Gate Towers India. Kesani Sai Kumar, Head Training, High Tech Solutions Technologies, Solar Solutions. And Shanmukha Reddy, Manager, Quest. Rehababu, Director, Centla EV Product. And M. Narsimha Reddy, Shirdi Sai Electrical Senior Manager, HR and Admin. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. ఈనాటి కార్యక్రమానికి విచ్చేసినటువంటి అతిథులను సత్కరించవలసిందిగా కమిషనర్ ఆఫ్ స్కిల్ డెవలప్మెంట్ అండ్ ట్రైనింగ్ గవర్నమెంట్ ఆఫ్ ఆంధ్రప్రదేశ్ శ్రీ జి గణేష్ కుమార్ ఐఏఎస్ గారిని అభ్యర్థిస్తున్నాం. First, I now request Commissioner of SDNT Government of Andhra Pradesh, Sri G. Ganesh Kumar IAS, to kindly honor today's chief guest, and Honorable Minister for Labour, Sri Vasam Setti Subhash Garu. And now I request Ganesh Kumar Garu to honor the Chairman of Andhra Pradesh Building and Other Construction Workers Welfare Board, Sri Vallavala Mallikarjun Rao Garu. And also now I request Ganesh Kumar Garu to honor Secretary HRD, Sri Kona Sesdar IAS Sir. Now I request Ganesh Kumar IAS Sir to honor the Secretary Ministry of Labour, Sri Seshagiri Baba IAS Sir. Now I request Ganesh Kumar Sir to honor the Commissioner for Ministry of Labour, Sri Gandham Chandrudu IAS Sir. And also the Commissioner of Skill Development and Training, Sri G. Ganesh Kumar IAS Garki. Thank you, sir. Builders Association of India, AP Chairman Garu, ఈనాటి కార్యక్రమ ముఖ్య అతిథి కార్మిక శాఖ మాత్యవర్యులను సత్కరిస్తారు. Builders Association of India, Andhra Pradesh Chairman, ఈనాటి కార్యక్రమ ముఖ్య అతిథి I now request the Commissioner of Labour Department, Government of Andhra Pradesh, Sri Gandham Chandrudu Garu, to please come forward and propose the words of gratitude. I request everyone to kindly be seated in your respective positions, please.
I thank Honorable Minister Sri Nara Lokesh Garu, though he is not present with us physically, but all his guidance and motivation can be seen in this workshop. I thank Honorable LFB and IMS Minister Sri Vasamsetti Subhash Garu with his overall guidance and making this wonderful program to happen. I thank Principal Secretary HRD Department Sri Kona Shashidhar Garu for his constant support and guidance and ensuring that such a wonderful program to take place in Amaravati on skilling and in construction technologies, and also the excellent context setting for today's workshop. I thank Secretary LFB and IMS Sri Sheshagiri Babu Garu for his constant guidance and ensuring all support for this wonderful program to take place. I thank Honorable Chairperson, Building and Other Construction Workers Welfare Board, Sri Valavala Mallikarjun Rao Garu, Valavala Babji Garu, for his excellent support in ensuring this program happens. I thank Collector and District Magistrate, Sri Sai Kant Verma Garu, for his gracious presence and support. I thank MD Skill Development and also DG NAC, Sri Ganesh Kumar Garu, for his tireless efforts and minute planning in ensuring this entire skilling and construction technologies is put in place. Without his efforts, this would not have been such a wonderful program. I thank all the construction and other companies, their senior representatives who are present here. Thank you for taking your time and spending your efforts in coming here. There are more than 124 senior representatives. I thank each one of them for your presence and your participation here. I thank all other senior officials who are present here, who have worked behind the scenes to ensure this success of this program. And I thank the media friends. I thank all other people who are present. And not last but not the least, I thank Master of Ceremonies for his wonderful conduct of this entire program right from beginning till now and to the ensuing program. I thank all of you for your presence, participation, and taking your time and coming over here. I wish an excellent deliberations throughout the day. We will be present and love to hear all of you and learn new technologies and new methods. Thank you everyone.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for extending the words of gratitude. Ladies and gentlemen, I now request everyone to kindly be seated. Even the voluntary staff who are standing here and all the staff, everyone. Prati okkaru kurchovalsindiga abhyarthana. Nobody is allowed to stand because we are starting our panel discussion. దయచేసి supporting staff కూడా ఎవరు నిలబడొద్దు, అందరూ కూడా కూర్చోవాలి, please, everyone. So we'll begin with this panel session. While I request everyone to kindly be seated. దయచేసి స్టేజ్ కి ఇరువైపులా కూడా ఎవరు నిల్చోవద్దు, దయచేసి అందరూ కూర్చోవలసిందిగా అభ్యర్థన, ఎవ్రీవన్. రైట్. So distinguished dignitaries, esteemed experts and participants, we now move to our first panel discussion of the day in the Hall 1 on the theme Foundation and Building Core Structure from Foundations to High Performance Structures, Workforce Readiness for Modern Building Core Systems. It's my privilege to invite our distinguished panelists for this session. Right, we have 4 esteemed panelists for this sessions. One is Deepak Sharma sir, and Punos John sir, Eldo Varghese sir, and Dr. Satish Kumar garu. Right. Ladies and gentlemen, I now invite the first panelist, the Head Construction Skills L&T Construction, Sri Deepak Sharma garu. He is a senior professional with over 29 years of experience, spanning project execution and skill development, heads of CSTI L&T with a focus on training governance, curriculum design and workforce development, has led large-scale initiatives training over 70,000 workmen across India. Put your hands together and welcome the panelist, Deepak Sharma garu. And now the next panelist, the Journal Head of South Technical Ultratech Cement, Punos John Garu, a civil engineer with over 32 years of experience in technical services and construction materials, holds extensive leadership experience across reputed organizations, driving operational excellence and growth, recognized for his strategic approach to customer engagement and business development. He is Punos John Garu. And the next panelist, the Chairman and Managing Director, Team Tech Formwork Solutions Limited, Eldo Verghese, an industry leader with 30 years of experience in the framework sector, former country head for a European formwork company across India and Bahrain, a CME and MBA. He specializes in engineered framework solutions and organizational leadership. And now I invite the academician, Professor and Dean, NICMAR University of Construction, Dr. Satish Kumar Garu. He is an academic and industry expert with over 34 years of experience in construction and education, holds advanced degrees in civil engineering, including a PhD with contributions in research and consultancy, recipient of multiple academic excellence and research award from NICMAR. We are also privileged to have with us the moderator for today's session, Mr. Madhavan Garu is a partner at KPMG and Quality and Assurance Lead with over 20 years of experience. He brings extensive enterprise in quality systems, assurance frameworks, and process excellence, offering a strong perspective on performance, compliance, and operational standards. With that, I now request the moderator to kindly take over the proceedings and lead this discussion. And also, simultaneous గా హాల్ 2లో ప్యానల్ 2 స్టార్ట్ అవుతుంది. దయచేసి ప్యానల్ 2కి సంబంధించిన వాళ్ళందరూ కూడా హాల్ 2కి వెళ్ళవలసిందిగా అభ్యర్థన. ప్యానల్ 2కి సంబంధించిన వాళ్ళందరూ హాల్ 2కి వెళ్ళవలసిందిగా అభ్యర్థన. ప్యానల్ 2 ఇస్ ఆఫ్ ప్లంబింగ్. ప్లంబింగ్కి సంబంధించి ప్లంబింగ్ స్కిల్స్ ఫర్ రెసిలియంట్ ఇన్ఫ్రాస్ట్రక్చర్ అండ్ ఎవ్రీడే యూటిలిటీ. అండ్ ప్యానల్ 2కి సంబంధించినటువంటి ప్యానలిస్ట్ హాల్ 2 ప్యానల్ 1కి సంబంధించినటువంటి ప్యానలిస్ట్ అశోక్ కుమార్ గారు, స్టేట్ హెడ్ విఏగా. ప్యానలిస్ట్ JNTU కాకినాడ ప్రొఫెసర్ వేము శ్రీనివాసులు గారు, స్టేట్ హెడ్ ఆంధ్రప్రదేశ్ అండ్ తెలంగాణ ఫినోలెక్స్ ఇండస్ట్రీస్ లిమిటెడ్ ఎస్ శ్రీహరిరావు గారు, అసిస్టెంట్ ప్రొఫెసర్ శ్రీకృష్ణదేవరాయ యూనివర్సిటీ డాక్టర్ బి రాజేష్ బాబు గారు, అండ్ డైరెక్టర్ E&S KPMG మిస్ సౌమ్య వేలయుధం గారు. వీరు ప్లంబింగ్కి సంబంధించిన ప్యానల్ డిస్కషన్ హాల్ 2లో జరుగుతుంది. సో దానికి సంబంధించిన వాళ్ళందరూ కూడా హాల్ 2కి వెళ్ళవలసిందిగా అభ్యర్థన. సో వీ హ్యావ్ ఇన్ ద హాల్ 1 ప్యానల్ 1 సెషన్, ద సెషన్ ఆన్ ఫౌండేషన్స్ అండ్ బిల్డింగ్ కోర్ స్ట్రక్చర్. I now request the moderator, Mr. Madhavan Garu, to kindly take over the proceedings and lead this discussion of the panel. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to all the panelists. There seems to be more than 100 years of experience in terms of the construction sector here and what is changing. What was also laid out in the morning very clearly is whenever we talk about construction sectors, we talk about mega projects, high-rise towers, something that we can really see for in the construction sector. But what's extremely important when we see those tall towers is also how strong the foundation is. It is a privilege to really moderate this panel where we are going to talk about, one, what is a foundation in the construction sector? Two, with all the changes that has been spoken about, either in terms of the construction technology, or the rapid development that is being seen, the core seems to be in terms of the people and skills. So I talk about two foundations here. One is with respect to the people who is going to be rightfully skilled to use the technologies for the economic growth. I think that sets the objective and context for the panelists in terms of rapidly changing environment. We will talk about foundational technologies, what is emerging in this space, and how can we use human resources with the right skills. for this changing world. So we will anchor the discussion along this. So I will request each of the panelists, we'll break this section into 2-3 parts. One is, what is the big change that is happening in the construction sector? Each one of the panelists coming from a unique point in terms of looking at it either in the construction field or in the cement or the materials that are going to be in there or the fabrication that is happening and from the academics. So the first question will be, what is the big change that you are seeing in your space that requires unique skill set? Why is it not the same anymore? And where are you seeing skill sets that are emerging in the space? I'll go across the panelist. The question is more, please guide us in terms of emerging areas, new skill sets that is required in the construction space and in the foundation space. So I'll start with Mr. Deepak, if you would want to kind of take on this question.
Thank you, sir. First of all, good morning to all of you. And thank you for giving this opportunity to me. Yeah, you know that Secretary sir also set the context that the construction projects are really facing the crisis of skilled workmen. And I'm from L&T, so we have across India around 10 institutes, construction skill training institute. But right now we are facing the youth who are interested to take the training. And training is also it is only the attendance base, not only the skill base or assessment base. But we want to change it that it is not only the attendance base or the labor availability. We want to convert or shift this according to capability of workmen, so that from the right day, first day, the workman going to project site, he can work with skill set, safety, quality, productivity, these kind of parameters, he can fulfill all that, and he can perform the first day onwards. Thank you. Thank you.
Sir, in your view, kind of because from a site construction perspective and the kind of skilled workers required, which type of skills will be needed in a larger scale? Because one of the things that we heard is more number of projects are going to happen. Yes. There is building construction workers of 18 lakh people. So with large constructions that is coming in, which skill roles will become more prominent in the near future in the sites? So if you can help us understand 2-3 roles that is going to have a change and it is needed much for AP, that will be really helpful.
Yeah, mainly the 3-4 roles are the important. First job role is the shuttering carpenter, bar vendor, concrete mason. This kind of role means required at every project of construction. And other finishing roles like plumbing, sanitary, tiling, this kind of need more required. Other from modern technology like surveying or tunnel engineering, it is required.
Thank you, sir. So I will just go to Mr. John. Sir, looking at while he was saying in terms of emerging job roles, some of the basics, some of them are in the advanced spaces. How do you see this coming in from cement and use of changes with respect to ready-made availability of mixers that are happening here? What kind of new skills that you are seeing in your segment in this space?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much. And good afternoon, everybody. I am from Ultratech Cement. So the right question has been posed to me actually. Now, when we speak about our products actually, so the core remains cement. And we have been talking about cement to the workman for decades now. Even then, we feel the understanding of the right type of cement for the right type of application is still not there. That's the understanding now. You have ordinary Portland cement, then you have blended cement. Within blended cements, you have 2-3 types of cement. That itself is not there. Of late, we have started coming out with advanced products for tiling and waterproofing. Now, these products actually has to be understood to be applied properly. So there, the big gap is coming. Till now, for tiling work, it was a conventional mortar which went in, cement and sand together. Now, with all these tile adhesives coming in, the essential parameters of these products and how they have to be used is not there. In terms of waterproofing, when we say both integral and preventive, integral, you require some basic knowledge about the product, but for preventive, you have to have a sufficient knowledge on the application of these products. Otherwise, you'll not be able to take care of the pain point of the customer on the waterproofing front. So these are the areas where we feel a lot of work needs to be done. As I said, starting from cement itself, cement, and then this new age products of tile adhesives and waterproofing. A lot of knowledge needs to be given to the workman. And as Secretary HRD addressed in his speech, he did speak about how does the workman get his skills from. He gets it from legacy, he gets it from his elders in the fraternity. And certain things that he learns, he keeps on repeating that, and he feels that's the right way to do the work actually. So reskilling on that is very, very important actually. So it's, I take his words only, it's skilling, upskilling and reskilling that needs to be addressed to. Thank you.
So that it's about the knowledge, new knowledge that needs to be, kind of upskilled, reskilled, and also to the existing workforce. Is there any new roles that are emerging, sir, in this space of people who understand these new mixes and they are able to apply it better, or it is the existing roles in which you are thinking that new form of training skills that need to come in, just to understand that?
So just to reinforce that, I touched upon 2 points. It's not only new role, new skills actually. I even said that the material which has already been there in usage like cement, the correct application of that needs to be understood actually. And the new materials which are coming in, the tile adhesives and waterproofing thing, if this mason who is not into tiling or who does tiling with conventional mortar needs to be trained on these adhesives, special training has to be given to him. So that is where we find key, and if that gives him a better avenue to earn. Also, in his own village where he has been doing a conventional work, he's able to, these materials are available, the advanced materials are available, he's able to use it and bring for himself, his productivity increases, and it's good for the individual house builder also.
Understood, sir, understood. So a lot of changes with respect to materials, adhesives, styling, and the way the application is there. You are saying a lot more of skill enhancement needs to happen there, upskilling or reskilling in those areas needs to come in from the materials.
Absolutely right.
Let me just also invite Mr. Eldo Varghese and try and shift the conversation a little bit towards the formworks, because that is another area where, again, changes are happening. How do you see it, changes, and what are, is it new skills that are coming in, or probably new ways of putting things for people where they can be upskilled, reskilled? How do you see, sir, from a formworks and others?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Madhavan. We are from the field of formwork. Now, our role is actually an integrator's role. So what Mr. Punnus was saying, they are bringing out new technologies, new mix, new grades in the concrete. So that gives certain kind of pressure to the formwork. It is not like our traditional scenario. Now the pumping speed has improved a lot. So we really need to have strong molds to form the shape, right? And Deepakji was saying there is a lack of skilled labor, particularly in shuttering carpenters, you say. There are no carpenters anymore. It's all going to be technicians in that particular field. So we have to bring in technology and convert these skills into a technician's role rather than keeping them as a carpentry skill. So there are no more carpenters to be there. Carpenter's son is no more a carpenter. It's probably an engineer. That's the transition that we are making. So our role is to make that form very easy to use, and how fast it can be erected, how easily they can handle it, whether it will take appropriate load from the concreting mix they are giving and the speed that they are pouring in. So both the upskilling is required, definitely upskilling is required, and we really need to create a certain change in the role itself. That's what I feel.
So it is more new roles because you are saying that one, material changes, technology changes, and the way they are applying is changing. So the old way of nomenclature of calling a carpenter might still not be there. It is becoming more technician roles, the usage roles that is happening in the formworks, and very closely tied with how others are working because it's more an integrator role in terms of looking at it.
Exactly.
So let me also, kind of call my other panelist, Dr. Satish. Sir, how do you see this space evolving? Because you have, whether it's a building information management or the systems that are evolving where integrated things are coming into place, is the curriculum or the way new curriculum is getting built in, how is it really addressing the evolving needs? And where should the focus be, and how are we taking these inputs?
Thank you, sir. Thank you all. Hello. Yeah. Good afternoon to all of you. Myself, Dr. Satish. I'll be talking about the skilling which is required as far as the engineers and the workforce is concerned. What is the new technology that we are going to talk about? I fully agree with my fellow panel members, respected panel members who are here, who talked about the materials, who talked about the construction technology, you talked about the formworks, etc., and all. Any construction which is going to happen, even if it is a good material, 100% quality material, if the workmanship is bad, the construction will not be having that much quality. Here we are talking about the skilling of the mason. Here we are talking about the skill which is required for a plumber. Here we are talking about the skill which is required for a formwork engineer. If the workmanship is bad, if you don't know what is the purpose he is doing, the entire quality will go bad. Simple example. Suppose we are pumping the concrete. The workman who is working over there must know from what height he should pump. Otherwise, if he is pumping erratically, then the concrete will lose its quality and segregation will happen and the entire quality of the concrete will go out. Suppose we are doing the bar bending, as well as the bar benders are concerned, they must know what is the need of the top reinforcement as far as the slab is concerned. If they don't know what is the need of that particular top reinforcement, they will be tying just like a bottom reinforcement, and the entire reinforcement structure will go out and results in the bad quality of the concrete. As such, I am dealing with the core engineers, civil, electrical, and mechanical engineers. A little bit I want to talk about that one also. Any engineering which is coming out now, the maximum will be only IT engineers we can see. Any colleges we are having only 15 to 20 seats in the core engineers and all. So what evolvement we must have in this particular sector? They must know about the modern technology of construction. They must know about the sustainable construction. They must know some knowledge about the building information modeling. And that is how not only a technical expert is coming out, he must be able to manage the project, because an engineer is going into the site to manage a project. As far as the workforce is concerned, they must know, like my respected panel member has told, what type of cement we have to use for what type of circumstances. In Hyderabad, we can use for ordinary Portland cement. In Vijayawada, we have to go for, since it is a humid atmosphere, we have to go for Portland Barcelona cement. And this type of knowledge must be there for the workman who is working there in the construction industry, and why we are opting for this type of modern technologies and all. As such, safety is the most important aspect. Sir has told about that one. Now, the new technology which is coming out, IoT in construction, it is not only going to be a software engineer who is going to learn IoT, building information modeling, as such, etc., and all. It is the core engineers who will be learning all these things, and they will be implementing in that particular project. And that is what it is happening, sir. Modern methods of construction, modern technologies are coming up now, and all these things will enhance the future of a core engineer. So all these things we have to take it up when we talk about the skilling and upskilling and reskilling of the workforce.
Sir, it's good to see a common consensus in terms of there is a need to redefine the role, bring in newer practices, newer knowledge into workmanship to improve quality. That is something that is commonly coming across all the four segments. Let me also try and ask you from an industry perspective first. Again, I will just go in the same order to ask you, what is the expectation from this workmanship? Because one is to say these need to come inside. Today also there are projects that are happening. In two places, the expectations are set. One when they are kind of formally getting trained in an academy. Second, when they are formally working in a project. So I just want to take an industry's perspective, because what is the expectation of a skilled workforce and how do you define what is good skill? Because secretaries are also mentioning there is informal way of training people, and then there are recognition of prior learning. Yeah, this person is good, is something that the industry is saying. And will that become the standard? So I just want to understand in today's context, in this changing way, where is this formal skills coming from and how are you recognizing that in terms of looking at it from an industry perspective?
Yeah, for the industry perspective, the industry actually required the first day the workman reached to site, he can perform the work as per the skill set required. With the, in terms of safety, quality, productivity, these are the three parameters which is required in construction very much. And in the skill training, we have to revise our course curriculum regularly, and the course curriculum designed in such a way that the theoretical part maximum 10 to 15%, and the rest 80 to 85% only the practice. Suppose in form work, we are teaching them one exercise. That exercise should be completed in respect of safety, productivity, quality, minimum 5 times in his training duration. So that at the first day, when he go to site, he can perform from the first day in all respect with the productivity. Thank you.
So it's like you're saying 80% is more in terms of hands-on learning that needs to be there, repeated, and ability to really look at quality of it, productivity part of it, and kind of doing it in a timely manner. That is one. I just want to kind of understand from the other two panelists also. If you look at the Siemens and mixers, is it more knowledge, theoretical grounding, conceptual knowledge and application, or you think that the existing people, existing workforce, are they more practice driven and hence the skills need to be recognized that way?
Absolutely right. It should be, for the workman that we are talking about, it should be more about hands-on training actually. So he has already been doing it. He got it from his, as a part of legacy. He needs to be told as to what is the quality expectations and how he can get it, and then how he needs to work safely at the site, give a good workmanship, because most of these products are not the end products. A cement needs to be converted to concrete. You need to apply the waterproofing compounds properly to get the advantages out of it. So, and he's already doing it. So he needs to be, it has to be a hands-on training. You were speaking about mixes actually. He has to be told that the quantity of cement that he is using, he can do much more rationalization on that actually. So all those things is possible, and it has to be a hands-on training only. Getting him into a classroom and giving him a lot of theoretical knowledge may not help much. It should be at the site or the way he's working. We take him there, and then we give him that sort of training.
Sir, is it fair to kind of summarize if you say the measurement is not just knowledge measure, but it is more in terms of application, the safety metrics that is being followed, the quality metrics that is being followed, the efficiency of use. That is something that you need to kind of measure every time in the workmanship. So that's a pedagogical approach that needs to be there rather than a classroom. Is that what you're indicating?
Yes, absolutely right. You have put it absolutely right. He already has this knowledge and he has been working on it actually. How to upgrade him, upskill him is something that we should be looking forward to.
So is this something that the industry measures this consistently, and is that a knowledge that can come to the academy also?
Absolutely right. So this is done by industry. So since lot of, say if I take Ultratech Cement's example, so we have around 2,000 civil engineers moving into the market right now, the team that I represent actually. So we do have an assessment of the quality of the workman and the workmanship that he's producing. So basis that, we devise our training modules. If we could put that numbers across right now, I would say that around 300 days in a year, we are training masons. So this would happen in the evening, and per training, there will be about 40, 50 masons coming into that. Apart from that, we have an initiative called USHA, that is Ultratech Skill Honing Academy, wherein we gather these people in a structured way and give them a full day training, having a bit of theoretical thing and more of a hands-on thing. We do have Center of Excellences across with engineering colleges and construction academies like this. That is also there. There are a whole lot of mobile vans that are moving into the market who actually train this workman at this site. So these are the initiatives that we take. Even then we feel key, it's not much, it's not sufficient actually.
So a lot of readiness training, a lot of focus towards efficiency parameters, quality parameters, and safety parameters. And then you are saying still that gap is there. Just trying to understand from you, sir, because you said integrating the work and also quality is extremely important and form work. How do you see it in terms of what is the industry expectation in the space of what is a skilled labor? Are you really getting it, and how do you measure it?
Yeah, sure. See, in my opinion, both knowledge as well as skilling, both are equally important. We cannot just ignore knowledge and get into the skilling part of it. It depends on the layers that we are creating. Like in construction industry, if you see, if you take specifically our industry in formwork, see the engineer category or planning team or designing team, they need more knowledge than the skill. Skill can be developed, that's not an issue. But when it comes to the the carpenter level people, they need more skill. So it is, I mean, knowledge may not be the right parameter to measure them. It should be the skill part of it, how fast they do it, how consciously do it, whether they're taking care of the safety parameters. Those things can be measured if you're taking a labor or the technician part of it. But when you are like measuring an engineer, primarily it is, we can say predominantly we can measure it based on the knowledge they have. And knowledge transfer is equally important to the skilling. Skilling can be developed because industry can be part of it. They can actually pass on the skilling. They can give the experience to that level. But knowledge is also equally important. So education system is more towards the knowledge transfer aspect. But at the same time, skilling is something that we are supposed to do. That's why the massive effort that you are doing right now will make a difference in the industry. Skilling for all the people who are below the engineers level, they will be measured in the parameters of skilling only. That's what my take is.
So one is in terms of the way industry measures is, that's how people need to be trained, right? It is a lot more hands-on is something that is really coming in, and that should be the way it should happen. Reinforced with new knowledge, because it's a changing industry, what is really changing in a material or the way it is getting integrated, that also should be parallelly drawn is something that I hear.
Yeah,
so
just want to add on a point here. So like India is having average of 26 as an age, right? We have very youth population that we have. So knowledge transfer is actually easy here because every year, every office you can see there is a layer of like 2 years or 3 years of gap. Compared to Japan or European atmosphere, we have a lot of layers in it. So knowledge transfer is easily possible. It should happen naturally. But skilling is something is lacking, that practical experience that we are not providing. And that's why these kind of platforms are very important.
Understood, sir, understood. So probably, I'll just go from an academics, because this is slightly on the civil engineering or probably when you say BIM and integrated ways of doing, to actually demonstrating that work. Sir, how do you see this big change? So is there a real revamp, because they are saying 15 to 20% of knowledge, 80% of applied skills and ability to measure and improve seems to be the way they are saying. So do you see a big change in the way workman needs to be trained, upskilled, reskilled?
Sure, sir. There must be a big change. Okay. As far as the curriculum is concerned, yeah, theoretical knowledge is required because fundamentals has to be there. that is there for nearly 20 to 30%. Theory must be there. But the way they apply this theory in construction, that is most important. I just tell about the water which is required in the concrete. Simple, everybody knows that one. What is the significance of that particular water? How much water must be there in the concrete? If you ask somebody, then they will tell, as per the design engineer, it can be 0.5 as the water cement ratio. That means for one bag of cement, nearly 25 liters of water or something like that. That is designed. But when we do it in the site, I'm not telling about the ready-mix concrete. Ready-mix concrete, everything is automated, that's right. But when we do it in the site, who is controlling the water as far as the concrete is concerned? The man who is running the mixer driver, if he thinks that the concrete is not that much workable, he will pour water into that one. And that is considered to be something like a cancer to the concrete. Any extra amount of water that is added into the concrete will result in bleeding, and then that results in, seepage. And the quality of the concrete will go bad. This is a simple example. So theoretically, we will be telling this much is required, but what is the practical application of that one? Number one, what type of new technology which is happening nowadays? Formwork, aluminum formwork is happening. That is branded as My One formwork or something like that. Within 4 days, we can remove the entire formwork system from a particular construction site. Otherwise, conventional formwork we have to keep for 7 days, 14 days, 21 days and all. So within 4 days, the entire formwork can be shifted from one place to another. And that results in, fast-paced construction. That is number one. Number two, precast technologies. Everywhere we are finding out precast technologies. It is not the normal conventional structure or technology which is happening. A building which has to be built is built within 10 days. It is happening. A tunnel which has to be built is built within a short time, where we are having a precast segment or prefabricated segments. And not only precast, prefabricated, that is the steel construction is happening nowadays. Building information modeling, as far as the new age is concerned, it will tell about how much planning we have to do, and we will be knowing it. Within this particular time, we can finish this particular structure. IoT will tell us about the safety in the construction industry, mainly for the workman force. A lot of accidents are happening in the infrastructure projects. So with the help of IoT, a sensor will be provided to that particular workman. So when we will move it to the unsafe environment, a beep will be heard, so that he will be knowing, okay, this is an unsafe environment. So that application must be known to that particular skilled workforce. So the practical application is most important. Theory is required, but practical application. Why we are doing that? That is what it is most important, sir.
Fantastic. So I'm just going a little bit into solutioning mode right now, because we are saying new knowledge is important, 80% skilling is important, 20% of knowledge needs to be transacted. But sir, from your experience, again, we'll go in an order. What do you think is a practical solution? Because we want quality at scale workforce. So if we are trying to implement this in your view and the way the industry sees it, what is your solution to probably the government, to NAC, of how to make this possible?
Yes, sir. Actually, all the state government is already working in this field. Sir is also told that they are going to set up the district level skill center. So we have to establish skill center at district level and improve the infrastructure and course curriculum revision, I think, as per the demand of industry. And another one thing, that how we can change the mindset of our rural youth or our youth, so that they can come in this industry and can train and can work. Because right now we are also facing that we have infrastructure, but the person is not interested. Youth are not interested to work in construction field. So this is the main challenge. So how we can, means the industry can be, incentive can be given by the government to the workman or to the industry. That can be, scheme is also, I think, more useful.
So from a policy level, one in terms of, ensuring there is sufficient incentive for the workman to get skilled. That's one part of it that is clear. So from the industry, and when you say you are working together between the industry and the NAC or with the training institutes, just want to say practical solution, how can the industry be more at the forefront? Because you said 80% is hands-on, apprenticeship is possible, and it needs to do at scale. How can the industry participate better? Is there a, what is your, some recommendations to a solution of how we can bring industry more at the center, rather than, training institutions taking something and the final end workman not being performing to industry standards. So how can this gap be bridged? Because I think, will the industry come forward? What could be some solutions for industry to participate better in this solution? From each one of you, my question is, the solution is, what can happen from the industry? What do you think that the government should be doing so that they are creating an enabling environment, either like what you said as a workman or an incentive, in your view, so that it can happen at scale?
I'll take it. Yeah. Yeah. So before I come to this, a small incident that I like to tell over here. In one of our visits to a irrigation site, along with my colleague, he's here right now. So we went to an irrigation project actually, and we were asked to wait for some time because there was a serious meeting going on within the senior civil engineers there. And when we met them, the civil engineer told us that the issue was regarding a concreting which happened maybe a day before or 2 days before, wherein the fall was from the top and a lot of honeycombing has happened. And to plug that honeycombing, concreting will not help now. What needs to be done was getting discussed. And then since we were there, they asked us, do we have a product on that? We told them we do have a product on that, and that was brought into that irrigation project, and that got done over there. Now this is where, so this type of knowledge transfer actually, wherein these products are there which can take care of the pain points of an engineer, needs to be given to an engineer as a knowledge, and the application part needs to be given to the workman. So industry feels it very, very strongly. Most of the products that we are bringing in right now would require this type of a knowledge transfer. So as a representative from a private sector, we do feel that we have a major role to play in this in collaboration with the government. So if at all an initiative like this happens, this is only going to help the construction fraternity in totality. So putting up a center of excellence, going with joint certification, lot of training wherein we share not only the knowledge part, the resource part, even the budget part, industry does look into this way. That's my take on that.
Understood, sir. So more participation in all parts of the area, not just the knowledge, but ability to transact that knowledge also is something that the industry is willing to do. And center of excellence is in some of the areas could be established.
Absolutely.
So what could be some solutions that you think how industry can participate, and what do you want from the government or the policy makers?
Yeah, excellent question. In fact, why do we do this skilling? There are only two purposes for it, right? One is making them employable, and the second one is making them entrepreneurial, right? There are two objectives of it. So when you make them employable, the practical experiences or the knowledge transfer can definitely come from the industry. And even the industry, for example, if it is our formwork industry, definitely I can recommend those who are capable of getting an employment to my own customers as well. So we can place them somewhere. We can actually give them access to the employment also. It's not just making them employable, we are giving them accessibility to the employment as well. So we have defined a clear curriculum. How do we get into this particular skill development program? And what layer, say if it is a formwork engineer, how do we, what are the areas we need to cover? If it is like a normal technician, which I mentioned, instead of calling them as a labor or worker, I would like to call them as a technician. So technician level, what sort of curriculum we need to cover it? Can it be like a weekly course or maybe a 3 months course, or can we extend it to a 6 months scenario? And based on their capabilities, based on their grading, can we do a joint certification? And with that recognition, can they approach somebody? Or can I take, on behalf of them, can I get into some companies and ask for the job for them? That's what industry has to do. It has to be initiated. We are not very late. We have to just do it now. Otherwise, none of the youth will come forward for this kind of jobs, I can say.
Understood, sir. Understood. So somewhere down the line, what Secretary was also mentioning in terms of Naipunyam or unpacking, ability for the industry to lot more participate, ensure that information is reaching, enabling for either a livelihood or probably kind of employment scenarios. Industry should be a major participator. in those things, contributor, I should not say participating, contributor in that. Professor, if I just ask you in terms of, because somewhere the training institutions have been doing certain kind of pedagogical things. So if, what could be the solution to do this quality at scale? Refocus more on, the 20% knowledge, but then ability to practice that skill and mentoring, and what could be the role? How should the role of the training institution change? Because if we go with the erstwhile mindset, I will teach you all, the model is not going to work. So how should it change? And what is the solution that you see in applied industries like construction?
Yes, sir. Yeah, applied industry in construction. Yes, training is most important, sir, as far as the technician is concerned. Training should be made in such a way that it should be designed in such a way that some classroom coaching can be there, but the application of that particular thing in construction, that has to be taught, that has to be deliberated in detail. So a technician will be knowing why this is required. That is most important one. I just told you some of the examples of that one. Even the training for nearly 1 month or 3 months, whatever it may be, a certificate which is given to them, they must be tested actually. It should not be like somebody coming, technician coming and attending a training workshop for 1 month and going out with a certificate or something like that. They must be tested, and they must be tested vigorously in the industry to see that what knowledge they learned from that particular training. And whenever they got some, joint certificates like this, and they must be given incentives also. Like sir has clearly mentioned that technicians are not coming forward for construction industry. That is right. And everybody knows that infrastructure is only growing up, and a lot of skill is required as far as the infrastructure is concerned. A lot of workforce is required as far as infrastructure is concerned. And we need quality technician, quality engineers and all. And for getting the quality workforce, for getting the quality technicians, they must be told the importance or the practical application of these training in the construction projects. Then if they are thorough in that one, and it is sure that the construction industry, as far as the technicians, will be booming and people will be coming out. One more thing, as far as the incentives is concerned. Yes, sir. A civil engineer who is coming out from a particular college with a BTech degree or something like that, nobody wants to go into the construction job. He may be going into a software job. Why? Because his friend who is studying computer science may be getting 30 to 40,000. That also matters. And when you come to the construction project, you may be getting a meager of 10,000 rupees or something like that. And that is how parents, they may not be sending them. So a civil engineer or a core engineer who is coming out, or a technician who is coming out, must know what are the latest developments which are happening as far as the construction project is concerned. And if he is able to manage that with 1 or 2 work experience, my esteemed fellow panelists will tell that what enhancement as far as the revenue they are going to earn in 2-3 years. Expertise, that is most important.
Got it. So somewhere, Professor, one question that keeps coming is, who is going to train this workman? Because I was just trying to understand, some part of the knowledge is coming from the faculty. Is the trainer going to be a practitioner from the industry? Is the trainer going to be a faculty who gets trained by the industry to train the learner? So in this kind of an industry, it's not pure knowledge. There seems to be an application of the knowledge in that context. So how do you think that the faculty needs to orient themselves for this workman? Is that a solution or is that a challenge?
As far as the in-house faculty is concerned, who is purely into academics, it will be a challenge, sir. What I mean to say that an industry expert must be there to train. I told you, theory, yes, a faculty can teach the theory. But if he is trained, or if he has worked somewhere and come over there as a faculty or something like that, then he will be able to train efficiently. So a faculty who is in the core branch must have some industrial experience also, and that will give a better input as far as the training is concerned.
Got it, sir.
Yes, sir.
So largely I was just trying to see in terms of industry participation, but also there seems to be a way in which training organizations need to reorient into this entire architecture so that they will be able to address. Probably one last comment from each one of you. What is some immediate challenge? Because while there is a long-term thing of getting onto this platform, looking at the next 12 months, 12 to 18 months, what is some immediate challenge that needs to be addressed jointly in this platform? If each one of you can tell what could be that priority area, high priority area, imminent challenge, which will help, because each district is going to open up the center. What is one challenge that they should be solving for?
Main challenge is the sourcing of candidate. Next challenge is the trainer. Trainer is not available. So we have to start the training program for the trainer, particularly in the construction field. Those who have already have experience in construction project and the basic knowledge, like have ITI or a diploma or degree, they can, after 5 to 6 years of experience, they can become a trainer. So we have to train the trainers program, and the sourcing of candidate is the main biggest challenge right now.
So in the foundation, probably if there is a registry of people who are available in this space in the training, that's one thing that they will need to solve for.
Yeah. My take would be that since this technology, products and processes are already in practice right now, training at scale is the challenge actually. I take it that way.
Training at scale will be the challenge.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. My take here is like probably the candidates are not coming in because their willingness to learn, no, that aspect is not there because they don't know what is going to be their benefit from it. So we will have to, I mean, there is an Naipunya portal now, so candidates' details are available. But when we reach out to them, they should have a clarity that what are they going to benefit from it. Then only they will come forward. And of course, the trainers part I'm saying, there are plenty of industry veterans in the field who are retired from the industry. They all will be recognized if they come to that kind of atmosphere, that kind of recognition if they get. It is not about teaching alone. Of course, the teaching it's a very special skill. Everyone cannot teach. But industry veterans who are really experienced in the field, went through 30 years, 40 years of experience, they have experienced so many things, which can be a storyteller's role also. But if they come forward to do it, it is going to be a recognition for the veterans, and it is going to be a benefit for the candidates who comes in. So it has to be a joint program, I can say.
The priority will be recognition of those practitioners and making it available and benefit for probably the workmanship. Those are two priorities.
Yeah, that's my take.
So Professor, last word from you. Yeah.
Yes, sir. Industry practitioners who have worked n number of years, they are having quantum of work experience. They must be called and they must be honored, and they must come forward to train the skilled labor, that is most important, or skilled technician. And the technician also must be given incentive so that when they come forward, they must know that, okay, if I do this particular type of training, I will be getting the incentive, so the interest will come forward. So training, skill with the help of industry practitioners. That can be the conclusion, sir.
Thank you, everyone. I think it's been a fantastic panel in terms of looking at it. Disruptive innovation happening in this space, but it is very heartening to hear that the industry is coming forward, collaboratively work with the government to make the impact happen. So thank you, everyone. I think we have a good learning from this. Thanks for the industry panelists for sharing their experience.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, sirs. Thank you so much for the wonderful panel session. Now I request the Commissioner of Skill Development and Training, Sri G. Ganesh Kumar IAS, sir, to kindly felicitate the panelists. Pehle to Deepak Sharma, sir. We have the panelists on the dais. And Punos John Gar. Deepak Sharma Gar. That is Punos John, sir. And Aldo Varghese Gar. Also Dr. Satish Kumar Garu. And the chair and moderator, Mr. Madhavan Garu. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we have the we have the next session on design and architecture, evolving architectural practice, skills for design, delivery, and sustainability. This is Hall 1. Next session on the theme design and architecture. I now invite panelist Soma Jagadish Sai Garu, Dr. YSR Architecture and Fine Arts University, to please come forward. A civil engineering academic with enterprise in construction planning, concrete technology, surveying and structural design, brings experience across teaching, research, publications and technology authorship. His academic work is complemented by professional engagement and sustainable materials of planning and applications. Here we have Soma Jagadish Sai Garu, the panelist, and also Executive Vice President NAREDCO, Kiran Kumar Pachuri Garu. He is a seasoned professional with extensive experience across education consultancy, infrastructure development, and real estate. Currently serves as Executive Vice President of NAREDCO Andhra Pradesh, representing a large network of industry stakeholders. Right. And now I invite Assistant Professor SRM University, Dr. Ravi Teja Garu. He's a panelist. He is an accomplished academic and researcher specializing in geometrical and geo-environmental engineering. His enterprise spans landfill engineering, reliability-based design, and sustainable waste management technologies. And now we also have another academician, Professor of Architecture, SPA Vijayawada, Dr. Sadhu Venkatakrishna Kumar Garu. He is an architect and house planner with over 27 years of academic and professional experience. His enterprise includes architecture, housing, settlement planning, and real estate advisory. He has contributed to curriculum development, feasibility studies, PPP project documentation, and research on vernacular housing and human settlements. I also invite the Director, E&S KPMG, Mr. Rajarshi Dasgupta. He acts as the moderator for today's session. Mr. Rajarshi Dasgupta is the Director at KPMG with over 17 years of experience in skill development and education. He has led large-scale initiatives across 15 plus states, including the Andhra Pradesh Skill Census and Maharashtra Skill Policy, bringing deep enterprise in workforce planning, financial modeling, and institutional frameworks. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the panel 2, themed Design and Architecture, Evolving Architectural Practice, Skills for Design, Delivery, and Sustainability. Now, I request Mr. Rajarshi Dasgupta to kindly act as the moderator and the chair for this session. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Very good afternoon to all the esteemed panelists. It's truly an honor for me to moderate a session full of such eminent panelists. So without any further delay, I would probably just, jump right into the topic being design and architecture, right? So we'll probably look at it from a skills and from an architectural point of view, that how the skill sets and the competencies in design and architecture has been kind of shaping over the course of years. And this comes at a time when our country itself is witnessing massive transformation in the entire construction and the urban transformation space, right? So from that perspective, what I would probably like to hear from each one of you is, just as an opening remark, that what is it that you would also see as this transformation from your lens, for the country, because we talk about Viksit Bharat, right? So from that lens, that how is this design and architecture kind of shaping into a Viksit Bharat kind of a dream that our entire country has? So, sir, if you may kindly start. Thank you.
Good morning to all the dignitaries and all the panelists and remaining eminent persons. In my view, in olden days, architecture and all these things is related to just drawing and 2D modeling. But nowadays, architecture is no more like a theoretical part. It should be like from pre-construction stage to post-construction stage, what are the tasks will be there, and coordinating each tasks one by one, and workflow. Everything should be in sequential manner. So by coordinating all these things, every aspect, then it will be like a, means it will build a modern era in very beautiful way. So that is the thing. Architecture is no more a theoretical oriented. It should be like a practical oriented one.
Right, so thank you so much. I think what point you're very correctly emphasizing is the entire traditional architecture is changing, is evolving with time and pace. So that's a very well made point, sir. That's something that I would take note of. Sir, if you can kindly share your views.
Yeah. Good afternoon, everybody. Myself, Kiran Parchuri. I am the developer actually. As a developer, my firm name is Square Infra. As a developer, we need across the table all the architects and civil engineers, even MEP professionals, even other landscape professionals also. Here, at the implementation stage, here what you said is everybody used to say this National Academy of Construction. Its main motto is skilling, upskilling, and reskilling. In that way, if you see even our HRD secretaries are also said about the Naipunyam. If you see majority the training areas, majority trainings are going for this IT, even other professions. But if you take this construction side, the skilling is very less, sir. The training professionals also, the training also it's very less. If you take the example of these architects, theory-based learning is more. Instead of their practically learning is very less actually. While doing their architecture or civil engineer or MEP and other courses, they better to involve with our construction sites also. Majority construction is going on across India. If you see the cities, even other rural areas, even other district areas also, apart from this theory-based learning, this practical-based learning also important. Anyway, they are going to, what Sari said, from the basic stage, from the design stage, they will develop all sort of drawings like architectural design. Even this architectural design also, they need to integrate everything. They don't see only this, how the building is going to come, means the vision and all, that is fine. Along with that, they need to integrate this civil structural drawings, are they executable? At the same time also, they need to insert this MEP drawings, at the same also landscape drawings. That's my vision, sir.
Right, sir. So I think the point you're very correctly making is the skills part of, the practical part of learning needs to happen, needs to be augmented than the academic part of learning. Very well made point, sir. We'll take a note of that. Sir, if I can just request you to share your views.
Yeah, good afternoon. So now we are in a stage where our construction and design is rapidly shifting from isolated 2D design to an integrated BIM modeling. So now the engineer is not only the person who can draw and deliver the drawing, he also needs to coordinate and integrate with the different stakeholders once from the initiation of the project till execution. Regarding the architecture you have mentioned, now not like the same old box kind of structures are required. Even in government buildings, we can see one of the best example is Bharat Mandapam, how the architecture has been designed. So now, along with the safety and quality, the architecture is also coming into the picture, where there is a major requirement of the BIM experts who needs to design this. And one more example I can give in how this technology is being taken in 2025. Karnataka government has announced that they are shifting from chain surveying to the GPS-based measuring the coordinates for all their revenue sites. So this is one of the shifting from traditional approaches to the technological-based innovations.
Right, so I think I completely agree with you, because what has happened is the role of an architect is also changing, is what you're emphasizing upon. Traditional architects who used to do the certain job in a certain way and methodology is completely changing and transforming with a tech-based, digital kind of enabled service that an architect is now kind of providing. Very well made point again, sir. Thank you so much. Sir, if I may request you also.
Good afternoon all. Myself, Krishna Kumar, and it's a beautiful panel with diverse persons and diverse ideas. As an opening remark, I would like to say that it is very popular and very convenient to say that industry and classroom should be aligned and there should be a very healthy interface. But when it comes to reality, especially representing architecture institutions, there are about 420 institutions in India as per the records of Council of Architecture. Out of these, there are at least 100 different schools of thought. 420 schools and 100 different schools of thought. All the schools of thought are rich enough, while the reality is architecture used to be lauded as a mother of all arts. That has been a traditional and ever-living eternal statement. From that, the departure is towards calling architecture is a building science. That means we are trying to move from something which is emotional to something which is measurable and provable. So this shift, many institutions are probably not in line or yet to fall in line with this transformation from being mother of all arts to accepting architecture as a building science which is measurable. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. That's an excellent point you've made, and quite a thought-provoking also, if I may say this, that architecture is transforming from mother of arts to science. That's excellent point, sir. So in this context, sir, let me ask you another question. 2026, you cannot talk anything without AI, right? So the way AI transformation is also happening in every sector, do you think conventional architecture or the way architecture was taught in colleges would remain the way it is, or the entire definition of an architect would change given AI kind of a transformation? And what are the transformations that you see, sir, in let's say an architect of 2036 or 2047 as we are kind of looking at Viksit Bharat?
Yeah, let me continue to share my ignorance. Honestly, I think by 2036 or even 2047, my dream is that AI, at least in the field of architecture, industry related to architecture, AI should be rephrased as architectural intelligence, because architectural intelligence comes with a built-in thought. How can you intelligently manifest architectural thoughts into ideas which can be translated into reality? Now, coming straight to the point, what could be the changing scenario, or what could be the shift in terms of what we are doing now to what we would be doing then? As of now, artificial intelligence, I repeat, artificial intelligence is being used as a tool by most of our students to probably limit their thought process, not as an institution of School of Planning and Architecture, Vijayawada, but students per se are trying to carry a misconception that a little thought can germinate a big tree and they have to do less. But once bitten, twice shy, students have very quickly understood that artificial intelligence enables them to churn out more alternatives. But the parent thought should be as pristine and as genuine and as an outcome of sincerity. So AI can make inroads into architectural thought process in a limited way right now, but maybe in the years to come, things probably would change. The authenticity of an architect or thinking of I'm not trying to be passionate about architecture. I'm trying to be as realistic as possible, at the same time maintaining empathy with the mother of all arts.
Right, so you're basically saying AI will not replace an architect. AI will not replace an architect, but AI will probably transform the way how architects fundamentally has been working, and the way of work would change, right, sir? So in this line, I would like to ask you also kind of a question, in the sense that future architects, will they be drawing buildings, or they would probably be designing intelligent systems? As sir said, that architecture intelligence, AI, will a future architect be again drawing buildings or kind of designing systems which would actually enable them to draw buildings?
So there was a study which says that by 2035, 60% of the traditional work done by the architect will be replaced by AI. Okay, and so they will not do no more drawing or drafting, but instead they will use AI as an intelligent technical assistant, and their work is more based on integration with the different units and then execution the project. So their routine work will be replaced by the AI. So they are becoming more coordination and integrity based architects than the regular draftsmen.
Right, sir. So that's also a very interesting point you made. I think I'll take a cue from what you said, sir, to you, sir. So in today's kind of a curriculum that is taught to students, are you teaching something that probably will not exist in the next 5 to 6 years? Because a person who gets into college today, undergrad, would probably in 5 or 6 years hit the workforce and start working. So today what he or she is learning in the academic institution, will that job not exist at all? Or there is some kind of a planning that is happening today, sir, in the curriculum?
Yeah, what you said is right, sir. Actually, what they are learning in the classroom is definitely, it's a old only. So many different trends are coming up in the technology wise, even the construction side also. They need to update it practically. Anyway, at present days, we have a very good platform, what you have said, artificial intelligence. Yeah, majority expertise, they dumped so much of knowledge into this online platforms. What AI will do, whatever the thought process we have, just we need to give some inputs to this AI that will give the better output to us as per our ideology and all. In that way, the students who are all into this architectural or some other like civil and other engineering graduates, they need to get the latest knowledge and all. But classroom wise, that is basics is compulsory. Basic fundamentals, that won't change actually. Whatever the trends means, the design style or other whatever the latest technologies are coming up in the construction technology, even the building materials, even latest what we are discussing now about the green practices, green building certifications, everybody they're saying. Means in this green building certifications, what majority, even our Chief Minister Chandrababu Naidu garu also saying, net zero practices, means what? Net zero energy, net zero water, even this net zero carbons. In that way also, they need to upgrade their technology. As per their passion, they can learn more. Even you see many other volunteer organizations also there, associations also there. I am from the NAREDCO, National Real Estate Development Council. This is established by Mahua, Minister of Housing and Urban Affairs Minister. He is our chief patron actually. We deal with mainly with the policy making for this building rules across India. What are the best rules we can get as per the market demands and all. In that way, they can upgrade it as per their passion and requirements and all. That's what I say, sir.
Right, sir. So you also agree that industry is changing faster than how the curriculum change is kind of happening. So that bridge needs to happen. So with that, sir, I would like to ask you also, sir, in your institution, how are you trying to bridge that gap?
Actually, our institution is based on hands-on experience, sir. Even our curriculum is designed as 50% of the thing is theoretical and 50% is related to hands-on experience like assignments or field visits or such type of things. So what our motto is, it is established in 2020, sir. Actually, it is not even popularized because of some land issue or some other things. But it is a state specialized university. It is, we have many multidisciplinary courses. So in regular technical institutes like any JNTUs or any other Andhra University or some other kind, we find civil engineering and all these things. But in our university, we have different multidisciplinary courses like we have I&PR. After that, BTech in Construction Technology Management, BTech in Building Technology, BTech in Digital Techniques for Design and Planning, such type of all these courses are there. So why government also initiated these things? Because see, if you go in conventional mode, everything will be like an older type of things. But if we are mostly focusing on new inventions or new type of new type of things. So new ideas will be generated in next generation. So see sir, if we stop in like single story or multi-story buildings, there we won't see skyscrapers, right? So from that generation, from like past 3 decades onwards, we are seeing many construction generation, means it is getting improvements, right sir? So what I say is there should be multidisciplinary in all the curriculums. Things should be incorporated, like even hands-on experiences and internships also should be there. So curriculum should be updated like 3 to 5 years immediately, sir. Like it should not be for long run. So it will be good.
Sir, is there any specific assistance that you would think would be required from a government's perspective? Because government plays a very important stakeholder in this entire,
Yes,
connect between industry and...
should also take necessary steps also. Even it is a government university, right sir? So government took an initiation to implement these type of courses. So what I am telling is, if we go for new thing, even it might hit or it might flop. But if we give a try, then there will be a fruitfulness, right sir? So that is the main motto what I want to share with
Right, sir. Thank you so much for that point, sir. So I'll come to you now with some data points. Like you also mentioned some data, sir. So it is said that 65% of our country's population is below the age of 35, right? And it says that the construction sector contributes to about 9% of the country's GDP, right? So being such an important sector and also contributing to workforce, it is definitely one of the topmost contributors of workforce and employment for our country. At the same time, staying with AI and trends, the trend analysis has been that in other sectors it has been seen that AI replacement of jobs are mostly happening at entry levels, right? So the seniors in the industry have seen that with AI, they can probably do away with a lot of entry level jobs. Is that what you also see, sir, in this construction sector or architect kind of a skill set?
Yeah, no, thanks for this question, sir. I can very well relate to this. AI can replace architects or AI cannot replace architects. Probably cannot fetch a direct answer. But what I truly believe is AI can moderate the quantity of man hours to be put, whether it is entry level or senior professionals level. The time that is spent in visualizing or doing lot of iterations of design alternatives can be reduced. That way a person can do more number of work or can achieve work-life balance better. The office time the time that he spends in profession till 8, 9, 10 or endless hours can probably contribute to more emphasis towards family and quality life. That on the empathy side. But in terms of GDP or the contribution, I humbly would like to add that this 9% is taking real estate as well as construction or architecture into picture. Now, if that has to be understood, I would also like to put forward 6 different schools of thought which the academia is looking at. I think I have time. I have 1 more minute of time. We, in the recent a brainstorming session within our institution, we have identified that the proposed curricula or new curricula in architectural education can be across 6 streams. And they are technology driven, number 1. 2, construction technology driven. 3, entrepreneurship driven. 4, climate driven. 5, emotion driven. 6 are embedded within this 5. But since science is ever evolving, the institutes or academic institutions probably will fall flat if we try to win the race. Any academic institutions, fundamentally academic institution or research and academic institutions' role is not only to make students industry ready. It will be a myth to think that institutions can make people industry ready. No. Institutions can make students or its graduates as enabled learners. They can adapt and others can adopt them easily and they can adapt to changing circumstances, because by the time they graduate, since science is ever evolving, the speed at which science is evolving or technology is evolving, and the speed at which institutions can frequently change the curricula or revise the curricula cannot be equated. So as School of Planning and Architecture Vijayawada, which I represent, and also academia in particular, I think the job of institutions should not be a rat race of creating industry-ready students. We would probably lose out on the ethos and the thought process, so we can only make them learning-enabled, so that they are into the habit of lifelong learning. They can learn anything at an easier pace, because everything can't be learned within 4 or 5 years. It should be on the field, the drastic life.
Very interesting point, sir, that you have made. Not industry-ready, but learning-enabled. So I'll keep that in mind. So moving on a bit, so another buzzword that has been, doing a lot of rounds is sustainability, and that's also there as a part of our topic. So sustainability also, if you look at it from a past 5 to 7 year kind of a time frame, sustainability was a very niche kind of a topic or a competency, but now it has become rather a need of the hour, right? You cannot do without being sustainable from a ESG perspective, from a climate perspective, whatever perspective that one may think of. So do you think, according to you, the design and architecture kind of a sector, subsector that you may call, is also moving in that direction of ensuring that sustainability becomes need of the hour kind of a competency, or you think there's still some time to kind of catch up?
It is the need of the hour, because we, like some certifications, as you see, some buildings are showing certification that this is a green building and sustainably constructed and certified by IGBC or LEEDs with the daylight saving or rainwater harvesting. So sustainability metrics are the need of the hours. At least government has to mandate this sustainability certification, at least for major projects, to get IGBC or LEEDs certification, so that we will go in the sustainable way. Unless there is no imposition or measures taken by the government towards sustainability, it will not be implemented in an active case in all the construction. So there should be measures taken by the government and private sector to implement sustainability, and for projects crossing some budget, this sustainability certification should be mandated.
Right, so you're saying that there is step in the right direction, but probably more and more impetus needs to be given from a sustainability point of view for it to happen in that way. So what are your thoughts about it? Like, from a change of curriculum perspective, do you think that sustainability kind of related areas are already being embedded into today's day and age of curriculum, or probably that is still not done in the way and manner how the industry has been shaping, sir?
Yeah, what you said is right, sir. This sustainability is most important. Even the government policy also strictly implementing for us. What are the procedures we are taking for this, even STP, like what sir said, water harvesting mechanisms and sewerage treatment plants. At the same time, this energy efficiency measures, and also in the construction, main part is this building materials. Building materials also should be, the zero carbon emission is important for that also. Why means the healthy lifestyle also important for the families who are there living in the our buildings or villas and other building products actually. So this sustainability wise and also long standing, what everybody is saying, no, recycle and reuse, that is also main important. Here, we need to secure our nature also. Nature in the sense, energy is most important. At the same time, water resources are very less for us. We need to reduce the usage of water. Means what are the plumbing side, if you say take this plumbing, CP sanitary means, what are the water saving measures we are taking in that way. At the same time also, what are the electrical products we are using for saving the energy. At the same time, this water treatment mechanisms also and sewerage treatment plants also. These are all the measures already we are taking as per the government. At the same time, uh, we can go for this building certifications also. Actually, that the government has given as an optional subject. We want means we can go for, if you take this IGBC, Indian Green Building Certification. If you take this, the Amravati is the very good example for us. The new capital city, it's building from the scrap. It's a design city actually. The design city itself, it's a platinum certified blue, green, livable and sustainable city. In that way, what they are giving, every amenities, means it's a, what we can say now, in the work environment, plug and play environment. Like way, even Amaravati also, it's coming like plug and play environment only, ready to for building. Means every facility they are giving from the base ground level itself. Water facilities they are giving, electricity facilities they are giving, like way road facility they are giving, even other amenities also they are providing. Nowhere it's happened in India. We can see we are getting a very good capital, Amaravati, as you said. For that also, this main, the skilling of labor and this technical engineers also, so much of scarcity is there for the execution. Anyway, this Norman Foster's like it's a big architects has given the plans and all, but implementation is also most important. For that, the government has to take more measures, how to train the technicians, even this labor also, means manpower also is the most important. As per the drawing, they need to execute that on the ground. For this and all, the government has to take so many measures to produce a skill-based environment. Thank you.
Right, so thank you so much, sir. We are already towards the end of the time, but I'll put up my last question for you, sir. So according to you, what would be the top 3 skill sets that an architect would need to have, given the kind of transformation that we are witnessing all around?
There is a concept called triple constraint, sir. So triple constraint means time, cost, quality. So we have to balance in construction that time, cost, quality. We have to balance all these 3 constraints. If we fail to confine to any of these 3 things, the project gets failure. So everyone, because beyond this, there is one other thing that is called scope. So what is the thing is, all the architects or civil engineers or any type of construction people must first find that scope is viable or not. If it is viable, then they have to go into the project. Otherwise, they will face many lot of issues, right, sir? So this is the thing what I have to conclude it.
All right, sir. So do you want to make an addition to that? Thank you.
Not an addition, I mark a tangent there. I recall today morning, the person who is responsible for, who is at the helm of affairs for Guntur district, Sri Saikant IAS, he came to a stall, and this is my humble appeal to all of you to visit the stall of School of Planning and Architecture, where the students have put their academic projects in the form of models and drawings. They all carried very less of artificial intelligence and more of architectural intelligence, translating from drawings to models. So Sri Saikant IAS, sir came to the stall and he was impressed, and he said that he would like to offer certain projects, real-time projects as internships to our students and deliver within, let us say, 6 months of time. The word internship means a practical exposure to real-time problems. What we teach in the institution is we give a hypothetical academic project and ask them to deliver or design and draw certain things. In contradiction of that, opposing that, what institutes like ours do is, we take real-time problems. National Institute of Fashion Technology is proposed in Amaravati. Let us take it as an example. So we have taken that as a live project and given it as an academic project in our institution. Many of the institutions do it. And those are the models that we have displayed today, and that has marked a spark, that has ignited the Honorable IAS officer to say that if this is the work, then probably we can think of this good work to be carried into real time. Now this also answers your earlier query, sir, that what should be the efforts or support that you would expect from the government. So this is the kind of support. Government of Andhra Pradesh has thankfully come forward to offer internships. And in institutions like ours, we have a very strong and robust research and consultancy. So we get consultancy projects, and those would be partially academic made, and there are professionals to work on it. Our students also get to work on construction projects. And the efforts of Government of Andhra Pradesh to give us projects as consultancy, this is a continuation of the answer that question that you have asked and sir has answered. And I also would like to conclude from my side, the race between industry and academia should not become a Thucydides trap, where Professor Allison is working actively on it, Thucydides trap. And yes, that was in a nutshell. Thank you, Mr. Dasgupta.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. That was such an interesting point that you have made. I would like to thank all of you for such interesting points that has come across. And I really take cue of what you said, sir, that Government of Andhra Pradesh can probably give more of internships, more of such real-time projects for the students to learn, which would be on-job kind of a training. Thank you. With that, sir, I conclude the session. Thank you once again for this lovely thing. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. That was a wonderful session on design and architecture, evolving architectural practice, skills for design delivery and sustainability. Ladies and gentlemen, now I request the Additional Director General, Skill Development and Training, Sri Manohar Garu, to kindly felicitate the panelists on the dais. Firstly, Dr. YSR Architecture and Fine Arts University panelist, Soma Jagdish Sai Garu. అదేవిధంగా ఎగ్జిక్యూటివ్ వైస్ ప్రెసిడెంట్ నారెడ్కో కిరణ్ కుమార్ పరుచూరి గారు. అదేవిధంగా ప్యానలిస్ట్ అసిస్టెంట్ ప్రొఫెసర్ ఎస్ఆర్ఎం యూనివర్సిటీ డాక్టర్ రవితేజ గారు. అదేవిధంగా ప్రొఫెసర్ ఆఫ్ ఆర్కిటెక్చర్ ఎస్పీఏ విజయవాడ డాక్టర్ సాధు వెంకట కృష్ణ కుమార్ గారు. And also Director E&S KPMG, Mr. Rajarshi Das Gupta garu. Mr. Rajarshi Das Gupta garu. Director E&S KPMG. Ladies and gentlemen, now I request you all to kindly proceed for the lunch. Lunch, just a minute. Just a moment. ఒక 5 minutesలో మీరు అందరూ కూడా లంచ్కి వెళ్తారు కానీ kindly spare 5 more minutes please. చెక్ రైట్, గమనించాలి. I request everyone to kindly proceed for the lunch. And small announcement, ఎవరికైతే ఎల్లో ట్యాగ్స్ ఉన్నాయో, ఎల్లో ట్యాగ్స్ ఉన్న వాళ్ళు మీరు స్టేజ్కి లెఫ్ట్ సైడ్ వెళ్ళాలి. ఎల్లో ట్యాగ్స్ కాకుండా వైట్ ట్యాగ్స్ ఉన్న వాళ్ళు కొంచెం రైట్ సైడ్. మెనూలో ఎట్లాంటి చేంజ్ లేదు, సేమ్ మెనూ ఎవ్రీవేర్. నో వరీస్, ఇక్కడ ఏదో కొత్త వెరైటీస్ ఉంటాయని ఏం కంగారు లేదు. మెనూలో ఎట్లాంటి చేంజ్ లేదు. కాకపోతే మన దగ్గర ఇన్వెస్ట్ చేయడానికి వచ్చిన ఇండస్ట్రియలిస్ట్ అండ్ మనతో కొలాబరేట్ అవ్వాల్సిన ఇండస్ట్రియలిస్ట్కి జస్ట్ ఏ సార్ట్ ఆఫ్ ఆనర్ ఆన్ బిహాఫ్ ఆఫ్ ఆంధ్రప్రదేశ్ గవర్నమెంట్ అంతే. దయచేసి ఎల్లో ట్యాగ్ ఉన్న వాళ్ళందరూ లెఫ్ట్ సైడ్, వైట్ ట్యాగ్ ఉన్న వాళ్ళందరూ రైట్ సైడ్కి వెళ్ళవలసిందిగా అభ్యర్థన. అక్కడ కూడా ఏసీ ఉంది, ఏం కంగారు పడద్దు. ఎండ చాలా ఎక్కువ ఉంది, హాటెస్ట్ డే ఆఫ్ ఆల్ టైమ్స్. ఎండ చాలా ఎక్కువ ఉంది. మీరు భోజనం తీసుకొచ్చి ఏసీ కౌంటర్ దగ్గర మీరు కూర్చోవచ్చు. ఎల్లో ట్యాగ్ వాళ్ళు, the people who are with yellow tags are requested to kindly proceed for the lunch, which is located from the left side of the dais. Thank you. Kindly remember, this is a working lunch. దయచేసి గమనించాలి, ఇది వర్కింగ్ లంచ్. మామూలు లంచ్కి వర్కింగ్ లంచ్కి తేడా తెలుసని అనుకుంటున్నాను. మామూలు లంచ్ అయితే చక్కగా కబుర్లు చెప్పుకుంటూ ఒక గంట 2 గంటలు తిన్నా పర్వాలేదు. ఇది వర్కింగ్ లంచ్ కాబట్టి బిలో 1 అవర్, ఒక 45 మినిట్స్లో ఇంకా సెషన్స్ ఉన్నాయి, ఇంకా ప్యానల్స్ ఉన్నాయి కాబట్టి టకటగా తినేసి టకటగా వచ్చేయవలసిందిగా అభ్యర్థన. థ్యాంక్ యూ సో మచ్.
Virtual DJ.
Right, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to this wonderful national workshop on skill in construction technologies. Right? Hope you all had good lunch. Chakaga bhonchesaru. Right? Post-lunch sessions are very critical sessions. సో చాలా ఇంట్రెస్టింగ్ టాపిక్స్ అన్నీ ఉన్నాయి. ఎందుకంటే చక్కగా మటన్ బిర్యానీ తిన్న తర్వాత వన్ గుడ్ నాప్ solves all problems అన్నట్టు. Right, so that to overcome that we have put wonderful and interesting sessions on electricals and devices, evolving electrical skills from wiring to smart devices and integrated systems. Ladies and gentlemen, now I invite the panelists onto the dais. Panelist Dr. S. Raviteja Garu, Professor, KL University. Right. He is a PhD graduate, qualified assistant professor, EEE, KL University, with over 11 years of experience, specializes in power electronics, multi-level inverters, PV or grid, ML control, EV power conversion, active in teaching plus research plus student coordination. He is none other than Professor Dr. S. Raviteja Garu. And also we have the next panelist, accountable manager and DGCA approved drone instructor, Vayu Drone Academy Private Limited. Dr. K. Ramesh Kumar Garu is the next panelist. He is a seasonal professional with over 20 years of combined academic and industrial experience. He specializes in drone pilot training, UAV systems, curriculum development, and engineering design analysis. He has also played a key role in establishing drone remote pilot technology, training organizations, and advancing UAV-based technical education. Put your hands together and welcome Dr. K. Ramesh Kumar Garu, the next panelist. And now I invite the next panelist, Sabbisetti Anant Garu, Panasonic Life Solutions Private Limited, a management professional with 15 years of experience in sales and project management across the electrical lighting and telecom sectors. He has worked with the leading organizations and brings strong market enterprise across Andhra and Telangana, currently associated with Panasonic Life Solutions India in the power project segment. We now invite panelist HOD, JNTUA College of Engineering, Dr. G.V. Nagesh Kumar Garu. Dr. G.V. Nagesh Kumar Garu is a distinguished EEE academic and researcher specializing in GIS, evolutionary computation, and facts, with strong publications, awards, and active engagement in consultancy, funded projects, and professional bodies. Next, I invite the moderator, the partner of E&S KPMG, Mr. Madhavan Garu. Mr. Madhavan is the partner of KPMG and Quality and Assurance Lead. With over 20 years of experience, he brings extensive enterprise in quality systems, assurance frameworks, and process excellence, offering a strong perspective on performance, compliance, and operational standards. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the next panel post-lunch session themed Electricals and Devices, Evolving Electrical Skills from Wiring to Smart Devices and Integrated System. I now extend my mic to Mr. Madhavan Garu, the chair and moderator for this panel. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Welcome everyone. After a good lunch, right, we electricals to fire it up probably, and kind of bring everyone to life, and probably some amount of electrical appliances and curriculum to talk about. So without much ado, probably I will break this segment into 2-3 parts. From the morning we have been trying to say, in each one of these segments, the first section talks about what is emerging in the field that you are working, which is something related to changes in the industry, disruptive changes that are happening in the industry, because of which you see certain kind of workmanship or a skilled manpower is required going forward. Because what was happening in the last few years will be very different from the next few years because of the technological changes. So the first section is probably discussing with the panelists about the changes part of it. The second part of it is more in terms of, we are saying, how do we as an industry try and address quality manpower at scale in terms of looking at it. So what is some challenge that is there today, and what could be some possible solution is the second question that we will deal. and then probably, kind of we can have an open conversation in terms of how can we really make things work in an immediate future, not taking 4-5 years of change, but how can we really look at what can happen in the next 12 months, because this is very pressing challenge for the industry, is something that we will look at. So we will follow this structure. I will go for an opening remarks with Dr. Ravi Teja in terms of looking at electrical. A lot more in terms of, again, electricity is like an lifeline in terms of looking at it. So coming from that sector, which involves either from a domestic side of it, LV, or probably substations, power, and other, what do you see as the biggest changes in this sector, and what is probably some of the skills that are very, very required in this sector at this point in time from the industry side?
Thank you, Chair, and dear participants. Very good afternoon to all. So we have seen what has been without a phone, for anyone, right? So I majorly identify like it is not like the curriculum is not sufficient or something like that. So now it is all about integration of the things and understanding multidisciplinary aspects. So the graduates or the technical certificate holders, right? So they are specialized in the basics, so they know all the basic related things. Now the industry is like a product is a multidisciplinary. Now the construction is no more 5 different verticals. So one product of the electrical needs to communicate or need to interact with all other different groups. So the skills that are required are rather than a procedural approach, it should be an analytical approach. I say like everyone is moving one step forward. The entrepreneurs are moving from one step forward. So are the engineers, so are the supervisors, so are the foremen, so are the assistant electricians. So everyone now should think like, I will do once my superordinate say it. Rather than that, I'll analyze myself. Okay, that I think that should be the approach in the coming years. So rather than a procedural, it should be an analytical approach. Why, how the systems are interconnected, right? And how I can deliver something before a superordinate says to me, right?
So largely from a basic electrician to probably if there are HVAC systems, if there are fire systems, if there are safety systems, you're saying people who are trained in electrical will work in integrated systems, and hence they should have more knowledge of that, and that's the industry requirement.
Exactly, because the modern constructions are integrated. So everyone, one has to know the idea, not a core working, but what are its relation to his own trade.
Okay, so it's more, is it more specific to particular technologies, or is it more systems that they will need to change to?
Specialized in a technology and understanding of different systems.
Okay, okay. So both kinds of skill sets you are saying. One is systemic knowledge. The second is probably particular technology they should be adapted and they should be more skillful. And that's where the industry is growing, is what you're saying.
Exactly.
Quite interesting to see something like maybe Dr. Ramesh, in terms of looking at drones coming into this kind of a space. And you have also been looking at, kind of UAV systems. So how do you see the industry changing, and what kind of, because of that innovation, what kind of skill sets are really required in the industry?
Good afternoon, everyone. Actually, as previous session also they discussed about, theoretical knowledge, like a degree knowledge. So that is the basic things provides to the students about, 20 to 30%. Last 2 sessions they discussed about the basic degree. So that is actually giving the students about 20 to 30, 40% maximum. So after that, the industry is going in different direction. So as a student, so they need to get the, what is the industry need. So even though now there are so many universities, they are also adapting what is the latest technologies in their domain. For example, civil engineering, civil construction. So the drones are extensively used in civil construction sectors. Because previously we are using the traditional surveying method, mapping method. It took almost 3 to 4 days, 3 to 4 months, based on the size of the area we are going to measure. So after implementation of the drone technology, so we can complete everything within the 4 to 5 hours. So, and then effort will be reduced. And then we can do the drone surveying mapping in some difficult area, even mining area, hills area. So the skill set is very, very important apart from the traditional degree, like whatever the student getting from the university, like a BTech civil engineering or BTech mechanical engineering and BTech electrical engineering or computer science engineering. So that is that the skill is the another 50 to 60% the company is looking for now. So that is we can see from the our industry, our company. So because we are in the first session also Professor mentioned very good point about that there are a very less number of students studying about the civil engineering and core engineering branches. Because in our company we are not getting any qualified drone data processing engineers. There is no proper qualified civil engineers. So what we are doing, we are getting the computer science engineers to train them, and we are deploying in this type of drone data processing software that is basically on the surveying data analysis, surveying mapping development, like a digital terrain model, digital surface modeling, orthomosaic, all those things now actually civil domain become now computer science domain. Because many computer science engineers, they know, what there are different types of softwares are available, like, AI tools. So, but they don't have the proper skill of civil engineering and construction sector. So what our company is doing, we are, instead of, we are not getting the qualified civil engineers, so we mold the computer science engineers, so we are using in this, our drone data processing domain. So that's why the company is going in different direction, but so we need to make the student ready for the industry.
Interesting, interesting. So you are saying that the role itself is emerging, whether it is with drone plus data that is there, and also some amount of surveying, mapping that they are doing, they are able to use it with the tools. Non-availability of that kind of a workmanship, you are saying that the company is training. Probably, kind of this if this needs to happen at scale, the training institution should satisfy this need. But the industry is moving in a very different direction than the traditional workforce, which used to produce civil engineers, which are producing pure computer science engineer for programming, not for this one. So quite interesting. So just to understand probably, kind of Mr. Anant from Panasonic. So trying to understand probably electrical appliances and other areas in the way it is being in this sector, in the construction sector, and probably kind of home appliances and electricals and others. How do you see, because installation, maintenance, integrating these systems seems to be a huge area. Some of the current courses that are running seems to be on the consumer durables or a CCTV installation or home solutions and automated installations that are happening. So how do you see skill sets emerging for these? Because there is a lot of consumption of electricians are being called to install sophisticated solutions.
So being we are initially before 20 years, so we should have a conventional wiring and conventional automation. We should have conventional wiring devices. Regarding, so we should have screw type switches. So we upgraded to modular to then automation, so automate to IoT. So how the technology is developing, like, so from manual mode, so we are coming to, automation. So from coming to this wiring also, initially we should have conventional wiring, then conventional to, if right now we were following FR, FRLSH, ZHFR, so almost we coming technologies, e-beam technology. So coming to the skills, right now the people is to upgrade. We have to train them that. So regarding this, software, what software we are using for this installation of the automation. So we are right now we are having almost every product is upgrading like for future technologies. So right coming to this lighting also, we are following the sensor lights are there, and automation automatic lighting is there. So everything is linked with Wi-Fi. So Wi-Fi or some software. So we have to train the people. So what upgraded technology is there? So we have to skill set them according to the technology upgradation.
So largely in the industry, the automation is moving very fast.
Yes.
Either you are saying smart lighting
Yes.
that is happening in there, or secure solutions that is happening in
Yeah.
there. So the wiring is coupled with some amount of hardware solution, some amount of software that is happening, and IoT that is happening.
Comparable. So we are. So how the technology is improving like that? It is safety and energy efficiency is involved in this. So and durability will mostly energy.
So from an industry perspective, is that like just to answer ask the other question? He said talent for drone is not directly available. Drone plus data is not directly available from institutions for the industry. So in your case also, is there a talent that is directly available, or you are looking at taking some other talent
right
and
now,
then training them in
like
these?
what right now currently we are doing that we company, what we do, we will conduct some meets for electricians, so for retailers, so to educate them what technology we are following. So how right now we are doing that. So in future we can do for anything.
So largely the industry is doing a lot of these awareness sessions of new technologies.
Yes.
Still not gone into the formal training institutions.
Yes.
So that is the gap that is there.
Yes.
Dr. Nagesh, probably, couple of things. One, I just picked up in terms of your expertise in GIS, which is there, and he was also talking about surveying. So how do you see it from both academia as well as you are looking at funded projects and real life projects that's happening? What's the big change that people, when they are investing into new technologies and capacity building being key, what do you see as a big change from a people perspective? While the technology is changing and real life projects need to happen, is the skills really available, and is there capacity that is there to address this change?
Good afternoon to one and all. As far as GS is concerned, gas insulated substations, humankind requires three things. The first one is the safety, second one is the reliability, and the third one is continuity of the supply. So already air insulated substations are already been present in India, but we know about that grid connectivity is being required as far as renewable energy is being concerned. So we should have a good grid infrastructure. That is, GIS will help us in this particular aspect where the continuity of the power will be restored. So all the government projects now, they are being giving only for the gas insulated substations, where gas insulated substations has got advantages that it happened to be very compact, maintenance free, and we can see like the extension is being possible both horizontally and vertically. And then the whole substation, you can just put it in this particular room and also in corridors. So this is what...
Does this change in technology to make it compact and make it more easy maintenance, does it require a different type of talent?
No, already these GIS are already, as far as industry perspective or to put it in practice, they are already been standardized. But as far as academia is concerned, we do research on the electric field studies. So the observed failures in Indian GS contest says like 30% of the failures is due to the material failures. So generally we have two types of insulation. One is a gaseous insulation, the other one is the solid insulation. So earlier GS used to use SF6 gas, but you know like this happened to be a greenhouse gas. So we are being using green gas, that is a fluoroketane gas, and also being a blue gas, that is a combination of N2 and O2. So these are the alternatives that have been coming as far as academic research is concerned in terms of using environmental friendly gases. And coming for the material, the conductors are being kept in the enclosure and they have been supported with the spacers or insulators. In overhead line also we have insulators, but this insulator spacers, whatever that they are being there, so they should see like at the triple junction points or at the weak points, the electric field stress is being uniform and the magnitude of the electric field stress should also be less. So we are concentrating on reducing the electric field stress. That's a parameter that we take it to do a research. And then for those particular things, we are using different types of spacers like delta spacers, 63 spacers, post type spacers, bulb spacers. So that is what academia research looks like in the reduction of the electric field stress, and also to mitigate the other faults like a particle contamination and all those things. But the problem with GS are very minor, but if it takes place, it is a total shutdown of the station or maybe a transmission line.
So 30% kind of problems are going to be related to the gases, and research related to that seems to be the area of focus, problem area of focus, and how to optimize that part of it. That seems to be one problem statement in the industry.
Yeah.
Are there enough skill sets that are currently available of people who are finding alternate solutions in this space? This seems to be an higher order, more an engineering problem rather than a skills kind of an area in terms of looking at it. So I'm just trying to say, is there a larger, the industry is facing efficiency or alternate source problem?
Actually, coming for this erection point of view, it's very easy, like just how the children are going to construct the building blocks. It's so easy, like they bring all to the site and just assemble that. So the installation process is all been very much less, and the manpower required is also been less. But putting it in practice, like as you know, like SF6 gas handling is the biggest issue. Safety. So safety and all those things. So those are the issues that we need to take care. But apart from that, it's maintenance free. And then the only drawback will be it's upon cost. It's a very higher cost. That's what
understood, sir. So largely from the industry side, the problem seems to be one, new technologies that are happening, moving. Industry is probably far ahead in terms of implementation. Leads the academia or the training institution in forms of skills. That's what you have indicated. To look at practically some of the solutions, rather than trying to say this gap exists, probably if each one of you can step in and say, how can this gap be solved? Is it more knowledge that needs to be imparted? Is it more hands-on skills and training? Because everybody, we were repeatedly hearing 80% should be hands-on, but this happens only in the industry. When they are studying, it becomes 80% learning, probably 20% of actually working in a real-life integrated environment. So my question to you is, what are some solutions that are available to keep pace with this changing technology, changing knowledge requirement, changing way of learning? Because it seems to be more hands-on learning in a real-life environment. So if there are some solutions that I can start with Dr. Ravi again.
Sure,
what could be some solutions in this space that can happen?
Yes, sir. I put it in two aspects, sir. So one, as the industry person, sir, is saying, right, whenever a new technology comes in and when they are working on it, and they are making aware to their stakeholders, right? So we are, in the academia, we are training our students with the same fundamentals, some specialized trade and all. So some technologies are possible to keep in the curriculum.
What might help is if there is a real example that you can say, maybe kind of audience will also be able to appreciate that. Any specific area you can take and put across those 2 points?
Yes, sir. I say like this. We keep some 10 experiments in the lab, electrical wiring, procuring the components, something like that for an electrician. Or we say like how it will work, what are the steps to make it work. So and anyone can say 95% they will don't fail in the lab exam, because the answer is already known, right? We teach the same 10 experiments, right? 2-point starter, how to make a 2-point starter work, right? If I have to set a frequency 50%, right? After some time I have to change it to 40%, right? If I follow the procedure, I will get the output. That we'll teach in the lab. And the same we test in the exam. When he goes for a job, when he or she goes for a job, it fails for some reason. There is no analysis part is missing here. So one thing, whatever the new thing that can be brought into the lab. So with the help of all these industry persons, with the MOUs and all, we can bring the same thing into the lab and we can train on the same module. And one important thing is, instead of a fixed procedure, that should be a test cases. So test cases are missing now, right? So we, in our engineering education, what are we doing? One of our evaluation part is the hackathon, right? So we teach some lab, we teach some skilling part, and finally in the hackathon, we take the problems from the application notes given by your engineers from the industry. So we take the problems which are faced by an engineer while integrating a motherboard, right? He will make it as an application note. So we'll collect all those application notes and we give them as a problem to our students to solve them in 24 hours. Whether we get a solution, industry level solution or not, different issue. What is happening here, the thinking is improving. So I do feel like, there should be open-ended exercises as well. The evaluation should also be changed a little from the conventional evaluation. And whenever it is possible to get a kit, a specialized kit from a particular industry where a large workforce is required, so that should be in the lab, not in the industry first.
Understood. So two things. One, you are saying bring the assessment method or make it open. So you are moving closer to real life assessment kind of an exercise.
Whatever he see in the industry, that he should foresee it.
Foresee it. The second is the simulation. Your ability to do those test cases in a simulation. So maybe Dr. Ramesh, just to ask you, because of the drone and whatever it is more outside in. Is real life assessments possible or is a simulated environment possible to really act as a solution?
Yeah, actually it is possible. Generally, we have the wide drone services, but what happened, there are some skill shortage from the actually what is the student, what is the candidate we are getting for the employment. So what happened, as I said, we developed the one academy to train the what is the input employees. So based on our requirements, if the candidate may be based on the agriculture engineering background or civil engineering or computer science engineering or mechanical engineering, we took all the students, we give the basic training in our academy, we put into the like a project task. So that is one of the method, how to gap the skill. So that is the one thing. And what happened, what about, you talk about, that is, how to give the simulation. What happened for the drone flying, so we have the almost 10 days training program. In the 10 days training program, whatever the student background, doesn't matter. So we give the 3 days training program on the basic, the drone flying, drone theory, irrespective of agricultural background, irrespective of electrical, or irrespective of civil engineering. So 3 days, that is the theory training session. After that, how to fly the drone in the physical flying ground. So that is, there is some different type of softwares available. So we are giving the computer simulation. So that is the 2-day training simulation. So how to give the throttle, pitch forward, yaw right, yaw left, all the navigation. Everything it is teach in the computer simulation. So they are getting the grip on the computer simulation. So we will put them into the field, physical flying field. So he will fly the drones perfectly what our need. So it may be surveying drone or mapping drone or dropping drones, or it may be defense drones. And another one fantastic example, that is agricultural drone. So we can give the training everything in the computer simulation, which is specific, that is based on the payload. Payload means what is the items carried by the drone apart from the flying object. So we are putting them into the actual computer simulation, make them train, and then we are giving we are evaluating the candidates, and then we are putting into our flying ground. We are giving all the, in flying ground also, there are 2-day training. 3rd day, we are giving the project to them, do the surveying of this 2-acre land, and do the spraying of the agriculture field for this 1-acre land. So we do all the evaluation before putting into the real-time project.
Understood, sir. So solution will be probably whatever you are doing in the academy, is it possible to really do it using the simulation if it has to be done in a larger scale?
Yes, sir.
Because otherwise each industry player will be trying to do this. So is there a solution around it?
Yes. And there is one more organization to control this drone flying, that is, very well, DGCA, Directorate General of Civil Aviation. So they are also having the same type of syllabus for how to gap the skill for the drone flying field.
Understood, sir. So just want to understand the solutions from, you said smart lighting, you said other appliances and also IoT. So how do you train, and what is the gap in the current system? What is the solution to train a lot of people in smart solutions?
So currently we are only from our stakeholders only we are doing. So coming days we will company is planning for to explore do expos and events. So we are involved in almost all expos and events. So more number of people focus will be there. So technology, what technology the company is following. So it will be skill set for them. So that's what right now. So we have to look up for CSR, then we can support skill.
Got it. Got it. So from your side, what could be the solution to you have indicated research areas and optimization. Is there how do you really bring those skills? The 30% problem is there, you have identified. So how do you constantly identify innovative solutions, and how do you really build solutions into a larger ecosystem, not with only few institutions?
Okay. Okay, whatever the design that is there is equally applicable for anyone. So that's what we make the design. So as far as GS is been concerned, we are looking for the reliability. So a lot of analysis is to be done here, like if you have surges, what is to be done? If you have harmonic contents, what is to be done? And if you have some other particles like loose particles, particle content, these are all the likely things that will happen regularly in any power system. So when you have such kind of a thing, any solution that you look at, you need to do an analysis for under all these effects. So for those particular things, we are going with the basic FGM technique, which is solving the problem. And then as we are, earlier we used to do analysis up to 220 kV, but as you know, like the transmission capacity is increased even to 765 kV in India. So we are doing for a higher range of voltages. So when you are going for higher values of the voltages, so definitely our bus decks, whatever it is there, should be sustainable under all these imperfections. So that is what we are doing research. So there is a lot to do in terms of putting a spacer material, in terms of identifying the environmentally friendly grasses, and then also to change the bus ducts, different types, like maybe different kinds of spacers like cone type, maybe disc type. So such kind of a spacer configurations can also be changed.
So are these like what you were saying as hackathon or probably trying to do? Do you see some of these problems being given to students so that they are more aware of these contexts and the changes in this case? Because already the design is existing. It's more improvising the design, trying to really understand how to optimize in the application. So I'm just trying to understand, is it more job creating? Is it more finding more efficiencies? Or are you auditing the system? So what kind of job opportunities or skill opportunities will exist in this GIS space?
In GS, it is not like auditing or something else. It is only a research area in GS. And then once we have some sustained design, the industry can use that directly. So that is what it happens in GS.
Understood, sir. Understood. So probably let's just kind of go into a concluding session in terms of looking at what do you see as an immediate in the next 12 to 18 months. If you were to look at government coming up with a policy, or they have said that, okay, every district we will try and look at skills and make some infrastructure available. What do you think should be the focus area in the next 12 months in your segment to build quality manpower? Because you want workmanship, you want quality manpower in that area, be it electrician, be it MEP, kind of people working in that area, or probably in the home appliances and smart solutions kind of an area. If you want workforce in the construction related sector, what would be your single agenda in the next 12 months?
First, it should be train the trainers. So as we are going from the reports, right, there are tens of millions gap is there in the workforce that is required. So if we have to, and one more point here is, by the time we implement all these things, again the technology changes. So curriculum changes are very, very slower than the technology changes nowadays. So first, within 3 months, the trainers should be ready. and then immediately train the new workforce. The first agenda in my thing will be train the trainers first for the certificate, because the things are changed.
Any particular area on which you would need the trainers to
IoT,
be?
sir, IoT integration.
So IoT will be a big focus area in terms of training the
building
trainers.
modern building construction.
Building construction.
Modern, anything, modern construction. Let it be building or a big thing like for our Amaravati.
So IoT related training in the
regarding the
modern
electrical,
construction.
yeah, IoT integration, because the systems are connected now. So we need the trainers who will train the IoT integration first, and that should be immediately brought, particulated down.
Understood, sir. What would be your suggestion in the next 12 months in terms of building for this sector, sir? Where should they focus and what could be done at scale?
Yeah, actually what we can do now, because student already completed their graduation or post-graduation from the university or colleges. They almost spend more than 5 lakh to 10 lakh rupees. So but the requirement of the company is different. So what we can do, what is the solution maybe, the government maybe develop some skill development center to take the graduate students, they can give them some training, like, surveying, mapping. So that is one of the, like a trending jobs opportunity. Because, the drone is developed, so there is many people, they are going for, the technology-oriented surveying, mapping, that is, and project monitoring, and drone data processing, and these are the different type of construction-related sectors. So maybe government can take some steps to give the training to the student, because because student already spend money in the graduation and post-graduation. So maybe government can take some initiative to give the skill-oriented training.
Understood, sir.
From my side, so I am telling about security and safety and energy efficiency. So coming like, if you are, right now we are using MCB for a home, so it should be upgraded for RCCB. It is a human protection. So like should for safety and security also we should install video door systems. So like that video door phones. So for security and safety and energy efficiency, so we should have green wire, so which will consumption low power. So
that will be the focus area.
Yes.
Security, safety,
And
energy efficiency,
yes.
related skills.
Yes.
That is the focus area that we are seeing.
I suggest on energy conservation, because 17% of the Indian villages doesn't have any power. So that's a point that we need to keep in mind and make sure like energy should be conserved. And what I typically mean here is, from the theme of this workshop, if electrician is a point of interest, it is in one way, and if it is in academia, student perspective, it is in another way. So like electricians, generally we say like if a switch is been spoiled, we can say like you can just replace it. So but if the same switch is been if the same switch has been replaced over the years and he has not been updated with the latest technology, like putting some relay and make sure like it has been controllable. So there lies the question. So to make it, definitely we should have some affordable solution. So industry can make sure like in academia we require some textbook, they are going to give a complimentary copy. So similarly industry can also give such kind of application appliances which is of a very low cost as a complementary to the institution, so that the electricians will get trained in terms of its usage. So that is what even they know the technology to usage.
So not just simulation, but also some kind of technologies which are upcoming, which will be more conservation.
They may be knowing to put it in practice. They should have that. So for those particular things, some complementaries can be given so that they can put it in practically when they have been doing up, so that they'll get trained very effectively.
Understood, sir. Thank you, sir. So I think kind of largely kind of in this session we have understood a little bit more. Again, industry can contribute, one from a training, simulation that can happen, which can really uplift. 3, Naipunyam portal and others can really be used in terms of looking at it. And some more hackathons and others to really bring in the deficit in knowledge or conservation areas. Thanks gentlemen for being on the panel. So nice of you.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, for this wonderful session on electricals and devices, evolving electrical skills from wiring to smart devices and integrated systems. Ladies and gentlemen, I now invite the Commissioner of Skill Development and Training, Sri G. Ganesh Kumar IAS, to please come forward and felicitate the distinguished panelists on the dais. Firstly, Professor from KL University, Dr. S. Raviteja. And next, Dr. K. Ramesh Kumar. And next, Sabisetti Anant Garu. And next, Dr. G.V. Nagesh Kumar. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. So we are moving forward for the next panel. The panel discussion on furniture and fittings. Building industry relevant skills for furniture, marking and interior fixings. I now invite panelist Managing Director, Home Decor, K. Naveen Kumar Garu. Shri K. Naveen Kumar is the Managing Director of Home Decor. In his leadership role, he is responsible for driving the company's business strategy and operations across the furniture, home decor, and interior fittings, value chain, product portfolio, customer delivery, and partner ecosystem. And I also invite, please come, sir. And I also invite the next panelist, National Manager for Saint Gobain India, Sanjeev Chaube. Sanjeev Chaube, National Manager, Saint Gobain India, lead Pan-India capability building and field enablement, has enabled 10,000 plus sales and service professionals and set up at GITC, Glass Installation Training Center at St. Gobain's, Sriambador, world-class complex to strengthen installation quality and customer outcomes at sale. And also I invite Director E&S, KPMG, Mr. Rajarshi Das Gupta, to be as the moderator for this session. And Chakravarti from Pantham Bosch Limited, with 30 years of experience in power tools and moderation technologies, trainer in Civil Engineering College, also trainer for AP and Telangana Genco. And also I invite Sanjeev Chaubegar, Saint Gobain. So we also have a construction machinery session at Hall 2, construction and machinery session. So I request Managing Director VR Nirman Private Limited, Cheruvu Ramakottai Garu, and Whitson India Private Limited, Sangram Garu, and Managing Director ARDRDA, Engineering Private Limited, Aditya Vinakota Garu, CEO and Managing Panther, Sajas Venutech Engineering, Dr. S. Panduranga Prasad Garu, and the Director and CEO, Mr. Raja Pradeep KK Garu, to please proceed for the Hall 2 for construction machinery panel session. And I also invite Purna Chandra Rao garu from Damro to please come forward for this session on furniture and fittings. So this is a session on furniture and fittings, building industry relevant skills for furniture making and interior fittings. Now I'd love to extend my mic to Mr. Rajarshi Dasgupta to act as the chair and moderator for this session.
Thank you so much. A very warm welcome to all the panelists over here. It's my true pleasure to be a moderator for this panel. So because we have some pressing for time, I'll quickly jump right away into the context and the subject, and maybe we'll go around, we'll do a round for your opening remarks as well. So the subject that we have today is furniture and fittings, building industry relevant skills for furniture making and interior fittings. Right, so the way things are, interiors and furniture fittings is something that gives truly an experience and makes us feel the space that we are in. A space that is there is experienced, and the immersion that happens of a certain individual is through these furniture fittings. So it is extremely important to get the design right, to get the elements of this craft right in a certain way and manner. And we have also been seeing that a lot of skill sets in this kind of line are also transforming because of the way tech enablement around us is happening. Right, so I'd like to request each one of you for about 2 to 3 minutes as your opening remarks in how you see the future aspect of the furniture fittings and the interior designing aspects of it with the kind of technology enablement that is happening around us. Sir, if you would like to start. Okay, sir, if you would like to start. Thank you.
Yeah, hi. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Sanjeev from St. Gobain, representing here interior glass business. And it's inspiring that we are here and talking about the glasses and interior spaces inspiring. So I believe today the atmosphere is bring the inside out. And this is where the interior spaces are becoming so critical, also to give that immersive experience to the customers. And when I look at India, especially in the glass, we are leaders and the glass is growing at a very high scale. But still, if you look at the overall India consumption, it is 1.4 kg compared to other countries that are at 7 to 8 kg per capita glass consumption. So see, the demand is huge, and the sale is drastically going up. But the skilling is having a big challenge. Why? Because when I joined this industry in 2018, I found that, okay, this curriculum also must be added by default. But it was quite surprising for me when I gone through all 450 curriculum, glass in interior spaces was not there. So then I realized that how big gap is there in between the industry and the academic or the skilling requirement. And this is where the St. Gobain, we took ownership and we launched our own glass installation training center. So today with this initiative by AP Skill Development Council, State Development Council, I feel that this is really a great opportunity for us to join hand and bring this skill to the interior spaces, which will help not just the industry, also to customer to experience that level of, the flawless installations of all these interior products. So I definitely feel that it is a need of the hour that we must get into it along with associated with the government support as well as such academies like NAC, and it will help to take this up forward. Thank you.
Right, thank you. That was quite inspiring and informative also. Sir, what do you feel about interiors being only left as a craft, or it is now becoming more tech-enabled, design-led, and data-driven kind of a skill set? If you can share your views, sir, about it.
As you rightly mentioned, there is a shift. There is a shift how the interiors and the furniture business is happening in India and probably across the globe. So there's a massive transformation. Like earlier, the furniture business, if we are talking about the furniture business per se, it is more a manufacturer-based production. Like the designs were typical. Say, if a manufacturer has to make a chair, to give you an example, a chair always had 4 legs, a bottom panel, and a backrest. Typically, this is the design of a chair. But if you see, now it has transformed from a manufacturer-based production to design-based production. So if you see the chairs today probably will not have even 1 leg. It could be cut out from a solid block, or it could be a curvatured stuff. It could be, you can imagine any kind of design, and those are already in place. And with the AI and the other designing models coming in place, a lot of further transformation is also happening in this business. And you cannot ignore this business, because this shift also means that our traditional art, our traditional handicraft people, who were the artisans who were making this, are probably losing their job as well, which also means something to the Indian GDP and the Indian industry. So, and you cannot ignore this industry, because the size of the market, if we are talking just about the loose furniture, we are not talking about the other interior products, just the loose furniture alone is estimated to have a market size of 4 lakh crores in India. And we are talking about the consumption, not the production. The consumption is about 4 lakh crores, and which is poised to grow at about 12 to 15% per annum. So this is an industry where, you know, government should definitely have a focus and also try to give some boost to the Indian industry. I would, in the later part of the discussion, I'll tell you my suggestions, what it would be, which the government can take up.
Right, thank you so much, sir. That's a very interesting point you've made about the traditional craftsmanship. Maybe I'll come back to that point of yours that you've made. But just to move on, sir, we have seen the massive urbanization that is happening around in our country. It is not only about buying a home or an office, it is also about a lot to do with the interiors. And the way interiors, like in fashion technology, the way fashion changes, interior designing has also been changing very, very rapidly, right, over the course of time. So from an academic or a skilling point of view, sir, how do you see this change to happen, and how does, you know, academia keep pace with this massive kind of transition that is happening, that is going on?
Good evening, everybody. I am Raju from Damro Furniture. Actually, ours is a MNC based at Sri Lanka. Now our maximum operations from India only. We are actually we observing since 20 years the market mainly shifting unorganized sector to organized sector. So for this lot of opportunities coming, because even the old traditional carpenters also, they have to equip with well equipped new age tools. Now actually whatever the designing part as well as quality of the materials day by day increasing. So they have to update up to that new paneling systems as well as new designing and new color combinations as well new structural interior parts they have to study. Otherwise actually that our main threat is online kitchens or online furniture is main threat, because they are already, they know what to sell, how to sell. For that platform, we require a lot of digital marketing as well as designing engineers as well as crafted industries. We are lacking of in India. That part we have a lot of opportunities, and that main threat is that day by day, whatever the raw material we are using now, that one actually fastly changing. So now wood is a solution earlier, but it is 100% not a solution nowadays, because we are getting a lot of engineered woods, which is repellent of water as well as termite and pest. Those kind of new era technologies coming up with the raw material. So we have to study the things, and we have to, while spending and while doing that furniture or interior works, we have to take care of this all new era changes, because once in a lifetime only anybody will buy furniture 2-3 times maximum, and one time he will do the interior part. So that time we have to use right material, otherwise whatever he invests now, that actually he feels that waste within 1 or 2 years. So my kind advice is to government to make skill set of people for this industry. And from our company side, whatever help we can do, we will extend from our side. Thank you, sir.
Right, sir. So that's a very important point you made about emerging practices. So I'll come back to you, sir, on that point. So going back to you about the traditional craftsmanship that you mentioned that this is kind of changing. Do you see this to be completely obsolete going forward, or there is a way on how you can revive the indigenous or the traditional skill sets, in craftsmanship, in that craft of furniture making, or is there some kind of a future that it would have, given that these days the demand is more from a prefabricated kind of a, artwork or design kind of an element being there in demand as of now?
In the unorganized sector, there are lots of craftsmanship, especially in carpentry and woodworking. So the onus of protecting this talent and the craftsmanship lies on all of us. See, for instance, there is a village called, I'm recollecting an incident which happened, say, about 20 years back. There is a small village near Tenali called Jampani, which has a huge cluster of carpenters. Their main activity and their expertise is in carving main doors. If you see the main doors, they used to carve, hand crafted. They used to take about a month or so to make a main door carved. And they used to give, it could be a goddess picture or anything else. Whatever you can imagine, you can let them know or show them a picture. They would be able to do it. So in those days, they used to charge about 75,000 per each door, the wood and the carving. The wood probably is not 75,000. The carving cost is a major component of it. Then later, the Chinese CNC routers have come. So in about an hour, they can carve and give, which a craftsman was doing for about 30 days. So the relative cost of this is much lower. And they were able to give that, including the wood and the carving, was costing less than 10,000. So if these people are left without business, the next generation wouldn't learn it, or even they would move to another trade. So what we have done, we have given them a hand router. With a CNC router, it should have a prefix design embedded in the computer system. They'll be able to do it. Suppose if I draw a picture and give it to you, probably the CNC guy wouldn't be able to do it unless they have that software with them. So any goddess picture, anything, these guys used to pencil sketch it on the wood and used to carve it with hand. With a hand router, what we have given, I think this is of Bosch make, a Bosch hand router, the work which they were doing in about 30 days, they were finishing in 5 days. So their cost has come down, their labor and fatigue has come down, and the customer's benefit is also quite adequate because the price also has come down. So there are different ways how you can still protect the culture, the art, and also give them some livelihood by getting the tools, whatever are available, with which they can work on with a much reduced cost.
Right, interesting. That's a quite interesting insight that you gave. I'd like to move on to the next panelist, sir. So you would have heard about the national education kind of plan that is there, and there's a concept over there called vocationalization of school education and higher secondary kind of education. So do you see the sector of furniture fittings and interior design also be able to be brought into that school kind of a sector where this can be given out as an optional subject, as a vocational trade, which is now happening in some other sectors? I'm not sure if it's happening in the furniture fitting sector, but do you see that at a, let's say, a level 1, 2, 3, 4 kind of an NSQF, if that could be kind of brought into the school sector, and if there is any merit in doing that?
Yeah, sure. As per my information, it is already there. The carpentry skill also is available in the vocational institute as on today. What I would like to more emphasize on bringing that RPL concept which Ganesh sir and Kona sir was mentioning in the morning. Because today, if like in AP, sir was saying morning, 18 lakh people are there who are skilled. If we train those 18 lakh people in 5 more skills, so we will have 18 into 5. Close to 90 lakh people having multi-skills. So we need to go out and look out for the skilled people. There are people who are skilled already in one or the other segment. If we bring them in some incentivizing throughout the government, because government can do that with various training program and funding them to that to encourage them to learn more and more skills. Then it can add values. Vocational, of course, it is there and it is helping people to learn along with the academic, but bringing that RPL concept is really a good idea. Like if I look at today, the people whom we are getting for glass installation, they are not just doing glass. They are already doing some or the other hardware installation, maybe even carpenters also. They are willing to join the bath fitting people. They are also learning the glass and they are joining the hands with the glass installation. So bringing RPL concept through the government initiative can help a lot. And AP itself, we will have 90 lakh people trained who are ready. So we will be definitely ready to help in that building curriculum and associating with that, and it will help people in an immediate way. So that's the way forward I look to this.
Right, so that's an interesting point. So if I may just ask you, all right, so if I can just come back to you, sir, over here. If there is any kind of a emerging practice, so you said there were a lot of emerging practices that were happening in the sector. So from a modular, let's say, furniture perspective or from a tech enablement perspective, what kind of emerging practices do you see coming up in the sector in the near future?
Actually, that our traditional concept is rosewood, teak wood, and all other kinds of wood, sesame wood. Those things actually nowadays also people preferring, but when comes the point of that interior decoration part, these woods we can't actually molding them to our requirement is very expensive. That is the reason actually new age particle board, MDF, and fiber wood, different kinds of our recycled mechanism of wood coming up. Actually, particle board is, for example, I am telling, wooden particle boards we are making up of that used as well as waste of that actually that straw or as well as that main stem of that wood, and outer layer also we can use. So entire almost 90% of the total tree once we cut from the land actually we can use. Whereas if you take the example of carpentry work, only 40% will be waste and 60% will be we are using for our purpose. So actually because of this government new policy and that environmental safety also, that new era of foods are coming up. So government also giving lot of subsidies to encourage this kind of raw materials, and this is also good and as well as eco-friendly for our future generations, and which are recyclable. That is the main advantage of this wood. And thing is the longevity also almost around 20-25 years we can use this material, because these woods, wooden particles are made up with of glues and resins and as well as chemicals, so that it won't affect that pest, termite or any other. It will be also some part of water resistant also, and we can make into the small designs as well as bigger panels also we can do as per our requirement, and that molding, cutting, edge binding as well as sealing of this wood is important factor, and a lot of new age technologies came, so that automated machines, they will bind within a day around 300 to 400 units of furniture without any actually any mechanical mistake or any manufacturing mistake, so that that durability also good. And thing is, for these kind of things, we require a lot of skilled people to make boring, edge binding, and as well as doing that all boring, as well as some few technical things they can do. And that furniture also we can more actually we can introduce to our lower as well as middle class of our segment, because our consumptions are more at that point of economic class, so that we are able to supply those kind of manpowers and get that economical furniture, so that we can penetrate the market and that whatever new our aim is there, no, to save our globe. That is possible through that new age technologies. We have to give training as well as lot of youngsters who are completing that degree, something MBA, something, anything. They have to go to some kind of skill development, so that their future as well as and Indian economy also will be benefited by these kind of new acts. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. Now, I'll just come to one of my favorite topics about this thing called AI. Right? Without AI, I don't think there's any panel that can happen. So, sir, in this furniture fittings kind of a sector, I'll probably ask each one of you about your 2 minutes of time in this one. What kind of disruption do you feel that's going to come in the next 5 to 10 years, or maybe even lesser, like even 3 to 5 years time, with an AI perspective, as far as furniture fittings or interior designing is concerned?
AI is going to make a lot of disruption in terms of interiors and furniture, and all this, I'm sure, is for good. I don't think this AI is going to disrupt adversely in the interiors, because AI would help in the designing, in the planning, and probably when a designer does some designing, he wouldn't have foreseen what could be the consequence in any other ways for this design. But the AI, since it collects a lot of data, probably it can suggest something how the design can be improved. So AI disruption in this industry is welcome, according to me. And when you're talking about these disruptions and the emerging trends, with a lot of urbanization that is happening, the typical designs wouldn't work anymore. There is a space constraint, so the designs have to be made considering the space availability. Then the ergonomics, which was not a famous topic in India earlier. Today, even our furnitures are designed according to ergonomics, the comfort, the luxury. All these are considered, and AI definitely is going to play a major role in this. So probably which, with our experience, which we wouldn't have foreseen earlier, the designers wouldn't have seen, that AI is going to definitely suggest. And yep, that's it.
So I think what you're seeing are the positives of AI. So if I just move on to the next panelist, do you see any negative aspects of AI happening in terms of job loss, in terms of discontinuance of a certain competency which is there in as on date in this sector, which AI will come and transform completely?
Okay, so asking this negative is a little tough for me because I'm too much optimistic. So I look at always the positive side of it. But however, I don't see any challenge because of AI in the skilling part. Today we are not a DIY concept. We are completely dependent on the skilled people to get smallest installation done in our home. So for us to be afraid of AI will take another 20 years in skilling, I will believe. Because first the skilling has to come to that level, then it will go to the AI-driven skilling. But yes, I see the positive side of AI coming in this is the lot of training can be done AI-driven. Because like we are seeing the train the trainer concepts. So today the classroom can be driven by AI-driven lectures, you know, the AI characters can be instructor and they can deliver the modules in much more sophisticated way. So they learn and multilingual. Today, suppose if I design one module, it can be provided, you know, probably in English, Tamil, maybe Hindi or some other language. With AI, we can design those curriculum in more than 14, 15, 16 languages, whatever possible. So in India, AI has an immense impact on a positive side, I believe. So let's keep looking on the positive side as of now.
I like the positivity from you. Thank you so much. So what is your take on this one, sir?
My take is actually thing is as a fast moving and as well as growing AI as well as all other parts of scientific as well as environmental and all fast moving technologies. Actually, we have to look forward to make skilled people from our AP, whoever IITs, polytechnical, whoever actually left the organizations without any jobs. We have to make them depending upon their talent. We have to give training and we have to give that placements in whatever that organized sector we discussed about 20 minutes now. We have to give some opportunities from our company side also. If anything required, our company is ready to provide some kind of skill development assistance from our company. Thanks, sir.
Right, sir. From a policy enablement perspective, because we all know the government plays a very, very important role in this entire industry, academia, skilling, gap kind of a thing. So what is it that you feel that a government should probably bring in, if in case of any policy level interventions, in order to ensure that the skilled workforce or the skill levels of the workforce in this sector is increased?
So from the government side, definitely to protect the art and the craftsmanship, they have to enable them with the modern tools. For example, whatever imported goods we have, imported furniture we get, they can also be handcrafted much more beautifully. So to do that, the government has to support them with some kind of machinery, because all these are unorganized sector, and for sure they'll not be able to invest on machines. May not be very expensive, but hand tools, some handheld portable power tools, which can make beautiful finishes and contours. This will definitely help them to sustain in their business, number one. Number two, we have very poor availability of raw material, good quality raw material in India. Government has to focus on improving the manufacturing facilities and making them available here. Number three, government has taken one step in this direction with at least a good intent by getting in BIS norms. I don't know how many of you are aware, but in furniture industry as well, there is a government body called BIS, Bureau of Indian Standards, which is devised to give some quality certifications, and before anything is sold to the consumers in India. So if, just like an ISI, if it is also BIS certified, it means that it assures some kind of quality level. But BIS, I feel, is more used to stop the imports, the Chinese imports, which is draining our foreign exchange, or probably is also causing a great damage to the Indian industry. So BIS, instead of just stopping the imports, should be made, to make sure that Indian industry also ramps up its quality. That would help the industry rather than just merely stopping the imports. And also they have to make sure that the cost of production in India is lesser. So that the reason why all the furniture business is going to China is because the cost. You get it at, say, 30% of the price what you pay in India for a good quality furniture. So why is that happening? Wherever government needs to intervene and encourage and make sure that the cost of production comes down here, either be it subsidizing or giving some tax reliefs, that has to be done until the industry is protected and stabilized here. These are the few things probably which the government can do. Yeah.
Right, so thank you so much. This sector has also known to have a lot of informal workforce that is not trained in a certain way and manner. However, they are kind of there from an employment perspective. Now, I know there are these things called RPL kind of interventions which are there to kind of bring them into the formalized workforce, but still there's some kind of a resistance there, because they feel that once they get certified, the companies feel that they might have to, pay them more. So this is a mindset problem probably, but do you have any kind of a action point that you think that could be kind of brought into this to change the mindset? Anyone? So I'll go with you first, right?
Yeah, sure. So maybe you are saying this from your experience, but I have seen, because I have come from different industries. So industries never bothered about paying money to the skilled people, and they are not bothered that they will lose. Because any industry who's at scale and looking for any developmental scope, they always think of the market. If I train 5 people, if 3 goes, still 2 are serving, and those 3 are also going to develop the market. So that's how industry sees to any of the development of the skill part of it. However, when it comes to the government, of course, because government certification always have more value compared to any private certifications. So in that case, what I feel, the curriculum improvement or improvement has to be very quick, and it has to be launched with all the flexible points possible to be incorporated, because industry in the tech, as sir is mentioning rightly, is changing very drastically. So that has to be taken care of from the government point of view. The thirdly, the infrastructure which is being built today, it is not just possible with the industry alone. If I'll talk about one small incident, what we took as an initiative in Saint-Gobain, we started taking Bluetooth measurements, and that one device cost close to 10,000 rupees. Now, if I need to train 100 people, that investment just for one region. So in that way, government should be supporting industries to, build those high-tech labs where the Bosch tools, no need to go anywhere else. Bosch tools has all those developed tools, can be used and given to that laboratories where we train people and enable them. So tools rely with the government. The people will get benefited. They will get skilled at the next level. Today, the change in that skill development is very slight. I would say it is, if they are at scale of 5, they will go to 7. They will not reach out to the 10. Whereas when the people from across the world, they visit our training centers, they feel we are way behind. In the morning, gentleman was talking, I will not name it here in the form. He was saying somebody came from foreign delegation, he was checking the skill set of our team, the installation people. They did one particular installation in 45 minutes. Whereas on the other hand, there was a gentleman who was 60 plus years. He did the same installation in 20 minutes. So it shows we are skilled, but are we skilled enough to beat the world and beat the pace of the world and innovation changing at that level? That's a question mark which government should address, that, okay, we are there to support you to build that pace. I'm sure there are a lot of investment coming from government. I was there in one of the Tamil Nadu skill development council like this. So there something was talked about PM Setu, where there are a lot of initiatives are being taken care of. So I'm sure center has equal part to AP and everywhere. So we can explore how we can bring that investment to develop the tech-oriented part towards the lab. So that will help from the government point of view. Yeah, thank you.
Right, thank you so much. I think that actually brings us to the end of our time. I would like to thank each one of you for your invaluable kind of inputs that you have given. So thank you so much. I think this conversation has been quite an eye-opener in terms of the kind of trades and the kind of skill sets that are being brought into this this sector, and the role that AI would play positively. And there's no negativity about it. Is something that I would take as a take back from the session. Thank you, everybody. Thank you once again.
Just to add one point about the certification thing, I think how it could be implemented is if the government could mandate the corporates and the industries to employ the people with certificate, and if government can set up the training institute, that closes the loop.
I think that's an excellent suggestion. I think we can work on that, and we'll take a note of it, and we'll try and see how the government can be approached for that. Right? Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen, for this wonderful panel on furniture and fittings, building industry-relevant skills for furniture making and interior fittings. Ladies and gentlemen, I now request the Commissioner, Skill Development and Training. And the CEO, CDAP, sir, to please come forward and felicitate the panelists on the dais. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you so much. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you so much. I now request Commissioner Skill Development and Training, Sri G. Ganesh Kumar IS, to please come forward onto the dais and felicitate KPMG team Andhra Pradesh. I request all the teammates of KPMG Andhra Pradesh to please come forward. Team KPMG. So, ladies and gentlemen, we proceed for the next panel on power projects and renewables, building job-ready skills for power, renewables, and electrical mobility projects. I now invite the Chief Sustainability Officer, Green Kogub, Rambabu Paravastu Garu, to please come on to the dais. Dr. Paravastu Rambabu is a sustainability and climate expert, serving as advisor and CSO for Greenco and co-chair of FICCI's Climate Committee. With over 40 plus years of experience across PwC, the World Bank, the academia, he has led global climate ESG and carbon marketing initiatives. I now invite the panelist, Rambabu Paravastu Garu. And the next panelist, Mr. Dasarath Ram, Advisor Skilling, NSEFI. Mr. Dasarath Ram, Skilling and Social Impact Leader with 25 plus years of experience, founder of New Direction Skills, delivering large-scale vocational skilling impact over 20,000 plus individuals. I now invite panelist and Managing Director and CEO, KK Rajapratap. Rajapratap KK is a CapEx and construction management leader with 22 plus years of experience, delivering multi-billion-dollar mega projects across heavy industrial and infrastructure sectors of organizations including L&T, Reliance, Vedanta, Aditya Birla Group, P&G, Britannia, and Patanjali. I now invite the next panelist, the Managing Director, Rodic Digital and Advisory, Rodic Group, NN Sinha Garu. NN Sinha is retired. Is he here? Now I invite the moderator for this, Director E&S KPMG, Ms. Soumya Garu. Soumya, KPMG India, System Transformation and K-12 Education Specialist, focused on future-ready school education, KPMG India, Bangalore, ISB alumni.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, panelists. First of all, thank you, everyone, the organizers and the Andhra Pradesh government for the honor of moderating this session and with such esteemed and inspiring panelists as well. So welcome to the dais, sir. So, of course, we are going to talk about building job-ready skills for power, renewables, and electric mobility projects. I have a larger perspective to this in that climate change and environment is a big topic, and within that, power and renewables was one of the largest problem, or what do you say, the largest segment within that has to be addressed, both from a skilling and also how we anticipate that segment to evolve in the future, right? So when we look at where it is today, I think there is requirement for a lot of smart systems that are coming in. And there's also a need for systems thinking at some level, because there's a lot of interdependencies between how we design power grids as well as the renewables for the future, right? And also, if we look at it not just from the state policies are pushing towards renewable. Andhra is definitely looking to move towards renewable expansion, grid modernization, and that policy exists. But as I started off with, I think climate change and environment being a big topic globally, there is also a global push and demand for the skills across the country and the world. But from a skilling standpoint, where do we stand today? I think just like we've been speaking in all the other panels, I think the skilling system is stuck an era behind. It has not updated itself to what we would expect it to be catering to today. And also, like I said, this is a fast changing segment. So are we keeping up with what the changes are coming up? Definitely, I think that is probably what we're going to discuss about today. And with that, I think I'll just open up for questions to the panelists and start off maybe all of you, each of you offering your view on what is the industry's biggest pain point with respect to finding skilled individuals in the areas that you work in. And you can talk about, it could be an area, it could be the skill level, what it is that would be, you would say is the biggest pain point.
Should I start?
Yeah, please go ahead.
So I'll give a little brief. I mean, after 2 decades of experience with the corporates, with top multinational companies in India and abroad, I ventured as a serial entrepreneur. Currently, I own 7 companies in India, Oman, and Singapore across climate solutions, EVs, quantum computing, talent management, and various other associated fields. Right. So the current topic, the job skill sets that are required for power, renewables, and electric mobility is, I mean, it actually, I'm having lot many pain points in these particular areas because we deal in all these sectors, right? So we are India's longest range electric bicycles manufacturing company, known as a brand Astra, and we do the sales in India as well as Africa, and we are into the design, engineering, and manufacturing of the electric bicycles, and we currently ventured into electric scooters and electric autos also very recently. So when I talk about the skill set point of views, see, in fact, I would say the situation is very, very grim. See, for entry-level jobs, in fact, this particular year, one data fact I want to share with you all is, we are providing 5,000 jobs in only electric mobility area in last mile delivery fleet management services. We are a customer in fleet management to Zepto, Zomato, Swiggy, and Tata Basket. So we have hundreds of electric scooters deployed in Vizag, Hyderabad, and some cities in Andhra. And the biggest problem that I face is, see, even the graduates that are coming out of the engineering colleges, even if I ask them the basic level of electrical engineering questions from a BE electrical engineering students, 99% of them cannot explain what is Faraday's law. If I ask them very, very simple equations in electrical engineering, 99% of them fail. So there is a huge gap as far as industry and academy are concerned. Leave about the skill sets. Designing an BLDC motor, I mean brushless DC motor, or the entire power transmission for an electric vehicle, or even currently the country is venturing hugely into battery energy storage systems, BESS, right? So we have a target of reaching almost 32 gigawatts, sorry, 450 gigawatts by 2032, right? But at this moment, we have an installed capacity of only 600 megawatts, which is less than 1%. And you know what is the biggest pain point that we are facing? People not having awareness, proper kind of engineering awareness of designing of the best projects. Most people having even 15, 20 years of experience in the field, they don't understand what is the AC side of the BESS or the DC side of the BESS and EMS, BMS, the power PCS, etc. kind of thing. All these things, unfortunately, see, we depend on China, we import the entire best 5 megawatt hour containers from China. And even our training also happens in China for almost 2 to 3 months. And that particular training is also inadequate. So once after we take the operations, again we depend on China for our all the after-sales service kind of things. So the point I wanted to mention here is there is a huge bridge, there is a huge gap to be bridged between the industry and academia, not only with the academia, even with the skill set of experienced people of the range between 10 to 20 years. The things have changed a lot. There is a lot of transition that has happened in the renewable energy industry in India. We are fast moving from kind of solar panel technology also. We have changed from PERT to TOPCon panels. And there are a lot of grid-related issues also that we are facing after reaching 125 gigawatts of solar capacity here. We have 250 gigawatts of renewable capacity out of 450 gigawatts of the entire installed capacity, including thermal, hydro, solar, etc. The biggest problem that we are facing is in grid modernization. And suitable skill set to enable the grid modernization is a big pain point for us. Not only the BESS, as well as the electric mobility also. So there is a huge gap to be bridged between industry, academy, even with the experienced people also. So require a lot of intervention from the government to play as a catalyst and do skilling, upskilling, and reskilling schemes. Thank you.
I think unlike many of the other sectors and other panels that spoke this morning, this is one panel which is having a problem of plenty in terms of jobs. I will begin by saying that the ICE policy framework of Andhra Pradesh itself in 2024 talked about 7.5 lakh jobs being created in this sector. That means roughly we are looking at an approximate value of 1 lakh jobs in this sector per year. So it's a problem of plenty. We have lots of jobs where there are many new age jobs which probably we have not heard of 5 years back in energy storage, e-mobility, maybe EV charging stations, multi-utility power projects, and all the rest. So these are new age jobs for which I think the how do we prepare our workforce to take up these jobs? This will be, I think, one of those steps in the right direction where we are all deliberating to prepare ourselves to create that competent workforce to be able to fill up these jobs. So as I said, this is a problem of plenty rather than scarcity, and it's only the how that we can prepare ourselves is where it will take us to a more successful, I think, and logical conclusion. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. The mic is switched off.
Yeah. On a macro picture, whatever that is happening in this sector, which is the energy transition, earlier we all thought it was driven by the imperatives of climate change. Yes, it was driven by imperatives of climate change. But today, it seems to be a solution to energy independence.
Right.
Even today, if I ask myself, the kind of emergency measures that we are taking to avoid imports of oil and gas could have been avoided if we have paced ourselves just 2 years earlier in creating storage systems, in creating EV mobility, and using the large grid-connected storage systems. If you have made hydrogen, hydrogen is going to come up in Kakinada in next 1 year. But if this had happened about 1.5 years before or 2 years before, and if we had a capacity of 5 million tons of hydrogen being produced in India, I think much of the concern and the emergency that we are showing today, a good part of that problem would have been solved. So across the world, and I want to give a confidence to everybody, the jobs that we are talking about are going to stay because we need to be energy independent, whether the we want to do climate mitigation or not. We want to be energy independent. That is the only way. And getting to clean electricity to clean hydrogen, and then on to fuels, materials, and chemicals is the only way possibly we will be sort of self-sufficient and self-dependent. So it is very, very important that this path is irreversible, and this growth and this direction is irreversible. But in this irreversibility, what I am seeing as far as the skilling is concerned is that, everybody talks about, what are the pain points. I think we see a pain point of safety first attitude, because the systems are getting extremely complicated and integrated, and mostly it all getting digitalized. So the digital literacy, I think it has been talked across the panels, the digital literacy and system integration. I think one of the panelists here also pointed out the foundational, it is not as I understand it like a flow chart, but I need to understand the foundations or principles behind it. That means almost like an ITI guy is thinking like an engineer, right? He's also getting the basics of engineering thought process. I think that's absolutely important in a world where the technologies are changing very, very fast. I'll tell you, even the electrolyzers that make hydrogen today by splitting the water, which are presently the more mature technologies are alkaline, tomorrow they are going to be PEM, but the microwave-based, plasma-based, number of other technologies are going to displace them. What I'm trying to say is that whether it is in the storage technologies, which is BESS, or in the hydrogen making technologies, which is the electrolyzers, the technologies are going to change very fast. Hence, you need to learn to learn. So that's the reason why the foundations are becoming very, very important. Integration is becoming very, very important. I think these basic skills of safety, integration, and foundations will keep the guys job ready. And our pain points is that, one example that I want to say is, when we looked at this problem about 3 years ago, we established Greenco School of Sustainability at IIT Hyderabad, and we started training, number of batches in similar kinds of activities. For example, in MTech in Sustainable Engineering, MTech in Clean Energy Engineering, and then MTech in Electronic Waste Recycling and Reprocessing, etc., etc. But much of them, are they able to get jobs, as you're saying, plenty? Yes, there is a plenty of jobs available requiring these skills, and there are some people who are being specially trained for these skills. But the communication is also a huge problem. That the industry coming to know, yes, these skills are available, is also a large problem. So you would, when you start skilling your people, you will also first face that problem. That will be there. The communication has to be proper. The industry need to be aware. Here are the skills that we are making, and these are the sets of skills that these people have. I think these are the few pain points that we have. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you, panelists. I think this is great, because I think the underlying thread I heard is that this is an area where there's so much demand. I mean, I think applied to a bunch of other conversations we had earlier today as well. But I think given the macro trend of it being driven by both the climate change as well as the energy independence that Sir talked about, I feel like this is going to grow. There's no questions about it, and there are jobs. And given that currently the whole software industry is on a certain kind of a decline and all of that, this can actually become something of a future, but we are clearly way behind that curve in terms of having the talent, is what I'm hearing. And that's definitely something that we will talk about, as what needs to be done and what we could do. But before we go there, I think as you were all speaking, one of the thoughts I was having is, if the situation is this dire that we have so much demand and it's so undersupplied from the market, can you, each of you, give us an instance on how you're currently solving for the problems in your respective companies? One of the examples was a school, but in the ongoing business, how are you solving for this lack of talent in the industry?
I will take it first.
Yes.
Yeah. So as I mentioned in the introduction of myself, the work that we are actually doing in the e-mobility space and last mile delivery fleet management services, and our mission to provide 5,000 jobs in this particular year in both Telugu states. See, we found out that there is a huge skill gap as far as EV technicians are concerned in the area of power transmission. When I say power transmission in electric scooters, it all is an integration of the motor with the controller with the battery. So we required some amount of skill level in this one. And also technology evolves very, very fast. Now, any technology that gets developed in China, it gets transferred to India in the next 2 years. China has come up with lithium, nickel, manganese, cobalt technology. We adopted it in the next 2-3 years. They adopted lithium iron phosphate technology. We adopted in the next 2 years. They have come up with sodium ion technology now. Now we are trying to adopt that one. So with the every evolving and every changing technology, we have to change the skill sets and the understanding level of our technicians. So the moment we also design our products accordingly, right? So once the technology changes, even the product also changes. There will be a lot of iterations to the products. So accordingly, the workforce also, they have to train adequately in that particular arena, right? So when we found out these issues, we had some proactive, workforce skill level development in such a way that we tie up with our Chinese OEM as far as the power transmission is concerned. And we always have it in our contract saying that at least 3 to 6 months of training has to be imparted to our people in the area of assembling of these critical power transmission components, right? So that can be hybrid way, that can be online, as well as we sending our technicians to China and getting them trained there, number one. The same thing we started now applying to our BESS projects. We work with various clients in the design, engineering, and project management of the BESS projects in commercial and industrial, as well as large-scale utility. So as far as understanding of these BESS projects are concerned, I mean, we typically work in 5 megawatt-hour containers for 100 megawatt-hour, 200 megawatt-hour projects. So the entire skills have to be, it's not reskilling, it is completely new age skilling that has to be imparted to our technicians. These are all basic level electricians, basic level, electrical engineers kind of thing, who don't have any ABCD understanding of the best kind of projects. So these people have to be, I mean, we always have an agreement with the Chinese OEM saying that these guys have to be trained for 3 to 6 months in all phases, in all fashions, so that any kind of after-sale service that is required in a critical phase can be imparted by the Chinese counterpart on a hybrid manner, on an offline manner to our people, number 2. Number 3 is the most important point I want to mention here is, see, the world order is actually driven by energy. Earlier, oil is the order of the world. Right. So we have huge skilling that is developed in the oil and gas industry as far as upstream, downstream, and the midstream is concerned. Now, there is energy transition from oil to renewable energy. Now, whatever the kind of job skill sets that we have seen and we felt required in 2020 is no more relevant in 2025. 2025, even if you take the example of Andhra Pradesh, which is attracting more than 25% of the industrial investment projects in India to one single state of Andhra Pradesh, thank you to the visionary of CM Chandrababu Naidu Garu and Nara Lokesh Garu and our skill development director Ganesh Kumar sir. The energy transition always goes in hand with the workforce transformation. We require workforce transformation as the most important area to be addressed. There are skills that have to be developed in green hydrogen, in compressed biogas projects, in ingots and wafers of the cells manufacturing of the solar panels. There are various projects that are coming in data centers. Vizag is becoming the second world's biggest data center hub. After North Virginia, which is having 6 gigawatts capacity, now Vizag is going to have 4 gigawatts. Can you determine the kind of skill sets that are required for setting up these data centers by our own technicians that are available in Andhra? We require at least 5 lakh people in terms of carpenters, electricians, plumbers, fitters, riggers, welders.
Yep.
More than 25 different kinds of skill sets are required. And all these skill sets are not at the basic level. We require them at a very, very advanced level.
Understood.
So for these advanced level of skill set, at par with what kind of skills that are imparted by Chinese and the US to their skilled technicians, the same kind of skill set if we require the government of Andhra Pradesh, which is actually becoming the hub of advanced construction technologies in the country, to actually play a catalyst role with the industry hand in hand on a dynamic and a very rigorous manner to impart that kind of skill level trainings to our people.
Yeah, thank you. So.
I cannot be very industry specific, but I am. Yeah. So as a industry representative body, as NSEFI, we have been working extensively to understand the various pain points within the industry, the gaps that exist. And we are also actively engaged with the Sector Skill Council and NCVT. We are coming up with 10 new qualification packs in battery and energy storage, in EV installation technician, e-mobility, solar cell manufacturing, which we are trying to do in discussions with the industry, keeping in mind the needs of the industry. In addition to that, we have a large database of the old legacy skill development courses beneficiaries who have worked on the rooftop training, who have taken rooftop training as solar Surya Mitras and such. We are working on the upskilling of them and seeing if we can actually help and aid in their career progression. And we can also we are also trying to see if we can enhance their skills to aid in their international mobilities as well. Apart from that, we are looking at all the existing qualification packs available with the skill sector of green jobs in discussion with the skill section of green jobs. And we are looking to see how they can be revalidated, keeping in tune with the needs of the time. And we are trying to ensure that they are more abreast with the needs of the industry after we take feedback from our member companies. Thank you.
I understand that the question was how are we doing, how are we addressing this today? Yes, we find the skill gaps that are there, but the way we address is that retrain them. Retrain them. That has been the challenge that the IT industry also has faced. I still remember in the initial stages of IT, IT used to recruit MSc Maths, MSc Physics, BTech Civil Engineering, etc., etc. Train them in the IT, whatever that is required for him to fit into the job. It is a very painful process, and after that came up the educational institution. So the education and training followed. The industry did go through that pain point for about 4, 5, 6, 7 years, and then the whole thing followed. So that is precisely is happening in this sector also. But we appreciate that on our own we took an initiative, and the Minister for Education at that particular point of time, Dharmendra Pradhan, etc., got together, and we identified the energy transition as an opportunity that can be an opportunity larger than IT for India as far as the jobs are concerned. So that is why we took the Green Coast School of Sustainability at IIT Hyderabad. We wanted to test that model, replicate that model, but that is at an IIT level. We want to push it down to engineering college level, and we also have a program to push it down to other skills level up to ITI. We are very happy that you are all doing it. We don't want to replicate what you have done. You have already gone a bit of advanced level. I think we all have to come together to test the new model that you are all envisaging. And otherwise, we have been solving the problem by retraining, reskilling, etc., etc.
Thanks again. I think, again, there was a lot of insight in terms of how, it's mostly retraining, and like, so you pointed out, I think academia a lot of times follows the industry, and it's like a cycle at some level, basically. and sometimes academia takes a lot
Academia,
slower to catch up.
Academia is supposed to be the torch bearer. It's
But-
supposed to be doing something more advanced than what industry requires.
Yes.
But
Yeah, to be fair, I agree with you. That's in an ideal world, that's how it should happen. But in reality, academia has always followed industry and what industry has required. And I think that is where we will head. But interestingly, I think I could ask again a digital or an AI-based question, but I think it's very well understood that IoT, digital and AI are just definitely going to change the sector, and it's already changing the sector. So I think, in the interest of time, I would like to close the panel, but broadly, I'm not going to say that we have solutions at this point. I think we have more questions than answers at this point, which is, one is the upskilling problem, reskilling problem that we did speak about. Like, how do we have, many of them are legacy trained, how do we upskill them to kind of meet the new age requirements? Digital readiness and safety readiness, are we even integrating that into our curriculum and actually making it an important part of skilling the staff that we are skilling for this particular purpose? And I think the theme that was discussed in the previous panels as well, how do we make most learners learning ready and continuously willing to learn and update themselves? Because without that, I think in any field, for anyone to succeed or survive is going to be a difficult proposition. So I think I'll leave with those questions and kind of maybe place it to you, sir, in terms of saying how do we, when we look at reskilling and developing skilling programs for this sector, how do we integrate some of these questions and answer them for the long term? And also stressing again on the fact that this is a much more a macro trend that we are trying to address in this particular segment compared to the others, and it's a very, very important segment to be addressed. Any closing comments any of you want to make? Happy to kind of do that before we go off the stage.
Only thing that I wanted to say is that, of course, in the skilling, the curriculum has to be changed, methodologies have to be changed, etc., etc. That being a larger thing, I think the stakeholder participation, all the relevant stakeholders, whether it is the public, government, and the industry, and the academic institutions, the training institutions, I think they all have to come together and actually discuss, as we are doing it today, regarding the methodologies of training, delivering the training, and also curriculum updation. I think unless otherwise that is done on a continuous basis, one-off meetings today will not be able to solve, right?
Yes.
And learning to learn, I think we all have to invent that. A skill, you impart a skill, which is learning to learn. So I think that is something that we all of us need to think and rethink about it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Learning to learn is a skill that starts very early, and I largely work in school education, and we've been trying to do that. Hopefully the generation catches up, yeah.
The existing institutional or the skilling ecosystem as it stands today will not be able to meet the challenges of the future, whether it is the NSTC ecosystem or the ITI or wherever we are. Yes, of course, we have large corporates supporting large institutions like IIT, but this has to go percolate downward into the lower levels of the skilling hierarchy as well, because that's where a majority of people need the skill training. For this, there has to be a constant stakeholder engagement between large corporations, the government, as well as the players who are actually involved on the on-ground skilling of these candidates. So that's point one, the closest stakeholder engagement. Two, it's very important that the faculty who are going to be training these candidates should be immersed with what is happening within the industry. There is a visible disconnect between what is being taught and what is being required by the industry. Many of the faculty remain insulated from the challenges or demands of the industry. So a faculty immersion, we need to create faculty from the industry and take the academic faculty to the industry. That's only then that an effective bridge can form. And 3, the candidate can only learn by doing. So there should be more practical engagement to the trainings that are envisaged going forward. And also the industry should come forward to create an ecosystem, maybe shared some of their latest equipment or something that they are not really using for the candidates to have a play with. It's only then that we can have job ready candidates who are trained, who can fit into the ecosystem. Thank you.
I would like to mention 2 points here, just as my closing remark. The mantra that we adopt is learn, unlearn, and relearn. And this is integrated in our DNA. Why? If I am taking one person for a particular job or a particular recognition of a skill set, in today's world, it is almost indispensable or very essential that the person cannot be cornered to one single skill. He should be multidisciplinary. You cannot compromise on that particular thing, right? In this age of hyper-competitive world, the organizations have to be lean, right, to compete with your competitors. So in such a scenario, you should have people who are having multidisciplinary skill sets. So that is the area that we have focused, and we also asked the academia that are in connection with us to please train your wards or your students to give them hands-on experience of the latest contemporary skill sets that are required. So what we have requested them is, even the regional expos, conferences, etc. that happen, we always request them to also conduct a workshop to impart them hands-on experience, hands-on skill sets of various industry-level POCs and the problems that we face, right? So this is the kind of mantra that we are currently following, so that the kind of connection that we have with the academia in Vizag, Hyderabad, and all these kind of areas, we always focus on getting industry-ready people rather than taking people and train them for 3 to 6 months, 9 months, 12 months, and like that. We always have an industry-ready skill set people who are tuned to our particular industry to solve our problems. So that kind of connect we are already doing, and we request the industries and the government also to enable that particular ecosystem in the state. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, panelists, for the wonderful thoughts. I think I always say that it's good to leave with more questions than answers, and I think that's what we are leaving with. We have a lot of, the panelists have made a lot of requests and suggestions. I hope we can take them back and work through it and create a new India that's ready for all the beautiful things that's happening in the future. Thank you, everyone.
Thanks to the panelists. So we just now concluded the session, and I would request Bala Subramaniam Garu, Additional Director, Employment Training, to facilitate the panel present here. And I request the next panelists to be ready for the session. The next session is air conditioning. So the related panelists, I request them to come to the podium so that we can invite them to the podium. Thank you, sir. I now request the next panel related to air conditioning to discuss on developing job-ready HVAC skills for energy-sufficient smart cooling systems. I now request Mr. Mohan Banotu from Godrej Enterprises Group to please come to the dais. So Mr. Mohan Banotu is a branch trainer at Godrej Enterprise Group with over 17 years of industry experience. He has trained 1,500 plus service engineers across HVAC and home appliances systems. So welcome, sir. I now request Mr. Murali Janaki Raman, who is Assistant General Manager at Daikin. Mr. Murali has extensive experience in HVAC services and workforce development across South India. He has contributed significantly to the skilling ITA Diploma on Engineering graduates. Welcome, sir. I now request Dr. P. Anusha, President of ISHRE, with over 16 years of experience in HVAC and R domain. Her work focuses on HVAC research and innovation, including contribution to patents, offering a strong technical knowledge-driven perspectives to the industry. Welcome to the dais, ma'am. I would now request again Ms. Soumya Velaidam. Then I have one more question. Ms. Soumya Velaidam to handle one more session as a moderator. Thanks, Soumya, for accepting. Yeah. So I now request Mr. K. Ganesh Rao, GM Branch Operations, Head Telangana and Andhra Pradesh, to kindly come to the dais. Over to you, Soumya. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon again. I know it's boring to have the same moderator, but you just have to deal with it. Good afternoon, panelists. Thank you for being here. So I would maybe just for a change start off with opening remarks on what you think on the topic and then go from there in terms of the air conditioning topic that we're talking about. So maybe we can just go one by one and have an opening remark. Just keep it as short as possible. And what is your view on the topic at hand? We can start there, maybe 2 to 3 minutes each, and then we can get into further questions. Does that work for everyone? Please. So you can start.
So good afternoon, everyone. Myself Mohan, I'm from Godrej. So I'm handling over the training, and I had 17 years of experience in different corporate manufacturing industries. So it is the today the basic topic is on air conditioning. So it is a major role. Nowadays we are facing the problem on how to control the air in our living area. So it is very, very important. So most of the industries are facing the challenges to control the air conditioning system in everywhere, as well as domestic and commercial also. So it's the basic point, and the main service area, servicing is also facing more challenges. Like people are from under graduation, ITA level, SSC level, people are doing practice, but they are not able to catch up the exact technology. So the reason is we are not giving much training to them with the practicals. So we are used to give the theory knowledge only, not focusing on practical. Where some kind of institutes are there, they only focus on the practical session, but not they focus on less time on theory. But our industry needs practical session, much time. We need to focus, and we need to use the youth people. So that is my observation. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So maybe just kind of add one more perspective. Sir is talking about more exposure, on-hands exposure. And I think at least maybe as an outsider in the industry, I think this is more a quantity game because most people have started using ACs and there are more people who need service for AC, and I'm assuming it's a quantity game. It will be helpful if the rest of the panelists can also give a perspective. Like for example, in the previous panel, we were talking about how much it's changing in recent times. So if we could also give a perspective on that as we go through the panel, that would be helpful. So you can.
Good evening, everybody. Myself, Murli. I am heading South region for Daikin services, and I had experience with training also for South. I think this topic about skilling is very important for HVAC industry. As everybody knows, without air conditioning, no constructions. If you go anywhere without air conditioning, nobody can serve, right, their life. So nowadays, the technicians are in the field, right? So to attend the breakdown calls or installation or maybe regular servicing, so those are required reskilling. Now the technology is grown up. We are talking about IoT, we are talking about AI. So there are a lot of product developments, there are a lot of technology developments, which is required more focus on the servicing side. So those technicians, whomever is going to the field, they should also upgrade their skills to attend the complaints, to do the RMS, to do the installations, proper installations. Once we are doing proper installations at field, definitely the breakdowns will be very, very limited, right? So the reskilling, upskilling and skilling is very, very important. Having said that, I request AP government also to collaborate with the industry people, how to, give awareness to the students. It starts from, skilling means it starts from students. We do have a lot of recruitment from the colleges, and we do see there are a lot of colleges don't have HVAC, R&AC specialization. So this specialization needs to be added in diploma or ITI so that in future maybe we can do a lot of skilling for the students so that whatever we are going to face in future, that can be handled in a diplomatic way, and definitely the students will get opportunity also from HVAC side. We have a huge demand in the market, but when we see the resources, there is no resources, very limited resources. I'm talking about existing resources and upcoming resources from college side. COEs, again, the government should have more COEs to give hands-on experience, theoretical experience at the college itself. Right? So having said that, when we do more trainings, we can resolve these issues and technicians can attend this compliance at the field in a proper manner. Yeah.
Shall I? Yeah. Good afternoon to everybody. I am Dr. P. Anusha. I am having 16 plus years of HVAC experience, and I generally work in the field of air conditioning. Presently, I am the president for ISHRE Vijayawada chapter. See, to add to the third point, what he has said, see, I personally believe that what is the contribution I can do to the society. So what I generally do is like every year, I'll just request the industry experts to come to my institution and to share the recent technologies, what the industry is inculcating in their industries, such that students, at least they'll just listen to those words, what actually the industry is working on and what the industry is expecting from the students. What sort of technical knowledge the industry is expecting from the professionals and also the technicians. Second thing, I also, organize some competitions, both for professionals as well as for students on some, World Environment Day or World Technology Day or World Earth Day. So I just pick some days, or else Engineers Day. We generally organize some competitions in which, we just throw out one topic on which they need to come up with some project ideas, such that at least they'll do some sort of small projects such that they'll, come up with the, basic understanding of the technologies and all. And one more thing is like, I work at Siddhartha Engineering College. So I just, approached, lot of manufacturers also, like Daikin, Blue Star, O General, who are top in, industry. And, last month, the Blue Star has come up with OEM type of laboratory, which we call it as original, equipment manufacturers, wherein they spend about 15 lakhs and they just, brought all the equipments, the recent equipments wherein, the IoT, AI, and, data-driven systems are there. They established a laboratory. It's like Center of Excellence, what the SOR is talking about. So with that, 15 lakhs research laboratory, we are actually helping the technicians and students also to have some hands-on training practices. So to bridge the gap between the academia and industry, from academy, we as academicians are trying our best to fill that gap. But what is the best needed, the best need of the hour is like, instead of 30 to 60 hour long theory-based training hours, it is always better to have micro certifications, something like within 1 week, and we can go up with the level of certifications like L1, L2, L3, where they'll also get that interest of, after 1 week, if they get that L1 certificate, and after that, whenever they go to the next certification, if they get the L2, it's like a encouragement for them also to go with the multiple certifications to add to their resume also, instead of one certification which is of 30 to 60 hours. So we also, the skilling, department should also think about the new ways of attracting the professionals also to underwent the skilling, which I feel personally.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Yeah. Good evening to all. My name is Ganesh Rao. I head the branch operations for Andhra and Telangana. So I've been with this industry for the past 34 years. So Daikin, coming to Daikin with the last 26 years since Daikin established operations in India. We are a 101-year-old company worldwide and India since 2000. So coming to the manpower, as far as the air conditioning industry is concerned, still the penetration level is below 10%. Right, so there's a lot of scope. So we request most of the colleges, right, from diploma colleges to engineering, though they have mechanical engineering department, but still when it comes to refrigeration, air conditioning, there is no focus as such. It's one of the subject. So it's very difficult to get manpower. So as from our side, we have a trainer where he is visiting the diploma colleges in Andhra. See, currently we have factories in India at Nimrana, 2 factories, where we have created one Daikin Japanese Institute of Manufacturing Excellence. That is for training the manpower for the industry. Similarly, we have a factory at Sri City within Andhra. There we also have a training center here, and as part of that, we are trying to visit the diploma colleges to at least one-day workshop where students can be encouraged to know about their interest in air conditioning. Right. So,
thank you. I think that is an interesting set of observations. I think there was definitely exposure and industry academia partnerships, which again has been a common thread that came through. But also there was again, as in the other fields, the stress on IoT and understanding of AI to some extent in the servicing came up, and also how we are currently having to kind of create our own talent at some level because the talent is not ready. And I think ma'am's point about how do we make it for the current generation, all of them are very, very valid points. But if you had to think of, if you all had the opportunity to kind of rethink the curriculum that skilling for HVAC systems is to be redesigned, what do you think you would add to that currently does not exist? And it can be curriculum, it can be a skill set that you want, but that currently specific, just maybe one skill set, and why is it such an important skill set according to you? If each of you can maybe tell me what you think, and maybe ma'am from an academic side and the rest from the industry side.
When it comes to colleges, see, we have seen, like ma'am said, no. So investment from the company. We have done close to some 10 lakh investment for Usmania University at Hyderabad. Similarly, at Swarnabhadra Trust in Vijayawada and Hyderabad, where at least they are picking students from the rural background, trying to train them, skill them, at least they will be able to install one air conditioner, a split, if not for the bigger units like the ductor type units or the VRVs. So at least the basics of air conditioning and do's and don'ts, how they can install one air conditioner on their own. So that is again, we call them center of excellence. So in Andhra, I think 5 of such institutes, like with ITI colleges, we have done that. So.
Great.
Yes, as mentioned, the Siddhartha Engineering College itself is having 15 lakhs worth, HVAC, laboratory. Both the professionals and, technicians and students can, utilize that laboratory for upskilling. As well, I personally teach the subject of refrigeration and air conditioning. And I just personally, set up one laboratory wherein, we just invented more than 18 plus recent solid state refrigeration technologies. And I just patented, 30 patents within 24 hours also for IP India, wherein I recently received a national award from Rashtrapati Bhavan for being the first Indian women, who just patented 30 patents within 24 hours. And most of them are related to air conditioning only. I personally fabricated a magnetic refrigerator, caloric refrigerator, and then, recently, various, refrigeration technologies. And let me tell you, for that magnetic refrigerator working model, JNTU has organized one competition amongst 400 engineering colleges, and our college and my student received the best project award for that. And it's a working model, and we are also working on commercialization of it. So let me tell you, it depends on one individual interest and the hard work and the time we give for a topic on which we are interested. It's not, see, resources are everywhere. Let me tell you, the industry is ready to provide the resources. Academy is ready to provide the resources, and government is ready to provide the financial assistance and all. See, how best we are utilizing them matters a lot, as I believe it.
So HVAC industry, like we normally handle 3 departments. I mean, the technician should know mechanical, electrical, and electronics. Without these 3 knowledge, technicians cannot perform his job at field. Okay, so no industry we can compare with this HVAC, because HVAC, like other few companies are like us, like they should know all these 3 industries knowledge, right? So having said that, what we do nowadays, as rightly said, Madam, IoT and other technologies are coming up. Technology is adding up. So we are giving trainings to the technicians at TCT ACDC Training Center for VR. So how to do the bracings. There are a lot of activities needs to be performed. When there is a project, the technician should do bracings, ductings, right, insulations, and high side chillers and VRV, RA. So there are different skill sets are required for the different technicians, right? So we cannot give common trainings to everybody. So what we do, we are having a curriculum related to the latest technology. So we continue to do developing our curriculum based on the industry needs, based on the technology needs. So we started giving trainings on VR. So technicians, wherever they are, they can easily get trainings through VR, how to do the bracing, how to check the bracings, how to do the quality check on the bracings, how to do the commissionings. So again, it should be a industry related practical training, right? So the students, whomever comes to the trainings at COEs or our training center, they should not have only the theoretical trainings. So we have already trained close to 50,000 man-hours at TCT, ACDC's TCT Daikin. So there we could able to see rapid succession rate in the field. So when the trainings are performed at the training center, when they are going outside, definitely there will be a less call reduction, there will be a less calls from the field. Call reduction we can able to see from these trainings. And also students. We do conduct trainings for the students. Complete AP, we are trying to cover major top colleges of ITAs and diplomas. And we have already covered 20-25% college like ITAs and diplomas for under CSR activity. So those students are showing very much interest to come back to the industry because they never know. Students are, blind. They think like AC means it's a split air conditioners. So when we train more, when there is more awareness of the technology and the HVAC industry, the students are also very much interested to come and join with the HVAC industry. So about the latest technology, yes, we do train VR technology trainings and bracingless components. These are all the latest technology we do training for the society. Thanks.
So here I want to know that our skill sector is trying to control the gap between the industry and the manpower. So here ESSA is there, and in state level our NAC is there. NAC is also giving some training like construction trainings, electrical trainings. Now they are entering into the HVAC and MEP also. So this is a good platform, and it is the completely practical oriented training platforms. So everybody means at technical level, those who are having these knowledge and some basic interest, no, they can earn more money. Like a profession, as a engineer, he can earn 50 to 1 lakh, 50,000 to 1 lakh per month. Even as a technician, he can also learn this many. So and in society they have some less respect, but in foreign countries they have good respect. They feel very proud and they feel very professionalism. So here this kind of environment we should create. I hope NAC will do it, that kind of professionalism in our technical background people. So thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, panelists. I think very interesting themes. I think compared to the other panels that I was attending, but I think what I'm hearing is this is actually somewhat of a much more solvable problem. And I think, so to the point you made about the Indian ecosystem not being respectful of certain professions, and therefore us seeking the same kind of jobs is a big cultural issue that starts at the school level and drives people through to the, unemployment is sometimes the result of that as well, in terms of aspirations that are mismatched to what could be done and what money could be earned, and people are not aware of that. I think that is a social thing that definitely needs to change. We spoke about that in the plumbing panel as well, and I think that applies to multiple things that we are discussing here today, and that is a larger thing that definitely has to be addressed. But if from a skilling standpoint, what I heard, and I think some of these are very, very practical thoughts that I felt. I think, ma'am, both your ideas of the hackathons and just to get people interested and participate, and the modular structure of delivering certifications, which then links back to what sir was saying about specialized training and not training everybody on everything. I think they are kind of linked, and it makes a lot of sense to design skilling programs that work like that. So someone can become super specialized by going through maybe 10 modules versus not having to go through 50 and not knowing anything properly. And also, so to the point, linking back to the aspiration thing, I think doing trainings for rural kids who are looking for opportunities and making this relevant for them is a great initiative, and maybe doing more of that will be something that the curriculum can definitely undertake. And on top of it, there can be simulation labs, HVAC labs, VRF labs, whatever. Those are all doable, I think, again with industry, academia partnerships, and we should look forward to do that. And I think as many of you are already doing, I think if you could collaborate again with the government to achieve some of these, that would be great. And with that, I think I'm closing this panel, unless again, if anyone wants to make a closing remark, please feel free to, but otherwise, I think we can close. Yeah, okay. Thank you so much. Thank you, panelists.
Thank you, everyone. I now request Additional Director Bala Subramaniam Garu to please come to the dais and felicitate the panel. Bala Subramaniam sir, please. I now request the next panel to be ready for the session.
Good evening, everyone. We move on to the last session of the day, panel discussion on latest elevations beyond aesthetics, skills for modern elevation, high performance facade systems. I request everyone to come forward for a group photo. Thank you, dear panelists. Now I invite the panelists of the next session, G.K. Pawan, General Manager at Parry Innovations, a leading company in wall, ceiling and facade solutions. He brings in strong expertise in sales management, market expansion and business development within the building materials sector. Welcome to the stage, sir. Next, I invite Mr. M. Pawan Bharadwaj, architect at Shanti Priya Architect Studio, in experience in residential architecture, interiors and planning. He has worked on several notable residential projects, contributing design and execution insight. Welcome to the dais, sir. Next, I invite Professor D. Amitava Sarkar, Professor at the School of Planning and Architecture, Vijayawada, with over 23 years of professional and academic experience. He has been involved in the design and execution of architecture and planning projects, along with extensive research and publications. Welcome to the dais, sir. Finally, I invite the moderator of the session, Mr. Purushottam Kumara, Associate Director at KPMG, who comes in with 16 years of experience in and around skilling, architecture, as well as development programs. Welcome to the dais, sir. Requesting the moderator to take over the session. I once again invite Mr. G.K. Pawan, General Manager, Parry Innovations. Sir, if you're here in the auditorium, please move on to the dais, sir. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. So thank you for your presence. So it's the last session of the day. In fact, very unique and niche sector to discuss about. So we'll try to cover to the extent possible. So since beginning of the day, the discussions have flown in a different direction. Like it have been like very intellectual, informative. A lot of learnings have happened so far. My current session will lead in a different way, thought of having a different discussion style. So let me understand. So entire day, after you have gone through the entire day sessions and all. So considering the elevation part especially, we have discussed about the foundations, we have discussed about the paint and coatings. A lot of subjects have been discussed in detail. Considering those aspects, what is the prominence of elevations, particularly facades, and what is your experience in that area? What is the prominence in terms of skill development, and what is that what role can industry play in that particular aspect? I just wanted a common input from everyone on this stage. Thank you. I'll start with Mr. Pawan.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Pawan Bharadwaj. I'm an architect from Santipriya Architect Studio. And right now, it's a good opportunity for me. I'm giving not only for the suggestions, and we'll take some suggestions from these dignitaries who are sitting in front, beside me. And one more thing I want to notice over here from the question, that about the facade design, whereas, I mean, in a way where we can do in a better thing to develop more facade design innovatively, which can reduce the budget also. One thing I want to inform you that whenever we do an architectural plan, at that time only we imagine the part of elevation thing, like a facade design, where we can hit up to the top mark or not. At that time, even so many problems that we face when we design a facade design nowadays, because of the direction where the site is also. And for example, I think 1 year ago, I planned a small house. It's about G+3, but it was about west facing. There are the two roads over there, which is one is from west facing and south facing. So at that time, I used to think about sun path area where it should generally more heat comes into the building. So in the facade design, we need to give some opportunity to reduce not only the heat wave and to improve more cooling effect into the building. So for that reason, I designed that in a way that it little bit look like a parametric style of design, which encloses over the west part of the area, and low emission glasses that used upon the south facing area. So after using that, we have checked over internal, most part of the theme that reduces most of the heat and generated most cooling effect in that building. So in a way, I want to do much more in that area, but the site the site is an edge, it's an ending to that particular road directions. So for that reason, we used some different type of material, that material which was available at Kolkata. I think it might be at I forgot the name, at circle name. It's only available in Kolkata. So we just transported from there, and also we used that particular product not only for design, but it elevates the design as a natural lighting system in the night time. Whereas coming to the daytime, it will be elevated as some textured work. And with that also, we have framed the wall with small channels. So we are just reduced the gap between the wall and also that panel. So it refracted the whole heat wave not entering into the building. So in that way, we standard that building design to provide a comfort over there, whereas coming to the skill set, I think there will be one person at the time, his name is Rakesh, I think. So he used to take over that part of the building where small channels that will be depending upon the wall, it should be very lightweight. So then only the the structural load, it will be give some reduction towards the load bearing upon the elevation. So we designed in that way. So I think it might be a satisfactory thing that for me, because it was my first project. Okay, right, thank you.
Sarkarji.
Hello.
Yeah.
Hello. Good afternoon to all. So facade, when we think about facade and elevation, they are definitely a very important part of the building. Because ultimately, whatever one part is that whatever we do, one is inside, that is for the people who are staying inside. And the facade that shows that character of that building, character of the people who are, character in the sense what they want to express outside. If I come to the specifics, suppose Amaravati city, where we are sitting here, new capital Amaravati is coming there. And if we look at the kind of buildings by reputed firms like Norman Foster at the beginning, the vision plus the present work and the other contribution, you see all the buildings, when you say buildings, they have a different unique kind of facade. So that elevation is very important. After solving the plannings and interior parts and everything, just facade, whether we use, and facade means by that the change will come by using different kind of material. Just now we have heard one example from our fellow architect. So that's how architect listen to the clients. So that's why just what he said with our own experience and everybody's experience, different client has different thing. So always as a service provider, as an architect and engineers, to an extent also to fulfill that we need the help of the engineers also. So there will be a mix of the proper selection of the materials. And when you select the materials, we have to think about the climate. Just now what our fellow architect, he was trying to tell, that cooling load and other things. So that's why now people with the awareness, the ECBC code, Bureau of Energy Efficiency, and now the kind of weather what we're experiencing. So everybody is feeling that the built environment has a lot of role to play. And what kind of facade we use. For example, if we use a very glass, if the whole facade facing western side, just example we have heard, or even for that matter southern side, if full facade is of glass, that will reflect, the light will fall in and reflect that on the, so that may lead to various accidents also. If the roads are there, if the travels, so that's why even in many other countries, they found that the reason of the certain car accident was the reflection which was coming from the glass, and that person, they have sued the person, and architect plus the builder all were. So it can go to that extent. What I meant to say, this example is that, so the facade design incorporates a lot of aspects. One is of course to provide the appearance of the building, what kind of image we want to create. So in that selection of, now we'll again elaborate later. So like that, so it is a very important aspect, the selection of materials, based on the scale, based on if a new capital city, old capital, like what kind of project it is, school building, office building. We'll see that different types of buildings will have office building, corporate building, different characteristics will be there. So facade is, and nowadays when we design the facade, so that's why the skill set which are required is very unique. We know our traditional construction is mainly what we call as a masonry based. But now we are seeing that slowly we are going to a modular based construction, prefabricated construction, so that it saves time, it saves money, and we can get whatever we want. So in that way, so that's why the challenge is that when we have a RCC construction and the glass facade, and as well as steel constructions nowadays, it is coming up in the market, it's getting very popular in parts. So we have to think about the local climatic conditions, character of the building, function of the building, thermal load, cooling load, whether it will be in air condition. Just previous session was about the air condition. The moment you select a certain kind of facade, it will also affect the interior cooling load and ultimately the HVAC and other design. So it has different aesthetics, of course. First appearance is the aesthetics, but the downside, it also has the effect on the cooling load and the larger level, the consumption pattern, the pressure on the service load, all these things. So while designing, larger the building gets, larger the project gets, the responsibility of the architects, engineers, and everybody accordingly, we should think about all those aspects. Thank you for the time.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening. My name is Pawan Kumar. I'm from Pare. We deal especially in facade and ceiling systems. We have PVC-based facade systems and WPC-based facade systems. Most of our most of the structures elevates only. The structure depends upon only on how facade system looks like. The facade design only tells the story what is the premium or what is the normal quality. We have UV coating facade system and WPC wood polymer based facade system, and we have multiple brands collaborating with us like McDonald's, BPCL, and many more companies are on the way. Recently, we are dealing with a project in Chirala, especially the beach-faced resort. There, humidity is very high. Normal facade systems won't be sustained during the long term. So our panels can sustain any time, any weather condition, any extreme weather conditions, because it is coming with UV protection. And for the installation purpose, we don't have much qualified skilled laborers here in Andhra Pradesh. So especially we are importing from Bombay, UP, Bihar, Rajasthan. So those workers are coming to our product to install our products. We have to we are looking for local laborers also, and for that purpose, our company are offering multiple workshops classes. So those who are very interested in learning to new skills and how to install ceiling panels, facade systems, we are offering good workshops also. If anybody interested, please consult us. And we have very large number of huge projects like KL University, SRM University, Amrita University, Yellore Ashram Hospital, like that. So we are really developing new facade systems also, and cladding also in soon coming on Pare. Thank you.
Excellent. Good to know that, Mr. Pawan. So when you said you have a lot of projects coming up, right? So this is a industry consultation workshop. In fact, we wanted to discuss more on technology part. What are the emerging technologies, emerging knowledge in terms of facades or whatever you said, cladding. So government is looking for some sort of industry inputs also. What is the role of industries in the entire ecosystem? Okay, what is the role of industry ecosystem? And at the same time, what is the skill development prominence in this? Do you need any skill development? See, for most of the times, if you take, there is a college for architecture. The students from the architecture college are being hired as an architect. Will there be any role of skill development in the entire ecosystem? And what is the role of industry? That is my question for three of the moderators.
Actually, a role of industry in this particular skill development program while making the facade systems also. Actually, right now there is a bridge gap between the theoretical part and also the direct site execution programs. Okay, there is a bridge gap between that. So first of all, we have to understand what what the client wants from any architect or any industrialist also. So in between that, first of all, government needs to take a responsibility to not only leave the, I mean, for example, we are from the architecture background. So in architecture background, so we have to travel more spaces, okay, for study towards the study area. And at the time, what is the theoretical background over there? It's different from the site exposure. Okay, so for that reason, I personally wants to develop in that area. The government needs to take an, I mean, interact with not only with the architects, even with the civil engineers, and with the MEP consultants, and even fire productivity consultants also there. So with that, I think it might be reduce the gap between these professionals, so it can give you more productivity, and also they can make more skillful labor towards the industry.
I want you to respond on the same.
Yes, so this is a very good initiative actually, this workshop where the government of Andhra Pradesh very proactively bringing the industry closer, because we have also felt from being the educational institutes, there we have laboratory facilities and simulation based, because every laboratory, putting up a laboratory takes times and other things. So many of the research now we are doing based on simulation. Tools are there, so students, various double facade, skin facade, changing the materials, changing the sealant, various materials, whatever the various components. So that part is there. But industry now, day by day, more and more, just now, person from industry, as they're mentioning, newer products are coming. We also want to see that how they are. So laboratory testing and the simulation testing, their effect on thermal loading, those energy efficiency and other things, that from the research point of view, our students, our scholars, they are contributing in that way. Government is creating this proactive initiative, but ultimately, somebody has to do on the, because elevation means there all the materials are coming. So that has to be installed on site. So what we are seeing is that this training, the small gap, small means substantial gap is there, because just now we have seen that some expertise are there in eastern side. Some expertise are there on the, so the mobility of the, so that is what is happening. Rather than that, with this initiative, if the local trained manpower pool can be created, which will be created with the support of the, there comes the role of industry, they are coming, putting up the forward. Even we as an institute level, we also conducted various workshops for the local masons as part of our social responsibility, the plumbers, especially this ITI graduates and other things, so that to give them the hands-on session. But definitely with the help of industry, because the newer product, latest products will come. So this is a very good initiative where industry also brings the, whether it's any facade materials, glass, fiber, FRP, aluminum composite products, any products. Nowadays, titanium coated, this automatic cleaning, various kinds of technologies, titanium oxide coated things and other things are coming up. So, but the training, how to clean them, we have seen that other countries, when you go there, how there are robotic cleaning systems are there. So constructing now 23, 25, around 70-meter tall towers are coming in Amravati and other things. So there also, this training and this workshop, probably by the time, very soon when the buildings will come up, these trained manpowers also will help to maintain that infrastructure. So this is a very good initiative where industry comes, government creates an ecosystem. Even in the morning we have heard honorable respected ministers and secretaries, they said that even the financial incentives, providing anything, they are very much proactive. And as a research institute, we are also there to extend all our cooperation.
Thanks for that response. Mr. Pavan.
Yes. First of all, we need to industrialize more aggressive, because most of all facade systems and ceiling systems are importing from China and other countries. Only brand in India which are manufacturing and exporting to the other countries is Pare. And Pare is developing and researching more facade systems and ceiling systems very aggressively. Soon we are launching many more products. And during the facade system installation, and labors also charging very high amounts. If you train our people as skilled technicians, that price comes very reasonable and affordable to all the clients, all the customers, all the people. So during these price variation, sometimes some peoples are going back to the normal facade systems or a lot texture paints like that. So if you want to look more if you want to add more beauty to the buildings or towers, we need to train our young people to into skilled people.
Great. Good to know that, Mr. Pavan. So, in fact, when you mentioned about employment opportunities, so there are a lot of opportunities coming up. There are a lot of jobs being created in the elevations on the facade systems also. Adding to that, what students, community you people are creating. So, AP government has invented a new concept called Naipunyam. Probably you are also listening to that since morning. You as a partner, industry partner, if Naipunyam portal is there, we have the supply side chain. For example, we have a database of near about 3,000 architects per se, or 30,000 architects. So you as an industry, will you be able to integrate your requirement with the Naipunyam? So what is your readiness? So we wanted to, like government, in fact, MD sir is also here. Government is very particular on having the real-time database sharing with the industry as per the requirement. Reason why there is a portal created. Within that portal with the AI features, it has the suitability index. If you post certain requirement, it will actually match the profiles which is there in the database. It's based on the suitability index, it will keep on pushing the profiles to your login. As an industry, will you be able to integrate your portal with the AP government? What is your opinion on that?
Sure, it is definitely a major impact for the industry persons or for the companies. And to match that criteria, we have 2 lakh square feet ready to material dispatch for any big project throughout the AP. And if you have any project requirement more than 1 lakh square feet also, we can deliver within 5 to 7 days, because our company manufacturing 1 lakh square feet per day with all the patterns and all the products. So we have a very large number of people to dispatch the material and ready to, and like the logistics department. So with all new AI technology is very much appreciated to involve with that, and to process it, it is very helpful to organize the web business.
Okay, thank you, sir. Amitabh ji, so finally, before concluding the session, I need your inputs on the jobs being created in this sector. How can we tap more job opportunities for the candidates who are looking for the opportunities? And the same question applies to Mr. Pavan also, so you can also give an.
Yes, when I'm looking at this, a huge amount of job opportunities are there. From the morning, whatever you heard by the Honorable Secretary, Ministers, now we have a very supportive government, both center and at the state level, so that the ecosystem and Make in India initiatives are there, Atmanirbhar Bharat, so everywhere at a production level, so the industries are encouraged and jobs are being created. And the trained manpower, now we have trained manpower starting from high-end skill, like the architects are there, they are also trained in good number, and we are making them aware also. So at our education level itself, curriculum level itself, when they are doing the design exercises, we are involving the real-time live projects, and so that and also they are going to the site, talking to the concerned officials, taking feedback, and accordingly they are picking up the materials also. Many of the materials what you heard, not only glass, composites, fiber, and various materials, what very modern kind of materials they are using in the construction, in the real life buildings. And job opportunities, so some of them are even going to the product design also, that they are interested to go there. Hello. So same kind of custom-made design and furniture, what not only they are becoming actually they are becoming entrepreneur. So at an entrepreneur level, there are entrepreneur level also training is there, and facade level, execution level. So like one architect, under him they are employing 100 people. So see this education, this building sector, they have a very positive cascading effect, where one job, 100 job, then supporting that. And I am sure with these initiatives, this will also for the local area.
Few final remarks from your side on this.
Actually, this was a good idea, and not only coming to the job opportunities over in this particular area. As earlier sir said, that one architect can provide 100 jobs. Okay, like why not only architect, even civil engineers also can do, and even MEP consultants can also do. But in a way, why the hierarchy of architect is higher over here? Because when we work upon any designing project, so we have to consult all these things. Before that, we have some knowledge regarding that marks. So when we use that building techniques, and it might be take some different over upon the site. Like if we see some design we are going to construct upon the site, and I think because of some structural safety or any other thing, it might be change the shape of that building. Okay, at the time the skillful labor who are easily can aware of that particular design, then only they can construct and give a full satisfaction towards the not only for the building, even for their life. So for example, as earlier sir said about the ACP panelings, and even Pawan sir said about the innovations from their company as an industrialist. So at the time we should take some important topics where even not only taking the materials directly onto the site, we have to check before it once we install. Okay, because every design we can do not only with ACP, even we can do with some plasters type of design also. Because in ancient days, for example, we see there are some temples or some Roman type of structures which used to be constructed with the stone. How skillful they are. So what we have to take from there, I mean, it's a legacy of skillness from the ancient period. So it can not only give a good opportunity, not only for the jobs, even it will become as a smart work for the people over there. Okay, right.
Thank you so much. So very insightful session. In fact, we gave a lot of, you people have given a lot of insights also, inputs also. Hopefully we'll work together. I request every one of you to recommend the portal Naipunyam to integrate the requirements, so that one is that, and second thing is you keep on giving your insights and inputs to the state government in terms of building curriculum development, or in terms of creating a job opportunities going forward. We'll be in touch with you, Mr. Pawan, also in the future. Thank you for your participation. Thank you, sir. Just be honest.
Thank you, dear panelists, for your insightful and thoughtful session. Now I invite Shri Manohar Sir, Additional Director General, to felicitate the audience. I invite Mr. G.K. Pawan, General Manager, Parry Innovations, to come forward. Next, I invite Professor Dr. Amitav Sarkar, Professor, School of Planning and Architecture, Vijayawada. Next, I invite Mr. M. Pavan Bharadwaj, Architect at Shanti Priya Architect Studio. Finally, I would like to invite Mr. Kumara Purushottam, Additional Director, KPMG. Next, I humbly invite Commissioner, Skill Development and Training to kindly come to the stage to felicitate the entire NAC organizing team. As we conclude, I would like to invite onto the side the NAC team for their tireless efforts, dedication, and unwavering commitment in making this event a humble success. I also request the Additional Director, Employment, Skills and Development and Training Department, along with his team, to kindly join the dais.
REO, Dinesh, meet him and Raman. Dinesh, Labor Department. Come.
It's a time to facilitate the local KPMG team headed by Mr. Purushottam Garu. You are invited. Please come. ఎట్ ద లాస్ట్ ఇది అందరికి కూడా ధన్యవాదాలు తెలుపుకునే సమయం వచ్చేసింది మనకి. భవన నిర్మాణ కార్మికులకు నైపుణ్యంతో పాటు వారి జీవన ప్రమాణాల మెరుగుదల కోసం వాళ్ళ స్కిల్స్ డెవలప్ చేసి వాళ్ళ జీవన ప్రమాణంతో పాటు వాళ్ళ శ్రేయస్సు కోసం పాటుపడాలన్నటువంటి ప్రభుత్వ నిర్ణయానికి అనుకూలంగా ఏపీ న్యాక్ ఆఫీస్ డైరెక్టర్ జనరల్ ఆఫ్ న్యాక్ ఏపీ నుంచి ఇచ్చిన చిన్న ఒక ఇన్విటేషన్కి మీరందరూ రెస్పాండ్ అయి వచ్చినటువంటి అందరికి కూడా ధన్యవాదాలు తెలియజేస్తున్నాం. అలాగే పార్టిసిపేట్ చేసిన ఈచ్ అండ్ ఎవ్రీ కంపెనీ అండ్ రిప్రజెంటెడ్ దేర్ రిప్రజెంటేటివ్స్ అందరికి కూడా పేరు పేరున ధన్యవాదాలు తెలియజేస్తున్నాం. అలాగే జిల్లాలో 13 జిల్లాలో మారుమూల ప్రాంతాల్లో పనిచేస్తున్నటువంటి న్యాక్ టీం అంతా కూడా ఒకేసారిగా కలిసి పనిచేయడం, ఒక యునైటెడ్ ఫోర్స్ లాగా పనిచేయడం, అతి తక్కువ సమయంలో ఆల్మోస్ట్ 100 కంపెనీలందరినీ కూడా మొబలైజ్ చేయగలగడం, వాళ్ళతో కంపెనీలతో ఉన్నటువంటి వాళ్ళ ఒక మంచి రిలేషన్స్ని తెలియజేస్తుంది. న్యాక్ మొత్తం టీం కూడా బీయింగ్ న్యాక్ టీం కూడా మళ్ళీ కూడా ఒకసారి ధన్యవాదాలు తెలియజేసుకుంటున్నాం. అలాగే మొదటి నుంచి కూడా కొత్తగా స్కిల్లింగ్ ఎకో సిస్టమ్ మారినప్పుడు, జిల్లాలో మారినప్పుడు వచ్చినటువంటి పరిణామాల్లో డైరెక్టరేట్ ఆఫ్ స్కిల్ డెవలప్మెంట్, ఎంప్లాయ్మెంట్ అండ్ ట్రైనింగ్ డీసెట్ ప్రథమ డైరెక్టర్గా మన గణేష్ సార్ ఉండడం, వారి ఆధ్వర్యంలో మనం ఈ వర్క్షాప్ చేయడం దిస్ ఇస్ ద బిగినింగ్. నేను అనుకోవడం ఇది ప్రారంభం మాత్రమే. too many and so many things will happen in the coming days అనుకుంటున్నాను. నేను మొదటి నుంచి హెల్ప్ చేసినటువంటి సహకరించినటువంటి ఎంప్లాయ్మెంట్ అండ్ ట్రైనింగ్ టీం వారికి, అలాగే డే 1 నుంచి ఈ వర్క్షాప్ని టేకప్ చేయాలి అనుకున్న మొదటి రోజు నుంచి కూడా మాతో భాగమై న్యాక్ అండ్ లేబర్ విడదీయనటువంటి రెండు డిపార్ట్మెంట్ కలిసి పనిచేయడం వల్ల ఇది ఇంత సక్సెస్ అయింది అనుకుంటున్నాం మేము. కాబట్టి లేబర్ డిపార్ట్మెంట్లో ప్రతి ఒక్కరికి కూడా ధన్యవాదాలు తెలియజేస్తున్నాం. అలాగే మొదటి నుంచి మాకు సహకారం అందిస్తున్నటువంటి ప్రెస్ మిత్రులకి ధన్యవాదాలు తెలియజేస్తున్నాను. అలాగే ఏపీఎస్ఎస్డిసి సిబ్బందికి, అందులో మిడిల్ లెవెల్ ఆఫీసర్స్ అందరికి కూడా ధన్యవాదాలు. ముఖ్యంగా మరీ చెప్పాలంటే ఇంటెలిజెన్షియా పార్ట్ అంతా కూడా మనకి వర్క్షాప్ సక్సెస్ కావడానికి కేపీఎంజీ ఇస్ ద హ్యాస్ ప్లేడ్ ఏ వైటల్ రోల్. సో వారికి వాళ్ళ నేషనల్ టీం కూడా ధన్యవాదాలు తెలియజేస్తున్నాం. మరి ఎవరున్నారు ఉన్నారు మరి త్రూ పురుషోత్తం ఐఎమ్ వెరీ గ్రేట్ఫుల్ టు యూ అండ్ యువర్ నేషనల్ టీమ్ ఆల్సో. అలాగే మా సీడాఫ్ మిత్రులు, సిఇఓ గారు, వారి స్టాఫ్కి అందరికీ కూడా ధన్యవాదాలు. అలాగే ఇక్కడ మనకి సర్వీసెస్ అందించినటువంటి వెండర్ మనకి ఈవెంట్ మేనేజర్ చందు గారికి, అలాగే సీకే అవెన్యూ యాజమాన్యానికి, మనకి మనందరూ బయట ఇక్కడ లోన చేసుకుని వర్క్షాప్ నడుస్తున్న బయటంతా కూడా ఎండలో ఉండి మన కోసం కష్టపడినటువంటి పోలీస్ డిపార్ట్మెంట్ వారికి, ఇంత టెక్నికల్గా ఎక్కడ కూడా ఇబ్బంది కలగలేదు మనకి మొదటి నుంచి కూడా లాస్ట్ వరకు. మన కోసం పనిచేసినటువంటి ఈచ్ అండ్ ఎవరీ టెక్నికల్ పర్సన్స్కి మనస్ఫూర్తిగా ధన్యవాదాలు తెలియజేస్తున్నాం. అలాగే మన ఇక్కడ పనిచేసిన టీంతో పాటు, అలాగే ప్రెస్ మిత్రులతో పాటు, ముఖ్యంగా మాకు ఫస్ట్ నుంచి కూడా I&PR ఇచ్చిన సపోర్టు, డిపార్ట్మెంట్ ఇచ్చిన సపోర్టు మరవలేంది. వారికి పేరు ధన్యవాదాలు. నెక్స్ట్ మనం చూస్తుంటే ఏంటంటే మనందరము తాగి అక్కడ పెట్టేస్తున్నాం. బాటిల్స్ ఆఫ్ టేకెన్ బాటిల్స్, ఆఫ్ ఫిల్డ్ బాటిల్స్ అన్నీ కూడా పేపర్లు వేస్తున్నాం, అన్నీ వేస్తున్నాం. ఒక్కటి కూడా కింద కనపడకుండా పనిచేసినటువంటి శానిటేషన్ క్లీన్ సిబ్బందికి మనస్ఫూర్తిగా ధన్యవాదాలు. అలాగే ఇంతమంది 500 మంది మనందరికీ కూడా సర్వ్ చేసినటువంటి క్యాటరింగ్ సెక్షన్కి, అందులో పనిచేసినట్టు చిన్న పిల్లలు పనిచేశారు ఈరోజు, వారందరికీ కూడా ధన్యవాదాలు తెలియజేస్తున్నాం. ముఖ్యంగా ఈ వర్క్షాప్ అనే థాట్ ప్రాసెస్ రావడానికి ముఖ్యమైన కారణం గౌరవనీయులు మాన్యశ్రీ మన ముఖ్యమంత్రి గారి ఆలోచన ప్రకారం చేసుకున్నది కాబట్టి వారికి ధన్యవాదాలు తెలియజేస్తూ, దానికి అనుసంధానంగా మన హెచ్ఆర్డి మినిస్టర్ గారు మాన్యులు శ్రీ నారా లోకేష్ గారు, వారు ఇక్కడ రాలేదన్నదే పాయింట్ కానీ, బట్ సార్ ఏంటంటే నైట్ వరకు కూడా, మార్నింగ్ వరకు కూడా ఫస్ట్ న్యాక్ మీటింగ్కి వెళ్తానని చెప్తేనే మేమందరం అనుకుంటున్నాం. సో మరి ఏ ఇబ్బంది వచ్చిందో వారు వెళ్ళారు, వారికి కూడా ధన్యవాదాలు తెలియజేస్తున్నాం. అలాగే ముందుండి మనల్ని నడిపించినటువంటి సెక్రటరీస్, హెచ్ఆర్డి డిపార్ట్మెంట్ మన కోన శశిధర్ సార్ గారికి, అలాగే సెక్రటరీ లేబర్ డిపార్ట్మెంట్ సార్ వారికి, కమిషనర్ లేబర్ డిపార్ట్మెంట్ వారికి, మరి వారితో పాటుగా మార్నింగ్ మనకు వచ్చేసి విషెస్ అందించినటువంటి వర్క్షాప్ బిగినింగ్లో గుంటూరు జిల్లా కలెక్టర్ గారికి కూడా ధన్యవాదాలు తెలియజేస్తున్నాం. ముఖ్యంగా అసలు ప్రతి పాయింట్లో ఎవ్రీడే 2 సార్లు రివ్యూ తీసుకుంటూ దీన్ని ఎలా సక్సెస్ చేయాలనేటువంటి దగ్గరుండి మమ్మల్ని ముందుకు నడిపించినటువంటి గణేష్ సార్కి మరీ ధన్యవాదాలు చేస్తూ, మీ అందరికి కూడా ఎవరైతే పార్టిసిపేట్ చేశారో ఆల్ ద పార్టిసిపెంట్స్ ఎదర్ ఫ్రమ్ ది డిపార్ట్మెంట్స్ ఆర్ ద కంపెనీస్ ఆర్ ఫ్రమ్ ది దిస్ నో యాక్చువల్లీ ఈవెంట్ సైడ్, ఎవ్రీవన్ ఫ్రమ్ ప్రెస్, I&PR డిపార్ట్మెంట్ అందరికి కూడా పేరు పేరు ధన్యవాదాలు తెలియజేస్తూ ఇంతటితో ఈ వర్క్షాప్ ముగిసినట్టు తెలియజేస్తాం. థ్యాంక్ యూ వెరీ మచ్, వన్ అండ్ ఆల్. థ్యాంక్ యూ వెరీ మచ్.